RBC Capital Markets downgrading BMO. We have Novavax getting a downgrade from JP Morgan Chase. You can read more about this one on our watch list, but they basically are thinking that the Sanofi deal is not going to be enough to quell some of the concerns they have with NVAX. So this is an interesting one here. We have Whirlpool getting a downgrade from BofA Securities. And last but not least, TD Cowen downgrading Sage Therapeutics, guys.
Yeah, you know what? Like ASML is bouncing pretty decently. Like they got hit on their earnings. All the chip names have pulled back. There's all the China risk, obviously, which is a big deal for them. Like everyone talks about it in terms of, Intel and Nvidia has got the concerns with China, but ASML is really affected by this. And obviously, you like to buy stocks at good levels. If I zoom out further, the 200 period eventually comes in there. There you go. Now you can see the 200 period moving average. Like this is literally hovering and holding like 850, 860 on the 200 period. If you're ever trading it, just remember it primarily trades in Amsterdam, so volume kind of shuts off at 11:30. Not shuts off, but just goes down drastically. This is a stock. You know what? I keep saying I'm buying this one at the 200 period. It's like been sitting here for a few days. I think I'm going to pick this one up in my personal account. But the other name out there, this is not really a day trading stock. But NVAX, look, Novavax can be. I don't care what the catalyst is for Novavax. We've seen this do 10, 20, 25% days have been in play. And it's starting, like it just broke down after being in a bit of an upward trend. I think it's got a chance. Since it held the 50 period, it's going to be right at the bottom of this kind of like trend line. If this loses $14 today, Novavax gets under 14 and falls apart, that would be nasty. But it's got some support down here, and it's going to be short sell restricted. So if there's a support level at an even dollar and it's down 10% and it's a short float name like Novavax is, then it's in play for an SSR bounce down around 14 and these lows down here at 1380. If we get a shot at it, maybe it gets there, maybe it doesn't. If it doesn't, there's no trade. It's kind of like the breakouts yesterday. A bunch of stuff didn't break out and you didn't take it. If Novavax doesn't get to support, then I don't try a long bounce on it. But down 11% on this stock, I'll double check the short float after a sip of my coffee, but I'm pretty sure it's still decently high.
All right, this is the name. I mean, I like that ASML look. I think I like lots of stuff in the chip space. I mean, I like Texas Instruments. Don't really like, well, I mean, I like Intel if it gets down a little bit to certain levels there. What's up, Elico? We got a coffee now. All right, so look, for me, for Uber, I mean, Uber's just been going to the downside. It continues to go. I don't know really what's wrong with it. $74 all the way down to 64, basically in a straight line. Right back into this level. I remember when we were down here before, I was like, oh man, maybe the robo-taxi stuff is overblown. Let me know in the chat. I'll just ask ChatGPT what the heck's wrong with Uber. But at the same time, like down here into 63, or you guys let me know, because I'm definitely missing a story here. When they report, UBER, they didn't already, did they? No, pre-August 6th. So still got next week. So, all right, so we wait for Uber to come through. But this name does not look good, man. It looks pretty broken to me. Under the 50 pretty easily. Under the 200 now. No resistance at all here. Came back up, tried to break 68 again. Came right back down. I'm shorting Uber. It is pretty much, I mean, it's on here. That's the wrong sticky note. It's on here for 64.50s. So let's wait to see if that can come through now. I mean, it's easy to get to there because it's just a bump. So if we can get somewhere into 64.50, kind of where we closed into yesterday, that would be a good level for me. So this is something that I'm looking at, 64.50 short on Uber. That's probably going to be a top idea for me today. Let's let the market open up though. But I like Uber to the short side here as we sort of struggle to find some ideas.
All right, one more to consider here. We were just noting Procter & Gamble with earnings this morning. The earnings call is on right now. I haven't seen comments that are overly negative, but this made a huge move downside here in a bit of a hurry during the call. So just be aware if you're watching. P&G earnings call right now.
Yeah, here it is, Brendo. So I did get a chance to look at the actual earnings report. So they beat on the bottom line, but barely. I'm talking about EPS. They were able to print 140. That's about a 3-cent beat versus what the street was expecting. The company's revenue also didn't meet expectations, about $20.5 billion in revenue, and net income declined. Net income decreased compared to the previous year. So it looks as if costs increasing and net revenue not increasing as well.
Yeah, I mean, the comments, though, are still relatively positive here, but not a lot of volume behind this move. But big move down there for Procter & Gamble this morning, guys.
It's just a hair shy of double the expected move. So, it gets like 5.5% for Procter is a pretty sizable and hefty move in here. And if it doesn't regain the support, the last line, call it today, of 160.
Ouch.
If it doesn't gain or hold 160, you've got some serious downside on them. So this actually looks like this is, I don't think I've ever traded Procter & Gamble. We look at it during earnings season, we talk about blah, 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 rotation and the consumer and bellwether, and those are usually the things we say, and then you kind of just move on from Procter. But when I sat down, it was down like 3 points. I'm like, okay, that was kind of what was expected, not a big deal. And now for it to be down 5%, this is pretty heavy on Procter. So I don't know if 160 is a break. It feels like punching in short. That kind of a low doesn't make a lot of sense. But you've got these prior, like the most recent prior bottom sits about 162. Yeah, this does look like a decent enough fade opportunity. Like if this comes back in, like maybe the pop and fade, VWAP's at 163. I know it's the kind of name where you're going to have usually investors want to buy some dips, but I would imagine some people are caught off guard. Like there's got to be there's got to be people offside with this one, and especially if it loses 160. So I do like CrowdStrike a little bit better because I feel like CrowdStrike's been in a defined trend that if you just take shots at that trend, you think you're going to be okay. But at the same time, Procter, this is the first time I've looked at this stock and said, wow, this feels like it could really move today. So yeah, shorting pops into here, maybe VWAP or 162, but this looks pretty darn nasty on Procter & Gamble. And it doesn't matter what the report is. Sucker's down twice what it's expected. That's all that matters. That's all that matters to me at this point.
Yeah, I feel like I'm saved a little bit here. I just looked in my account here. I was like thinking to myself, okay, like where am I going to average in? And I don't even own any Procter & Gamble, so that was a good one. All right, so I might buy some. I thought I did own some. I must have sold it, whatever I did, but it's J&J is more the name that I have rather than Procter. But Procter was doing really well. I mean, it was at its highs. This is news to me, man. I didn't even remember that they reported. But so it's a nice downside move there into 160. I'm going to just put on my trading hat here and do the whole Michael Noss thing. I don't really care what the report is. We're just going to look at what's going on with the stock. I mean, a fallback rate in here to 156, that looks very, very possible. I'm not buying a stock that is looking like this, that just has this huge candle all the way down to there to the downside. So again, report be darned. It's not a great stock. I was looking at it to see what my position was. Thankfully, we're not in this, but it's been really good. I mean, I don't want to say, like all you've done is pull back to April. I mean, it does suck to give up the last 2-3 months there, but it's a report. There's been a sector rotation a little. We talked about the breadth of the market, but again, looks like Procter does not deliver here. If you're going to go into some sort of a consumer company, I think Coke is maybe a little bit better than Pepsi at this point, but you can have a quick look at all of these charts to figure that out. I mean, look what Coke is doing, ripping to the high side here. And let me just see what Pepsi was up to. They just had their reports, I believe, or something coming through with them there as well. And it's been nice upside moves for Coke, rather muted here for Pepsi. So I would switch with the winner. I'd go right back into KO instead of Pepsi and out of Procter & Gamble. I just, the charts don't lie. So, yeah, Procter bad, Coke good.
I was reading something after the close yesterday. Apparently, Dr. Pepper has taken over number 2 in the U.S.
What?
In cola specifically. It's now Coke, Dr. Pepper, Pepsi.
I always thought it would be like Sprite or 7-Up or something.
No, just cola. Just cola. Okay. So now it's like Coke, Dr. Pepper.
I'm
I was surprised. Anyways. Let's have a look at the market here.
All right, guys, 55.03 is exactly where we closed off yesterday on the ES September contract. So we defended that 5,500, but I got to tell you, we only closed out at 54.98 the day prior, so only 5 points higher than the Friday close. But look at this, 55.25 definitely acting as that level of resistance. We have a higher low. Let's see if we can defend 5,500. If we can, let's look at 55.25 as resistance.
All right, super easy. If you want an absolutely free resource, go down to the description in this video right now. There's a link there. Click on the link, enter your email address, and then you get the watch list for free. That was weird. You get the watch list for free every single day from us in the pre-market. Let's go to PayPal here. I mean, there's a few that are looking really good this morning, coming off earnings, better than expected report here for PYPL.
Yeah, this really surprised me, Brendo. So increased profitability. They were able to actually increase their operating margin from 15.5 to 16.8, revenue growth as well. They were able to increase that by about almost $500 million, up to $7.89 billion in revenue. Their outlook looks good as well. They raised the EPS for the full year and for the quarter. And their active account growth, 429 million active accounts, Brendo. That's got to be worth something in and of itself.
I'll be that guy. That's a weekly chart.
I know, it's ugly.
Yeah, but like, you know how many charts you can pull up that look like that? I mean, let's be real. No, like obviously it hasn't been good for them. It hasn't. I mean, Square's chart's not going to look all that spectacular. I'm not going to pull up a firm's chart. Actually, I am, because apparently we're talking about a firm last. So look, you can pull up a firm's chart. It's going to look it's going to look worse than that.
SoFi's not even on there. That's the best.
SoFi's chart's going to look bad too. No, but
I mean,
PayPal
it's not even on the rundown. So
no, I mean it's not moving. Well, that's like this is an interesting day. SoFi usually double digits. Procter & Gamble usually nothing. And Procter looks like it actually might be a trade today. So I'm kind of excited for that opportunity. I do own some Procter. I haven't bought it in a while, but I'm actually starting to think, give it a couple of days, and maybe I do want to dip by. But I do prefer ASML where it sits. PayPal previous high 62. I think because it didn't really break past that 64.5, so we got to the expectations and did not break it out for the move into 68. If it had done that and we're holding like 64.5, 65, I think the extension into 68 would make sense. Instead, pull right back into the 62 level, prior resistance, looking for some support there. There is this trend line that is trying to break, like a very steep one since the last report high to the lower high kind of intersects today with like that 62.40 area. So I think, yeah, making a lot of sense to pull right back into the 62s, and that's where I will look for the dip buy. So try to keep it relatively simple here with PayPal. It's doing good volume, so you know it's going to move today. Obviously, it's up currently, but I'm going to have to be patient. Like if I like it down around here, 62, and that trend line was 62.40, it's chilling out at 63.5, which is not a trade for me.
all right, Brendan, check the work chat there, Brendo. Okay, or Sharif, or Ramin, or Fabian. Okay, thank you. All right, so just quickly here on PayPal. Yeah, up 8%. Look, good quarter. I like the stock. Obviously, it's breaking through. This is on our sticky note here today. So if we want to look at this real quick, you're going to be able to see this. I like the stock here. We'll see if it can continue to go higher. So here's PayPal, 62 long. I feel like great break on upbeat, pullbacks to VWAP. So I want to play this very, very simple. The same way we do all of this stuff, right? Here's the earnings report. Here's the move to the upside. There we go. Exclamation mark.
Up.
All right, so PayPal, good move. I think back to VWAP, which is $62. There's the break rate here on PayPal on the daily. That's $62. So this is what I'm looking at. We called that play yesterday on Tesla that I didn't think was going to come in. That was more of an upside break. I don't think today we get to 68, but when and if we do, like if we come in tomorrow and you're banging near the 68, then I think that's a huge long. So let's wait to see if that comes in. But for now, I think we just hit PayPal. If you're long in, I think you take some off for sure. It's a nice move back up, but it's not like we haven't been here before. It's still down from where it was last month. I mean, last month we were at the 68 mark. So you still got another 5% to go until you get to that level. So yeah, it's great and everything, but this number needs to say 15% to really get excited about it. So PayPal again, if you're going to look, and like I said, I don't want to start off being such a, they say Debbie Downer here. But I mean, Procter & Gamble was expected 2.8. It actually got 5.3. right? Where's PayPal? Here's PayPal. Expected 8, we got 8. So it's just what it is today, right? I mean, these numbers are coming out as expected, and PayPal even under. So now PayPal's even less volatile than was expected. So I don't know, man. I like the name. We'll see if it's there right now, but not super gassed up about it either.
We were just watching SOUN, nice pop here, up to $5 for SoundHound AI, launching Chat AI with integrated ChatGPT and Alfa Romeo and Citroën across Europe. So that's a step forward, I think. You were just, touching on the fact that Siri's useless in that case.
Absolutely. I mean, like, I'm asking Siri a question. I'm asking it, tell me what the answer is, and it just refuses to because it wants to show it to me on the screen. Yeah. And you just easily read the answer. I'd love this, though, having that kind of data access in the car.
Yeah. I mean, with Android even, I think, like, you can open an app. You can say, hey, G, open maps, but you can't actually, say, how do I get home or something like that. Right. It stops at that. So anyways, SoundHound, moving around. Nvidia, let's touch on some of these semiconductors this morning. Back downside again this morning. There's really no significant news. AMD coming up after the close tonight, but green here for Nvidia today.
Should we talk about Tesla super quick? Just the recalls. Guys, 1.8 million vehicles recalled. I guess I had a recall on my phone this morning because it was a software update. Yes, 2021 to 2024 Model 3, Model S, and Model X are going to be updated. The 2020 to 2024 Model Ys are going to be updated. The issue here, Brendo, is it could cause your hood to fully open while driving. Nobody wants that.
What about Tesla?
That's not a big deal.
Yeah, so look, Tesla, there's not a huge catalyst on Tesla. I'm not going to pretend like who cares about the recall. Let's be real for a second. It's about the move yesterday is the reason why you want to look at it today. So if we get continuation on the daily, you have 220. I have 226 is this level here. I think if you dip anywhere into that, you've gone down a lot to even get there. So previous close is going to be 232, and then the afternoon lower high is going to be 230. So for a continuation play, I think I would like those two areas to look for just a little bit better than all the way back at 226. I think you get down there, you cross that bridge, and the likelihood that's the first thing that happens after the open is slim. It could happen. You never really know. But if it fills in the entire gap, I'm going to suspect that you're going to be really, really patient. Underneath 230, patience for any dip buys in Tesla. Again, don't really care too much about when they do these. I can't remember the last time it was a huge deal when they do their software, quote unquote, recall. I mean, the story was the rally yesterday.
Yeah. This is exactly what I said 40 minutes ago. I said, this is a nothing day. We're talking about something that's not even really moving. Tesla 0.64 here. I have it written down as 232. Let's see if we can get higher from here. Yesterday, we were really excited about that. I mean, look what happened yesterday, right? As opposed to what's happening right now. This could get going again here, right? But yesterday, we really, really loved this pre-market break, then the 228 break that was going back a couple weeks or a couple days. So there it is, comes back in, dips into that level. It gives you an opportunity to buy it. So right now, I mean, I still think it's exciting. I don't mind the stock, but it's need to drop in a little bit more. It needs to come into 232 a little bit. That's what I'm looking for. Yesterday's sort of closing prices for the long. That's what I wrote down. Let's see if that's true or not. We wrote that down when we were up here at 234, 235. Now it's already come in. So maybe we might even have to be looking lower around 230. So for right now, it's like hands off. I'm almost thinking that 230 is a much better buy now than 232 because we're so close. But we'll see if it can bounce around that level. Tesla, it's on my mind, but again, not super amped up about this trade, and it's trade idea number 1. So I'm actually flipping over to Uber, I think, for a better trade idea right now than Tesla. So we'll talk about that as we go. Let's go decide about what's going on with Nvidia.
Bounce here right now back to you made it. He made it. He's back. This was really the only note that I saw this morning in the pre-market that was kind of interesting. Apple training their AI, Apple Intelligence, that we learned yesterday is going to be delayed on rollout. The initial model I saw, though, was rolled out in the latest update. Apple's AI trained on Google's custom chips, not Nvidia's?
Yeah, these TPUs, we knew about these from a while, these tensor processing units. What I didn't know was Apple was buying them. And I was asking you, I was asking Sean, where is Apple buying their GPUs for their AI, for their Apple Intelligence? And finally, we got the answer here. My question is, do more people do this? Because the demand for NVIDIA's chips is just so high and they're so expensive.
And nobody can get their hands on them. No. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's such an unknown at this point, but I'm trying to take out session highs here.
I'm not 100% sure. It says, from our notes, it says an Apple research paper claimed. So I don't know if it's 100% that is it is? Confirmed. Okay, so claimed and confirmed right there about NVIDIA. So look, I mean, they're still in a huge drawdown, NVIDIA right now. It's still this way, right? I still think it goes a little bit lower. Yesterday, we wrote down 111 as the long. I mean, come on. I mean, yesterday's long was 111.50. So if we can come into that again, I think there could be something there, and we're right there right now. So I don't know. I mean, yesterday, like I said, I like the dip buy opportunity into 111. There was the low, 111.50. It also made it there. There's yesterday, and now we made it again for into today. So let's see if it wants to hold this 111.50 area. I mean, I like the stock down here, but again, I recently bought a little bit more of this at 113, 114. I think it's a good hold for the long term. But right now, it's not performing that well. I don't really see any breakout levels to the upside here. And this is just on a 1-minute chart. So if there's nothing exciting there, let's go over to a 20-minute chart on NVIDIA. And again, if we can get above this 116 area, I think then we're pumping. Maybe 117 where this 200 period lies. I mean, it's obviously been following this all the way down. We did try to break through here at 123, 124. But for me, it'd have to be this 117, 116 area. And this is what I mean. If NVIDIA was up here at 115 right now, then this would be my trade of the day. This break long, you know, or the short, depending on how the market would work. So I don't see any key levels here other than down. So I feel like you got to watch out for this 111 break lower at this point. But the market's not screaming one direction or the other to me right now. So yeah, I think this is a sit on your hands and wait to see. I don't even have basically any big tech names. Like I have Tesla on here. We've talked about that. That's like people are kicking that out of the Mag 7. And then we just have the TQs. So I think a better trade for me would be going long on the futures. We already talked about this. This is the #1 P&L name for the show this month across all traders. And I just think that if you're going to look at TQs, you could get a break on that. I know Sharif's been looking at this recently as well, so that's awesome. And I know Adara trades IWM and some of these futures-related products. I'm looking at SOXLs, SPY, SOXL, SPXL, all of these names, and I'm looking at a break right here. This is 67.50 on the TQQ. So this is a name, if you're looking for a sticky note and you're looking for trade ideas, that will be taken. It's right here, man. These are levels that I put money into, and we try to go. So 67.50 right there. If you're rocking with me, you're rocking with the TQQs.
Like NVIDIA has been a fade off the open at 3 days in a row off the same level. So if we get to that level, I mean, it's a short up there for me. The chances that you get there, we were so much closer. Like every other day, we were right there, right at 114, 115. So the idea that you're going to get there is pretty slim right away. It had a lower high at 113.5. So if it pops up into this range, about 114, and starts to show weakness, then that's where I'm going to go for NVIDIA. It's been a downward slope. I understand it's held on after that big reversal day on last week, Thursday. But until proven otherwise, this is one that's been a bit in the penalty box recently. So if it pops in, first resistance is kind of where this turned at midday, right around that 114, just shy of the 114 area. And if it breaks that, you just wait around for it to trade at the key level at that 117. Everyone was waiting for AMD tonight. AMD is the definition as well of kind of like diddling in the middle. If there's a really strong press in AMD, suffice to say, 145 is a pretty good resistance level for advanced micro devices. And if by some chance we see ARM at 150 again, I don't think we're going to. But with all the chips, I think I'm just really going to be patient. If they pop, I'm looking for a curl. It would be that simple. ARM is by far the farthest away from the big resistance. I think NVIDIA's got a chance that you could pop enough into that 14 or into that 17 for a turnaround trade. not really looking to catch the bid. It'll have to prove to me, if you're trending up and bouncing off VWAP and all that kind of normal stuff for a trend up day, I have no issues with that. But until these chips do that once, we just haven't seen that out of it off of those levels. It's generally been pop, hit a high, and then kind of pull back in. It just hasn't been doing anything other than that. Like, we get to the top around lunchtime or right at the open, and then you start trending down. So until that stops happening, same plan as usual for the chips, leading with Nvidia.
CrowdStrike got rejected pretty hard there at 250. Once again, we traded above it briefly, but right back down. If you missed it, we were discussing a little bit early on this morning between 8:30 and 9 o'clock. Delta, the first to come out. I mean, as Sean mentioned, there's a long line of companies that were affected by this outage, but Delta, the first to come out saying, or reports suggesting at least, that they could seek some compensation. Up to 6,000 flights affected since that day, July 19th through to today.
Yeah, it's a costly blunder here. Not really much of their fault. They're estimating the damage to be about $350 to $500 million. About 176,000 different refunds have been received by Delta. They've hired a lawyer named David Boyes. This person was representing the U.S. government against Microsoft in their antitrust lawsuit in the 90s. Just to give you a different data point to give you the full scope of the CrowdStrike outage, $5.5 billion is set to be the effect on the Fortune 500 companies, excluding Microsoft.
Yeah, market back to highs here, but definitely not the case for CrowdStrike, guys, pushing 4% still.
No, and like we said, looking weak. Can't seem to find a bottom for more than a couple of days before breaking down again. And this catalyst is gonna cause it today. So, the first time it bounced after the bad news and after the outage, got to 75, broke down again, then 65 has been the top, and now it's breaking down again. So somewhere in the mid, I wrote down 252, which is kind of you're right between 250 and 255. I don't know that that's exactly where it's going to go. Today is where you establish the top. I just want to be looking pop and fade on CrowdStrike when the daily chart continues to look like this. It's just a stair step to the downside, lower highs, lower lows. If that's what you're getting, what would you do if a stock was trending up? You'd be buying every single dip that you could, right? And so when a stock is trending to the downside, you short the pops. I'll never forget, the first time I was in a big time bear day as a trainee trader, there was a guy sitting in front of me, he'd been full time for a couple of years, and he just kept saying to himself, short the pops, short the pops. And it was just a mantra that if a stock is trending, you should be looking to follow the trend until that trend stops. So I'm looking at maybe 250 breaking here and grab something in the mid 50s. Start looking around that 52 previous support level as well. Yeah, I'm just looking to pop and fade here on CrowdStrike. And if it breaks out through 55, then I leave it alone. Wait for 65 even.
I was just noting Berkshire was selling a whole bunch of BAC again, but this has nothing to do with BAC other than that they were upgrading a firm. But yeah, a ton. Berkshire offloading a ton of their BAC position once again. So it's not really moving though this morning. But here's a firm going to buy, $36 price target. Nice look here, up 5%.
Yeah, here's the rationale. Profitability outlook. The analyst there, Jason Kuffberg, believes a firm is closer to GAAP profitability, generally accepted accounting principles. Positive catalysts also coming up in 2025, they say. Favorable interest rate environment. Lower interest rates really help with demand for some of the products that have to be financed. And the strategic partnerships, Brenda. We heard about their deal with Apple earlier in the year. So that's going to be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little light on volume here this morning, so we'll see if we get some follow through. But if you go to the daily chart, this is just real quick, Bank of America. So it's been $3 billion total that Berkshire has sold in the month of July to date on BAC.
Before we get to a firm, I just want to maybe address a question from the chat here from Adrian. So appreciate the question here, Adrian. When do you see a reversal? And you're talking about CrowdStrike, so I'm going to maybe mention that. And look, if you have questions for us and you want to be involved in the chat and sort of interact, asking about an individual stock, you have to be a subscriber to be in the chat. It's a subs-only chat, so hit the like, hit the subscribe. Jump in, ask questions. It's a great community. We have a lot of knowledgeable traders in here. We have some that talk about options as well. I see Ponzi in there. Shout out to you, Ponzi Fonzie. But Adrian, I'm not looking to guess when Crowd's going to bounce. with stock that's trending like this, I think until it does something to break trend, like a rounded bottom, stops making lower lows, defined bottom, and starts making a few lower highs, breaks out a top or two, then I think I'll be convinced. I'd rather get a curl than just sit there guessing at it. There is potential support here in the low 240s. That's just based on what the chart looks like. But until it breaks that trend, I think you got to look for the other direction just to continue. And you can make the same case about a firm. A firm might be an upgrade today, but I'm not going to zoom it out any further. We can all do that. We talked about this already with PayPal and Square and some of the other ones. But a firm has been in a pretty decent downward trend. It has yet to break this trend. It's still going downside. But each time it's got these little consolidations off the bottom, there have been pretty decent rallies on it. It has a decent short float. So it's got a consolidation that's breaking out today. And it's not a lot, but there's not an overwhelming number of things that are doing good volume. I think CrowdStrike's is doing good volume. PayPal is doing good volume pre-market. Affirms is okay. But you have this $27.50 in here, previous resistance. I think as long as it hangs on to that, this has a chance to get back into the upside. It's not going to be, the names I have, PayPal, CrowdStrike, Nvidia, Tesla are going to be higher on the list. But a firm and its 10% short float, if it decides it wants to dip and hold 27.60, I think that can be appealing. The trend is your friend, but this also has a pattern of when it bases out for a couple of days and starts going, it'll give you a few days worth of a rally before the inevitable fade, which tends to happen a week later. That's what the daily chart's been telling us. So you kind of stick to what the past is telling you until it does something new.
Let's look to see. I was just looking. It is. I just want to see if there's anything happening because July. I mean, around this month, I guess I'm having a decent. I mean, one of my best months, but this month can't end quick enough. It seems like when you're looking. These are yesterday's top traders. So we'll hear this. Not huge numbers, but yesterday in Canada, we had the top two traders, and we don't even trade Canada here. The top two traders yesterday were on the Canadian market. So there it is. Shout out to Real Trading today, our number one, I don't know why that froze up there. Our number one sponsor, TSX yesterday, 6,400 in the NASDAQ. There's another 6,000 in Canada as well as it continues to go down. There's another Canadian. So I feel like we might have to look at some more Canadian stocks here as they are really, really starting to make some moves there. And again, a lot of times it's not about the moves. It's about, the way the market is designed, and if you're able to figure out advantages that you can take in these markets. But definitely go ahead and sign up for Real Trading immediately. This is the company here, realtrading.com. Even if you are in the U.S., go here, hit join, hit that you'd like to do it, put in some of those things there. We'll figure out if and when we, more news to come on all of this stuff. So keep it on your radar. Real Trading right now, that's where we trade with. You can trade, over 50 plus markets. There's over 3,000 traders, and you join our team and use the same platform as Neil and I. And I'm just trying to find out what kind of a month it's been. But like I said, sometimes during the summertime, and I hate using as excuses because, again, it doesn't matter. It's all about how you trade. It's not anything other than that, right? So it's like I don't want to have mental blocks. I talked about this with Adara yesterday, even on the market recap show. No matter what the market is, right, you're going to have to try to find opportunities. We are traders, and if there's no opportunity there, then you don't take it. So, I feel like if there is something available to you today, make sure that you're looking at all possible markets, and that's why we bring that up there to show you that there's more, more opportunities than obviously what we're showing you here now today. And it looks like, a lot of markets moving around other than the U.S. markets. It's 9:25 right now. The imbalances are now out. So again, I just get more and more confidence every day here, to be honest with you, because I started the show saying this was going to be a little bit of a snoozy day. We don't even know, sure, there's Broadcom 200. It's nice to see Apple at least is on here with 200,000. But normally we're talking about something at least near 1 million, at least 500,000. There's nothing on here again. Nvidia already done for 3 million shares, has 182 and barely moving on that. Apple, the same thing. I don't know. This is a nice move back into 219. It's just going to get it back. That's just the spread. So I don't know. Not super excited to start the day. We will have to look at some Tesla. And we got some lemon tea here with a little bit of honey. So we're ready to go. Hands off for me for a couple minutes.
Yeah, there's nothing that's nothing stands out in the imbalances. Usually there'll be like a small cap or two, but it doesn't really necessarily matter. Like you got to look to where there actually is volume. That's the only reason PG was a late addition for a stock to trade. You know, it's down 5% is a lot for this thing. Just to go back over, because this was a late ad, it's not on my morning note. But if it gets back into like 162, that's the price there. 162, 162 half on the daily is a level for me on Procter. Previous support, down 5.5% when the market was expecting, well, I mean, options were pricing 2.5% to 3% anticipated move. And it's a clean downward trend. So pop and fade is going to be the play for me on that one. I know that serve is starting to pick up again, and this has been a wild one. Just be careful with serve. It hasn't been a halt fest on this stock, I feel like yet, but every day that this climbs higher and higher and higher, I think there's going to be one of those like crazy halts up or down off of the open, and it just continues to run. So up another 12%, but it's been trending down since the open. 20 is going to be the big level. You just saw it bounce off of the close high, like the 4 o'clock high was right at the $20 level for SERV, which I know a lot of people have been on the last couple of days. I just want to make sure you see in perspective what serve has done. And if it is a dip day, I haven't paid for locates on this. I did short it once for a win yesterday, but I'm probably going to pay for some locates just to have it available, assuming they're not a ridiculous price, which at real trading, I think it was 1/4 cent per share yesterday, probably somewhere around that, to be able to get these locates on serve. What is that? You hear that?
I sure do. I just got into Tesla right here. I was bidding 232 on Tesla. Tesla just fell in like real good. So I don't know what's going on here with Tesla. I'll probably just punch out some of this right now, get a little bit out as we break through 232. It was just at 234. And then it just dropped in there pretty aggressively as we try to get back up to the upside right there. So Tesla just trying to figure itself out. Let's go find out what Sharif's talking about.
We're talking about continuation gaps today, Sean. Another name for them is runaway gaps. Make sure to check that out with Adair and I on How to Trade at 11.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much there, Sharif. So we got 1 minute to go till the open. I double checked to see if at like 9:28, maybe like a NASDAQ imbalance came out on Tesla. I don't see it. So if it was there, it's already paired off. It's entirely possible there was a very quick imbalance on Tesla that just paired off for the open, but nothing there. It's still just a bunch of names under 100,000. So Tesla on watch, the 230 level, the afternoon bottom is kind of where I'm looking at it. I feel like we're going to get a chance at this one here. So PayPal at 62.80, we're waiting for 62. CrowdStrike is down at 48. CrowdStrike. So the chances of getting it above 50, it can happen. CrowdStrike will move $1 or $2 sometimes at the open. And then I want to look to short pops on Nvidia first at 114. So I feel like we're going to have to be very patient this morning. The only thing that looks like it's trending back down into a level is going to be Tesla on that opening auction move. I mean, whether it was a sell and bounce or not, I don't actually see it, but there was that pull down about $2. Let's get the countdown on. It's Tuesday, Adara, as everyone is locked and loaded and ready to go. Ring it in 5, 4, 3, 2, and you know what to do.
All right. So we're just in Tesla. I mean, we'll wait to see what happens here. We've already gotten out of half of that trade for 40 or 35 cent hit. So we'll wait to see what happens here. A dip down into 228 or change would be something to look for. So that's kind of what I'm looking for. 229 at this point here for Tesla. We can get out of another piece. I just think this is flushing a little bit, and I don't necessarily want to like overreact to this move. And let's just put a 220. Let's put, what is this, 229? Okay. Oopsies, 229.05 or so. Let's wait to see if we can get the very basement here in Tesla. And this is the problem, right? Like I've talked about this before. You sit there and you put out levels and then this kind of stuff happens. Look at the market coming back in right now. So yeah, sometimes as expected here, some of this like lesser volume. We told you this was going to be a little bit of a boring day, but it's starting off with a nice move to the downside. So Tesla, we're going to have to wait for that 229 level. And then if Uber can get going as well, very, very little volume and excited me about that one. And then Nvidia dips into 111, which is what we were going to buy, but didn't. So let's see what happens here with Nvidia.
So Tesla bounced off 230 just now, able to get back into the 231s. That 32 could turn from support into resistance for sure. Wow, are you kidding me, CrowdStrike? Wow, CrowdStrike is absolutely dying right now. So we just got 230s back into the 232 level. I'm going to ring the register on that. We got to bounce, but Tesla, that was heavy off the open. The 230 level from afternoon yesterday does end up holding out, but CrowdStrike just absolutely flushed at the open $5. So we want to continue this one to the south side. I'm not going to chase the bottom, but I am going to try to short a pop back into VWAP on CrowdStrike. It's not SSR or anything today, so I don't have to worry about any of that nonsense. But wow, what an unbelievable move there in Crowd. Adara?
Just be aware here of Amazon AMZN. This letter actually was initially written here on July 25th, but it's being circulated now on news media and social media here that the FDA has issued a warning to Amazon over its distribution of unapproved chemical peel products, saying that they've violated some things here with regards to the introduction of unapproved new drugs and also citing some public health risks. That being said, AMZN just making new highs for the day, but keep an eye on AMZN with this FDA warning, guys.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw that. I heard that story come in around 9:28 or 9:29 there. And I was looking at it and I was like, not much is happening right here. So we'll wait for Amazon. Thanks for that, Adara. All right, here we go. Nvidia, nice move up. We're just going to try to take 50 cents here on a piece and then see if we can really have it going. Nvidia, we wanted to buy the 111s and we were sleeping on it, so we did not. But we'll see if it can actually go up to the upside right here and see if we can look at that name one more time at some point here for Nvidia. So we'll buy some more 111s. Down there. We'll get out if it breaks like this 1050 area. Those are those wick dark pools. I don't really care too much about those. The level, though, that I was looking at from before was 111. And then so there's those wicks down into 110 and change. So if that doesn't work, that will not work. So we'll wait for that. We are still waiting to get some Tesla down here. Hopefully that will come back into the 29 area or so. It's right there, 29.20. What was the bottom today? Actually ours doesn't even show it, but looks like it could be coming in right now off that bottom. So we'll see if there is going to be a trade there as well. I want to check back in on Uber to see if that is doing anything. Again, trying to go a little bit here. So I wrote down 64.50. So we are getting going a little bit here on Uber as we start to take out some of these highs in the market. So let's keep Uber on our radar to see if that is going to be a trade for us or not. The other one here, I said seems like a slow day. TQs and then PayPal. Yeah, let's have a quick look at PayPal. Is that dipping
64 already?
A little bit. So yeah, there's the dip right into 62 as it was written. And we don't have it. So there it goes. Dip. I mean, what did we say? It literally says it right on here. Dip into VWAP. Okay. So yeah, about that. All right. Yeah, we'll just look for some more opportunities here as Nvidia continues to go down. So does Tesla. So we're going to be 0 for 2 and holding on to these longs. Not big positions yet, but Tesla looks like it's trying to break lower here. So we may have to exit stage left on a stock that we were pretty good to get out of early, but it looks like it does want to fade out late here as the market's still trying to figure itself out anyways. Yeah,
wow, what a spread on CrowdStrike's got a wild spread going on here. Break that 245. It just broke 245 to the downside, but there's a refresher at this level, so I'm just going to quickly trail it. If 245 comes back and holds the $0.50, I'm going to get out. It is flushing back in. I tried to... Okay, so it's hard to see here. There you go. You can see this a little bit better. I got 47s. When it came up to the pre-market high here at 49s, I tried to fill the gap and get more at 48.5. I got absolutely butt-kissed, but the spread was the reason. It was like a 50, 60 cent spread. I had no chance unless you hit the bid. So CrowdStrike heading back toward that bottom, but that 45 just reestablished. So it'll be an early scalp trade for the $1.50 on Crowd and see if we can establish a better level. When it's a big wick down like that, off of the open and doesn't immediately flush back to the low, I want to be a little bit cautious with Crowd, and I've never got the price that we wanted. If we're risking to 50, I think I want to have something a little tighter to 49 if it comes back in there. And then Tesla, just an update. I mean, Tesla bounced the first time off 230, was able to get 230.80, then get 231.75, and then boom, stopped out the bottom. So as far as the next low on Tesla, down here, 227. So this one's absolutely flushing into the downside, Tesla, looking pretty darn nasty there. Nvidia not doing much of anything, and it didn't quite get to... I mean, if we'd gotten better than the $0.50 on PayPal, yeah, it got to 62.5. Wanted that 62 a little bit tighter. So Just be patient. A couple of very quick trades there on Tesla and CrowdStrike will work out. But not a whole lot is setting up. We like the firm potentially for a dip and rip. The firm didn't dip. What are you going to do?
Okay, so again, Nvidia, the big stock here right now, as we start to go right there. There goes Nvidia, man. Good name here. We are in the money now, 70 cents, 80 cents. This will be P&L number one here. Nvidia as it gets dropped down in. Tesla, wow, okay, Nvidia, okay. Now we're starting to think about it. Nice upside move there for NVDA. Again, we talked about buying 111s. We got it. So there it is right there. When you believe, like I said, when you believe in something, you put on the shares. And there it goes. Nice move upside for NVIDIA. The problem is we also believe a little, we did believe a little bit there in Tesla. We just got a little bit of love there. We got something out at 229. Our long is 229.60. So maybe there it is again. We'll take another piece out here at 229. We're completely in the pocket now. We are completely relaxed, but we'd like to see Tesla. Let me go one more time up here into the 80s again, if we can get another piece out, just to sort of lick some of these wounds again right here, because we still have some numbers coming out and Tesla just keeps getting faded. So we'll take another out there again at 229 and see if that goes. But the big stock of the day P&L wise here will be Nvidia. Neil's got some good ones with CrowdStrike and something else, and Adara's over at the desk.
Keep an eye on Symbiotic here, which is trying to recover. SYM still down here about 16, almost 17%. They reported earnings yesterday, missed on GAAP EPS, but they did beat on sales. The biggest issue here, though, was their guidance coming in here for Q4 revenue guidance, 455 million to 475 million versus estimates of 516. So SYM trying to make a bit of a recovery. Keep an eye on this one as an earnings name, guys.
Yeah, and look, I'm just telling myself, don't chase PayPal, wait for it. Because it's absolutely gone at this point. Procter & Gamble went right up. Right when we're getting CrowdStrike short, where did Procter go to? Right to 162 bucks and faded. So that was a level we liked, but we traded Tesla and Crowd to be happy with them. But obviously, you can't always get the 930 trade on everything, because that's a very quick spike on Procter into 162. If we get a chance to pop into VWAP and get a fade trade on this, we don't trade this as a day trade. But Procter down 6% ain't good. Got to look for the sell action here. Just continue the trend as long as it wants to go down. Tesla's still holding down around like 228. Still think I like 27s here, but we're getting pretty darn close to needing to pull the trigger. First it was the 30. Now you have the bottom from the afternoon and that early morning dip here on Tesla as it's continuing to tank into the downside. PayPal's at 65.
Yeah.
So like I'm just telling myself, don't chase it. Don't chase it. You know, if it's going to trend all day, wait for the dip buy. It's blowing through the highs right now.
Yeah, we already nailed PayPal. If you guys are sticky no nation, then you know what's good right there as a VWAP. But instead, we wind up chasing it, and we're pretty happy with our Nvidia takes. But the market's coming back in, so we're going to get ready to get punched out probably of Tesla. But let's just wait. I mean, this is why you take stocks out, obviously, as they start to go to the upside, and you can sort of get out of some of those trades that you had made and that were not overly successful. So this Nvidia trade was, and so it's going to see if it can get back up to the upside. Come on, Tesla. I'm losing a little bit of patience. I keep getting some out here at 229. Like it's in the money again, but I mean, need this to go, right? I mean, 229.50 would be a nice pick. That's where we're at right now to see if it can go. It keeps getting faded though, man. Like every single move up tries to go and then stop. See, like 229, we just got to 229.20, then just went down 50 cents after that. So I just feel like the pressure on the downside is just so huge right now on Tesla. But here we go. Now we're starting to give it up a little bit. We're still at 50s. Need to get that pull. Oh man, if I miss that by 10 cents, that would suck. But here we go. Maybe we get a little move. Now I'm starting to get a little bit anxious because we may miss it. Let's get some 25s out there and then let's go into the 50s. There it goes right now. Let's go for Tesla. Finally starting to go. As I said, you believe in something, you put it on. So there it goes. Let's see if Tesla can get going right now. P&L number one will be Nvidia. Let's see if Tesla can get up to the upside as well and break through that 230 area right now for Tesla. So not too bad. We're going to figure out what's going on with that one. And then other than that, we looked at Uber short. Let me see where that one is right now. So again, not much volume. I still like the short. We'll see if that comes in. I mean, maybe now looking for 64. Well, I mean, there's 64.50, but 65 now and change. Let's let Uber settle down. Hey, we could be wrong on that. We're not in it, so we're not wrong yet. But Tesla, nice move back into that level. Let's see if there's anything else flying. Yeah, that's the thing about
PayPal's starting to come in a little.
Okay, good. So let me see what PayPal's trade is here because we like it back to VWAP. So that would be 63.50.
Yeah, it's starting to pull right back in now. So it failed 65 it broke 65 by 5 cents. Now it's pulling back in. Just look to see if it get into VWAP here. I got my eyes on Procter, Procter just took out the low again. P&G is getting dumped. There's going to be some buyers on that thing. If Procter & Gamble goes 10% down, that is an SSR bounce for sure. Almost no questions asked on Procter, but it has to go 10%. So here comes PayPal. Doesn't quite get to 63.5. Want to see it level off a little bit. I'm just going to slide back over for a quick second you already talked about Tesla, but Tesla didn't get down to that 227 level. I'm not thinking fade on it, but if it does fail 230, I like 230 for support. If it fails that level, that would usually be a scalp trade, and it's going to be VWAP as well. So we're going to be waiting for PayPal. Just be patient. Now it's starting to get off VWAP here.
That's what we're talking about, man. It's not a fruit salad kind of trade. It's a dollar trade. So let's go, man. Let's go with PayPal and with Tesla and with Nvidia. We'll wait to see if we can get some PayPal on a nice little dip buy opportunity there. I'm going to put an offer up at 230 in case it does try to get the back there. It was just there and then faded out a little bit. So now we're at 229, and here we go. Nice little move to the upside right here for Tesla, and there it goes right there. That's officially your dollar winner. I think you might have had one there on CrowdStrike, maybe a little bit more, but here we go now, back up to the upside. And again, sometimes you got to be patient, right? And we don't display our P&Ls, but as Nvidia goes down, P&L getting a little worse. So there it goes. We just got flushed out of Nvidia. Man, these chip names are not working right there today. So there goes Nvidia on that one. We'll be flat on that. Today it sucks because we just got that reload and then it just faded out. So should have gone short there on that 111 break when it was looking sketchy. But there it goes, downside, more downside action for the chip names. We're going to have to look at that. So right there, we'll be flat on Nvidia, and it looks like we'll be down on Tesla, but we did real good to build that back. So we'll see if that can come into 228 again, 227 maybe on that name. Yeah, Uber continues to go a little bit higher here. I think I'm going to try to fade that at some point.
Yeah, Uber is an interesting one because it looks so bad on the chart. It's a nasty looking chart. So PayPal's attempting to bounce off of VWAP. Good thing we didn't chase that, because if you took the top break, you got hosed if you took that top break. So there's a chance that it's maybe trapped some people up there. If we get back into that pre-market high, which is the $0.50, want to be scalping some out into it. So on this bounce, I got 64 even as an entry. I want to get 20s. I want to get something out in front of the 50s. Procter, I just keep on adjusting. I don't want to chase this to the downside. It's not bouncing anywhere to be able to get some kind of a fade trade on Procter, and Crowd is even worse than anticipated. It just came back into VWAP and then wicked it at 245. So missed maybe a chance to get back into this one at the 245 level. For myself, it's still looking at the same thing. Procter, CrowdStrike, Tesla, which has yet to maybe get to that 227. So what we're in right now is PayPal. You had to be very patient with it. Now you're getting VWAP. If we just trend all day on PayPal, you could do worse than looking for some VWAP dip buys.
All right. Yeah, I mean, we knew about
the market's tanking.
I can't believe I wasn't on that for PayPal at that rate to 63.70. That was a perfect opportunity to buy that name. All right, here we go. Uber starting to fade a little bit. We're short here at 40s. We wanted the 64.50 level. We let it go all the way up, and then we now faded as it comes back into the downside. One more time right here. Hopefully we can get something going. We'll see what happens, though, here today. So far, relatively muted. We'll see what happens with Palantir, AMD trying to go up. Let's have a quick look at PLTR right now. Yeah, nice upside move for Palantir today. Let's go charts. Up 1%, or was up 1%, now only up 0.6. That fade is happening as well, but I want to go,
the market's tanking.
I want to go short on something, so the market is definitely coming back in just a little bit right now, and still up on the day, not much to worry about yet. But
Nvidia is just...
Yeah, Nvidia is the problem. That's down here. I mean, it's a good thing, we're flat on Nvidia, and we like
You should see ARM.
So that is the, ARM yesterday at 150 was a genius.
ARM is breaking yesterday's low right now.
Yeah, well, yeah.
130, yeah, it's...
Based on what this market's doing.
Look, ARM reports at the end of this week. Sorry, check that. ARM reports on Thursday. I'm expecting the 200 period moving average is going to be in play for ARM. You'll have to zoom out. It's like at 105 or something like that, the way this is selling off here today. It's not the biggest float, and that's why it moves, so much. So PayPal off of VWAP, it just tagged the quarters, it tagged the 50s. It's in threat of putting in a lower high. So that was the fear. If you don't break back out the pre-market top there at 64.5, then you're just right back into support. If you lose this, we got to wait for the 62. So VWAP's good as long as it holds. So we scalped that. The third trade we take for now good, but this market is pretty weak. And if it drags PayPal with it, I don't want this losing VWAP and I'm just holding on for dear life. We want to be able to get out, look for the next opportunity over there in PayPal. Tesla just wicked the bottom and didn't get to 27. So what I mean by that is it broke 228, didn't get to the 227 even, and now it has a chance to hold a higher low. We like that support from yesterday. This could be that test. The market's also making an attempt at a bounce here. See if I can get some 228s there on test. We had it at 30. It definitely was working and then flushed back in. Now all of a sudden trying to hold on to afternoon, maybe late morning support here on Tesla at that 228 even level.
Yeah, I flipped Tesla over into a short, so let's just see. I mean, it could go the other way. We got stopped out on the short, and we want to try just a little bit of a reversal here in case this market wants to continue its downside push. I mean, I don't know. We do have the stop order to get out here if we break too much higher than 229.50, sort of where we've just been shorting right now. So we'll see if that can come back into play now. Tesla, a little sick, right? I mean, down 1.5%, much more than the market. But this market is still pretty... I mean, we only opened up right here. You know, you're starting to go down now, but the flush really hasn't been too present, right? So let's just wait to see what happens here for Tesla. So right now we're short at 228.50. We are short Uber now as well. Nvidia is really coming in, so I'm going to cancel all my PayPal trades actually right now. Wait for that one to maybe come in again to the downside. Let's just wait if that happens. But right now we're short Uber, and that's why I sort of want to look at what we're short right now and not really focus on too many longs. But the market is trying to go a little southbound, but not really. Still kind of hovering around. If you want to look at a little bit of a larger time frame here on a 30-minute chart, all my stops are in. If they trigger, they trigger. I mean, Tesla's up to 229.50. If that goes out, then that goes out. But here's the market. I really want to worry about a long. We talked about this yesterday, 19,400 right there. And then to the downside, 19.2 break and maybe lower than that. So let's wait to see if we can break 19.2, which would be right into here from yesterday. See if we can push a little bit lower into that. Uber's just kind of hanging out right now. So not really trading, I guess, the right names here. I mean, Uber's kind of been flat. It's Nvidia where, I mean, the reversal on Tesla is flat. It's not doing anything. It's this reversal here on that 111 give up all the way down to 109 and getting nasty and lower. And there it goes, man. Well, props it up at least a little bit for Uber as that's now trying to get 20 cents in the money. But realistically, man, I mean, my whole net will be Tesla. We were wrong on the long, and now it looks like we might be wrong on the short as well as that's trying to go. So yeah, we'll put some more bids on Uber, see if that can get a little bit lower into the low 30s and then back into the 50 period, which is 20. So let me put a bid down there at 20.
Yeah, and I'm into Procter for the first time. Actually, I think this is the first time I've ever traded this stock. Outside, I think maybe at the close one time. But Procter down 6% now. Procter & Gamble, there's a host of names we could talk about. So it goes right into the pre-market low on a bounce, doesn't get to VWAP, and starts curling right at the 159.5. But got on the way back in here at teens, effectively evens. 159 even to the half. If it breaks that, I look for VWAP. Just trend continuation, man. It's putting in lower highs. It's a post-earnings move. I think it's similar to PayPal, only PayPal is going in the other direction. So I want to look to short pops there. I want to look to bounce off longs. PayPal still can't break 64.5. Looking like it might give up VWAP in here. If we start to see it bounce again, I might grab a reload on PayPal, but I don't love how weak the market is looking. It's holding green. The NASDAQ's holding green, but it was a false break at the open on the NASDAQ and now pulling back in. That feels bearish whenever you do that kind of a false breakout. Didn't get any of the chip names short because they didn't pop with the market. When the market popped up, there was none of the chips giving you much of a short opportunity in there. Let us know what else you guys are looking at here in the chat. I see people talking about Tesla, Nvidia, broken only. Yeah, there's just no bounce here in Nvidia to be able to get into the short. We're going to have a quick look at AMD as well. But so the market really starting to bleed.
All right, let's go, man. We are finally here, man. We're back in the building right now. So let's go with the big boys. 68 right here. Let's see what happens with Uber as we get those 20s right now. Coming right back in for Uber. Nice downside push here. Hopefully that can go. Tesla trying to go, giving me some good love down there into 228.30s, but we need a little bit more than that. We're short at 228.80 right now, so it's kind of been a flat trade here on these reloads for the short, but you know, we're making a little bit back there. We'll see if we can handle this trade, but it's Uber right now. That's been a decent spot to get that short. Let's see, we're already out of half of it because it comes down into the 50-period moving average. So some good outs here for Uber. Let's see if it can get a little bit lower. We always play it back to VWAP. So 64.10. Let's put a bid down there. Oh, I'm already at 64.17. Okay. So we'll put another one there at 64.06 then and see if that can go. It looks like Tesla trying to push that upper bound right now. It's funny because I like
VWAP. Yeah,
I like the long there. Yeah, it's fine. I like the long there today as well on Tesla, which is funny that I'm now short. So if this comes out, we'll flip it back and then we'll settle down on Tesla and go over to Adara now.
This part of the show is brought to you by Benzinga Pro. Tired of being late to the trade, always playing catch up in the market, missing out on the big moves because you're too slow to the news? Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everyone else, pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving, and join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? Visit benzinga.com/pro and get a free 14-day trial.
Yes, sir. I like free, to be sure. I also like VWAP. We'll see if it ends up being the indicator that wins. Anyways, look, Tesla.
Does.
Well, it is, you know, at the end of the day, like, you just use the things that typically end up working. But it's also the 230 level on Tesla was the first support. And if we're trending down, I'm going to look for the same area as the first resistance. I got in at the quarter mark last time. I'm in underneath the quarters here at the 30. And if it breaks back out above the quarters, I think Tesla's probably just gonzo back into the upside. So we'll see what happens here. Oh, looks like PayPal lost VWAP, guys. Yeah, PayPal lost VWAP, so we're out of that one. First bounce good. Now we just got to wait for 62s. If we continue this downside, I think we might get a chance. Pre-market, opening range bottom 62.5, and then 62 even is the level on the daily chart for PYPL. Still a strong stock. If it reestablishes VWAP, we can always go back on over to it. Nope, Tesla does not hold on in here. So we had that first bounce, but just like that secondary play on the long, first bounce good. First time you short 230s would have been good. Second time through, looks like it wants to break out. So want to make sure we stem the bleed. The best trades, oftentimes you have to be a little bit patient for. Let's see it on the back end of it. Instead of the front end, shorting it on the way up. If it wants to fail this level, maybe catch it on the way back down for a better opportunity here. And it looks like it might just give us that.
Come on, Tesla. Come on, Tesla. Yeah, we're short here. We didn't stop out at that same level. Remember, Neil and I will trade completely different levels, completely different share sizes and everything like that. So, you know, just because one of us gets out, sometimes we'll hold them on for a little bit longer. Different strategies right there. As there goes PayPal. Let's go. There goes Tesla. Big trade alert right now. It's $1 in the money here on the biggest position for. We had multiples of shares here. So, all right, here we go. 229, let's go. We're almost green on Tesla on this trade. So let's see if we can get a nice downside push right now. Plus, we're ringing the registers right now as Uber flushes into 05. We're here, baby. That's your chicken dinner winner stock of the day right there. Will be Uber by far, I feel like, for me. A nice move downside. And as we make a little bit back on Tesla, yes, sir. All right. There it goes, man. Tesla, nice move back in. That's Uber. This is Tesla as it just fades out into that 230 area. So we have it right now. We're short at 230.13 as it goes down right now. There it goes, man. Flush City here on Tesla. Although it's trying to hold, I'm going to get another piece out right there on Tesla. It's $1 on Tesla. It's 50 cents on Uber. And it's so far so good, Adara.
Just be aware here of Meta, META. This one moving down much like the rest of the market. We do have this story circulating around here this morning. The Texas Attorney General did secure a $1.4 billion settlement with Meta over this biometric case. This is actually the largest settlement ever obtained from an action brought by a single state. Basically, the suit was alleging that Facebook had unlawfully captured biometric identifiers of Texans, and now the Texas AG has secured this $1.4 billion suit. So Meta here losing this case with regards to this biometrics situation, guys.
I haven't really looked at Meta, but that is a huge reversal. $7 down in 3 candles on the 3-minute chart here. So not looking good for Meta. Not going to chase any bottoms on this thing, but got to look for this one to be a possible short. Procter's coming into VWAP, so we liked it at that 50 level, but now it's coming into VWAP. We'll let it get there, let it do whatever it wants at that price. It'll be at 160, so looking for a false breakout on PG at 160. I understand Serve is going. I know that's a small cap that a lot of people are looking at, but want to be patient with it. I'm not really looking to catch the bid on Serve, and it just rejected a big top here. While I'm on Procter, be careful with Serve. It just rejected the 23, back underneath VWAP, kind of a head and shoulders going on. If that starts to break down, I've paid for locates on Serve to look for a short opportunity. But it looks like Procter coming into VWAP as we speak is going to be a bit of a play. Still can't catch a bid, Nvidia, and haven't gotten short any of the chip names. Thought we'd get pop and drop. Still waiting for the pop portion of that. But here comes Procter back upside. Still 6% down, but we wanted VWAP in this 260. We get a failed break of VWAP, going to short it on the way back down underneath. 3 minutes, we're going to get jolts. And I'm reminded of, I think it was yesterday, you can get wicked out on those those numbers. So I want to be careful with that jolts number. If I'm not already in position in the next minute or two on Procter, I'm going to wait to the other side.
Oh boy, man, oh man, are we doing it right here for everybody live again on the show? Hopefully you guys are enjoying yourselves. We now have $2 in the money on the cash cow that is Tesla so far here today. So good trade. We just take that out near the bottom of the day. Let's see if we continue to fade. And we just put this out right here. Remember what I told you guys? Like, we're actually going to put on risk into trades that we like. There's Uber right there, 64.50. We waited for it to have its little move. We also wrote down the word patience there today. So we waited for that play to come in. Again, there's Uber, 64.50. It's a good one. The TQs is not breaking long. It's breaking short. So we'll have to look at that one. PayPal down to 62. We'll be patient and wait for that one as well. And then there's our Tesla, 232 long. That one came in right away off the pre-market, and we're able to get out of that. And then we bought it into 230, and now we are short on PayPal, ringing it for $2. What am I talking about? Sorry, Tesla. $2. Yeah, good call on that one. $2 now for Tesla. And we just take a little bit of that out. But here is our Uber trade. This is pretty much, honestly, this to me is again another one of those like NFT trades, because what I mean by that is it's perfect. It's like a picture perfect kind of teaching point right there. And it was wait for the trade. We wrote down 64.50, went against us. I don't think we would have got out anyways. My stop on this 64.50 trade was up there at this high, which was 75s or 78s. So we're giving it about 30 cents or so worth of room. And now, of course, as it breaks down lower, we have that 50-cent spot. And we have a good little level here for Tesla. And we'll just wait to see what this number is, because, man, if this can get lower here, I'll put, you know what, I mean, just for, you know what, we'll put it here at 228 again. See if we'll take another $2 on this move down, because you don't want to be caught in a sort of a number that is way offside, and then all of a sudden your trade that at one point was looking good is no longer. But here we go. Come on, Tesla. We're bidding 13s. Lucky number 13 down here at 228, giving us, there it is, Neil. The money's coming in right now on Tesla and on Uber. So have your patience, have your play, and let's go have a Dara for the number.
About 10 seconds here until we get some pretty key numbers. The JOLTS job openings for June expected here. We're looking for an estimate of about 8 million, previous 8.14 million. We also have CB consumer confidence. Previous number for this one was 100.4. It looks like this consumer confidence number here was revised to the downside. So we had 100.4 previously. Now that we're getting a June print of 97.8, the July print here coming in at 100.3. So it's going to be above the consensus of 99.7 and the forecast of 100. We also have JOLTS job openings coming in a little bit higher than expected, 8.184 million jobs, though our previous number was actually revised higher to 8.230 million. JOLTS jobs quits here coming in a little bit below expectations, 3.282 million versus the estimate of 3.45 million. Just to recap here, we have upward revision for total job openings for May, lower revision for CB consumer confidence for June, and both of these numbers coming in a little bit higher than expected. S&P 500 continuing to top and churn here around this range on the SPY. Slightly positive here in the day. Quite a few names to keep an eye on here, specifically a lot in the tech space as we get into a pretty big earnings evening tonight. CrowdStrike on watch here, down about 7% near lows of days. There are some reports here from CNBC indicating that Delta Airlines is looking to seek compensation from the company after the cybersecurity company had this outage from last week. We also have Pfizer here. This one basically flat on the day, but on watch as it had earnings this morning. It did beat here for adjusted EPS and sales. Keep an eye on PFE.
In the money. So, yeah, good number, I guess, if you're short Tesla. As this number keeps on going down right there, we're short at 230.20 and just chilling. There it is. It's your $3 winner to come through right there. So hopefully you guys are seeing all of this. And there it goes even lower now, $3.10, Neil. Still going lower and lower and lower on Tesla. Again, and like I said, this was... You know what? The thing is like when you trade bigger shares, you know, when you lose, it sucks for sure, but we're not losing. So that's the whole point, is to ramp up your shares when you see fit, right? And I think that that's something that all of us can always do better. Have confidence, but like we said, it's been definitely a tough month, you know, for traders. I mean, I see it in the chat. I was telling you about around here as well. But, you know, when it's hitting on certain levels, you got to be able to make the trades, right? And I feel like we did that here for Tesla. We had a rough start on it. We were down on the stock. And we'll still be down. Well, let's see where we get. We'll be flat on the stock if I get out right now. Let's see what happens here on a downside push right there. Here we go for Tesla. Like I said, man, P&L number one today will be Uber. But we only have two trades, Uber and Tesla, and Nvidia. Sorry, we're flat on Nvidia, which was thank God for that one that we did not hold. There's certain amounts of being stubborn for something, and there's other things that you just got to get out of the way. And right there, Nvidia, we should have reversed it like we did on Tesla, but we did not right there, as the Emperor today is having no close. Down there, big time move flush. I don't know if you're looking at AMD or anything, Neil, but I haven't. So
I have looked at AMD.
Yeah,
it's not as bad.
Not as bad, okay.
So AMD, oddly enough, it's wicking the bottom right now. Yesterday's lows is catching a bit of a bid. On that number, if you think about Jolt's revised down, discretionary maybe not good, probably hitting the S&P a little bit there, as the S&P was strong and just bounced off going from red to green. But Procter got it at VWAP, scalps them out on the number. But I have eyes on the chip names right now because they're trying to catch their first bid. AMD at the bottom. ARM is the other one that we like. ARM is looking for its first real bounce down at $135. If it can get back in like 37, 38, it sounds crazy to say. That looks like a crazy one. And then Nvidia, all the way down here, like look at this stock, is unbelievable. This is the second green candle on a 3-minute. If it gets back up, forget about VWAP for a second and just look where it consolidated at about $109. And I think that's where you got to play. Procter, as I said, we were able to get a bid as it hugged VWAP, but now you're stair-stepping to the upside. So first one, we weren't able to take any profit on. We were able to get a quick little 50-cent move and then a breakout on Procter. So it's still at VWAP, but I'm going to back off of this one for sure. We just got a super chat. Thank you, Jerlewis.
Yes.
For the super chat there, asking your thoughts on Microsoft earnings, which are after the bell. We got a lot of fish to fry before we get to the bell, certainly there. I'm cautious. We talked about this with Danielle Shea. I'm not a huge fan of the expectations that are on all of big cap tech right now. And you're getting punished for slight misses big. I think it's like you're getting twice the regular move to the downside when people are missing in tech in this earnings season so far. That's the thing that I read. So it kind of has me cautious for that one. Not sure your thoughts there, Sean.
Yeah, we'll talk about it. So we did get some out on Tesla there at 227. That was a good out. We now do have our patented like 15 to 20% left now on Tesla. We'll talk about it. But by the way, we do have a banger right now. Remember I said we had a red stock? There goes Nvidia. Nicely done to the upside right there. No red, no more on Nvidia as we take 70 cents off of that move back to the upside. Today is a good day, Dare Up.
Keep an eye on QXO Inc. here. QXO is the ticker for this one, trying to recover down about 80% right now. So this company has been backed by Jared Kushner, amongst other investors. Basically what happened here is they registered for 2 private placements with the SEC. As reported by Bloomberg, this triggered a whole bunch of selling because we had other new shares available. Trying to recover here, bouncing off of this $12 area, but just keep an eye on QXO. Decent volume, about 9 million shares traded on the day for this one, guys.
Oh, don't sleep now. PayPal is trying to get back above VWAP here. It doesn't get to 62, so no trade down there, but decent bid forming. If it can hold higher lows, make a nice little trend. I'm going to quickly show you the trend that I'll be observing, at least for now. There it is, from the open to the last couple of dips. If we hold that trend line, we're back into the longs on PayPal. The only thing that looks very strong right now that I'm watching is PayPal. Everything else looks like a bit of a dog. If you guys see something strong in the chat that we're missing, it's just PayPal for me that I'm looking to pick up right in here off of this early trend line. We're back into Procter. It just lost VWAP a second time here.
I mean, we're not missing much over here. There goes Nvidia right now, $1 in the money on Nvidia, as that gets that bounce from there as well. Someone in the chat there said, like, why am I dollar cost averaging into Tesla? Thing is like, it's tough to explain. Exactly. I do what I want to do because this is who we are. You know, we do what we want to. You know, it's like this. It's like if Mickey Mantle's walking around, the Yankees don't say, hey, you can't go into the dugout. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it's stuff like that where it's like you got to have confidence in what you're doing. You know, Austin Matthews says, I want more money. The Maple Leafs hand a blank check. You know, that's what happens, you know, so you gotta be able to do that stuff. And honestly, you guys would see that even more if we were able to show share size, but we don't do that here. So that's why it's tough to look when you're seeing me dollar cost average into this. My average price when we went up here was around here. We put on our biggest shares at the VWAP level. Sometimes I'm not sure of what level we're at. So it's like me putting on my first position, like 10% of a starter position is 100% of a position for others. And the other way around, my 100% is 5% for others. Like it goes both ways. So that's why I don't want to necessarily answer those kind of questions other than the fact that I've talked about this here on the show many times. And thanks for Ramin for telling me that. She said, tell them you do whatever you want. So I did that. But at the end of what's true, right? So that's my wife. Is Marissa telling me to stop shorting? But sometimes she does. At the end of the day, you got to have those feels, right? We talked about that when Obi was here. And it's like, I definitely know when I'm in that sort of realm of, oh my God, I'm making things worse. I'm making things worse. I don't like this. What am I doing? What am I doing? Stop averaging in. Stop averaging in. You know, I've gotten so much better at handling those feelings. And it's just like that's what's been the big game changer. We talked about it, man. There's 15 traders here on our floor. There's 3 positive months. You know, it's like, it's not an easy month. You know, you had to take some risk here. Now we're getting into some of this stuff. And I just think it's just one of those things where you got to keep on going. You got to join real trading. You got to trade in our platform and potentially you got to look at other markets sometimes when it's not popping off. Go read this, 135,000 views right now on this tweet. So go read this. I'm going to put it in the chat here, and it'll help understand sort of what's changed for me here. We put this out in February, and, you know, it's about building, and a lot of this was because of my main guy over there, Sharif. It's about building community, fostering camaraderie, and trading literacy, getting better at trading, having less FOMO, positive vibes. You can't always be mad at your trades. It's more about being positive about your trades. It's like, sure, that Nvidia went against me. Oh, well, we're right back to where we need to be. Let's go again. And so that's what we're doing. We're very confident, and that's why we're here. You know, and that's why we can do those things. And that's why we don't talk about the leaderboard as much anymore, but that's part of it, right? It's like you want to make sure that you're hitting your goals, right? And being confident in what you're doing. And I think that that's ultimately will lead you down the path of success. And I mean, I think that, you know, the trading that I do for sure on the show, and I'm not going to speak for everybody because they can tell you if they're up or down or whatever their nets are. I speak from the heart, from what I'm doing. So I just want to make sure that All right. I just want to make sure that everybody knows that. And then part of being a showman is because, hey, without it, this show, take it over, Neil. Let's go.
Yeah, you just try to make your own trades, man. Like, that's why we try to outline it. Like, look, Sean doesn't trade off a trend line. Like, I'll show you, like, the entry off of PayPal. It's simple. It's going up. I'm looking for another opportunity to go long. It didn't hold VWAP. It holds the trend. We buy the dip into the trend. We'll take some out into 64, and maybe it continues to go higher. And if it doesn't, it doesn't. So what? But the other thing is, you know, like Proctor, it wicks VWAP. I'll get out. And then I'll jump back in when we get a chance to jump right back into the short off the 160 level. So it's been a morning where it has worked out. We'll see if we get some continuance here, but this market is heading downside.
Yes, sir.
So the way I see it, like, we're looking pretty heavy. We're looking pretty weak. I do want a chip name short as we are starting to work back into downside. You know what? Let's make sure I get profit on PayPal here into that even dollar. There's a seller underneath 64 evens on PayPal. So I'm going to see if we can't scalp some out in the 90s before we get another test of that trend, which I have to redraw. You have to hit save, which I did not do. And Tesla right back at VWAP. AMD tagged VWAP. Nvidia is finally starting to go up. It doesn't go anywhere near VWAP for a short. That's the one I wanted, was Nvidia, and it doesn't even get within $1 of that VWAP. So it looks like that's even weaker than anticipated. Same thing with ARM as well. But we just got back into PayPal. We're going to see if we can't rinse and repeat this trade along the same trend line, just sort of sticking to the things that were in the plan from this morning. Proctor, PayPal was going to be in there. Tesla, certainly, I liked longs on Tesla. It's doing a little bit better off of VWAP this time in terms of strength. See, it wicked it. Now it's holding above. Needs to get back underneath and fail at this price, which this high is 230.40, where I got wicked out before. But again, that's my style, right? Like, it'll lead me to, you know, days where that looks genius because it goes higher, and other days where it looks terrible. You just have to do you. But if we fail it again, it's 230.35 is this top. If it fails it one more time, I'll try another shot at this short here on Tesla. PayPal still looking relatively strong as far as I'm concerned. Proctor still working to the downside. And at some point, I'll probably look at Tilray. And shout out to everyone in the chat that's interested in their earnings. I hope it's doing well. I really do.
Yeah, it's up. I was looking.
It was up like 8% earlier, which is more than I could. SoFi was a great short to pop. I actually should have thought of it in the other direction. That if SoFi wasn't up very much, it was probably a good opportunity to fade it if it tried to go. And that's exactly what happened. But it is what it is.
All right.
What are they doing? You guys can't hear this crazy rumble we got going on. I think they're snaking the pipes.
They're trying to fly some drones to see these trades over here. Shout out to Canada coming through again. All right. Let's see what happens here with Tesla. I mean, I have the same levels here to see if it breaks higher. We're shorting this name. We're back into the short now on Tesla, and we just banked out on it, right? So, we'll see if it wants to get in. We just shorted right here 230. That's our price. You can see we have 230 flat right now. And we're looking, so that out was 229.60. The first out was right at the 50 period, which is only 80s. Then that last one was 60s. So we can get 60s right now again if we wanted to. Let's see if Tesla wants to go back to the downside. We're still pushing lower on the market right now. Just a little bit of an update. And again, in transparency and everything, the number one P&L name here today, I can check, but it's going to be Uber as that comes back in. And again, it's like what Neil said, plan your trades and trade your plan. At the end of the day, it's about having integrity and looking down at your net and being able to figure out, is what I'm doing working? And that's what it is, right? And so right there on Tesla, it just came out. It breaks that high level, we get out. We'll be down on Tesla today. You know, we tried to get that play back. We did good here. It was fine. But ultimately, at the end of the day, we'll lose on that last little take there and be down on Tesla. So I can check it during the break for you. And again, tell you, are we up or down on Tesla? What's that looking like for the month? But again, we're here and we're doing fine and we're really happy with the trading today. We've got $1 on Nvidia right now. We have a 34 cents on Uber, but I'm almost out of this position. I have 5% left of this Uber trade. Wish we had a little bit more, but honestly, these takes here at the 50 period and then again at VWAP and the 200 period. So as Neil said, I try to keep trading as, the funny part is that we're having such a good month and all the trades are so simple. And I think to me, that's the kicker, right? Is make the simple trades, and if you can make the easy trades, then you'll be much more relaxed, much more in control, and be able to have bigger months, because when the easy trades work, you feel better about putting on more shares. You feel better about basically about everything. So, you know, stay in your pocket, stay in your zone, as Neil said, and know who you are, right? I mean, that's why I try to talk this way, is that I'm trying to tell you guys about the stocks that we have, the winners and the losers, and then what our days look like and what our months look like, right? And so I feel like I look at the chat, and every time I speak like this, I mean, you guys are blowing the chat up. So I'm going to keep doing it, be as real as possible. And again, you can ask us any question you want. Tag us in there, and we'll get going. There it is, Adam, right there. Simplicity is the key. Stick to your plan. I mean, that's why we started the sticky note. I'm trying to tell you, I'm just simple man, simple ideas, you know, and these have led us to where we are right now. So, I mean, it's great. It's great. The show's been great, and we're going to continue to put on, hopefully, some winning trades and good entertainment for all of you. And it's 10:16, and as soon as we figure out what's for lunch, we'll tell you what that is too. What's up, Hey Davis?
What up, Hey Davis as well?
Hey Davis.
It's Dumpsville on CrowdStrike, Deepak.
Oh no.
And I don't think, look, I said don't anticipate a bottom on CrowdStrike, by the way. Just going to let it happen, man. I do want to maybe pick some up on my personal account more, but after these lawsuits, let's let that crap settle down, because I doubt Delta's going to be the first. But in terms of simple execution, Novavax is down way more than 10%, 22% to the downside right now. Yeah. So it's obviously short sell restricted. The uptick rule is in effect. That just simply means you cannot enter a short position by removing liquidity from the bid. So you can't hit the bid to go short unless the last print was up. When that happens, sometimes you get good relief rallies. It's a decent short float. Here is $11.5, $12. It gets down to that price. I'm just looking for a bounce play. So it's still trending down. Every even dollar from here to 11.5, I'm going to look for a bounce on Novavax. So we said that might be the case. Now it is on Novavax. It's nasty. I mean, it doesn't really matter what the news is. 22% to the downside, unless you're catching trend short. I like that trade. You saw it happen the first day on CrowdStrike. It was a great bounce. It did it the second day on day 2 of being SSR. I'm going to get back into some more PayPal. It's really starting to hold this trend to the upside. So I still like PayPal. Unfortunately for me, Tesla's the one that's going to drag everything. We had a good bounce long. The short does not work twice. Now you see it break it out. I'm going to stay away from this. It's already made a rounded bottom, now trending back up at the level we're kind of thinking long. So get out of Tesla. You'll see it a couple of times with those wicks, and now looking like a strong name. PayPal staying in the pocket to the upside. And Nvidia, it's still creeping up. I think it's going to get in here to VWAP the way this market seems to be going. Nice V-shaped recovery. The question is what happens at VWAP. I got Nvidia, AMD, and ARM, but AMD's above and looking strong. So that leaves Nvidia and ARM. ARM's at VWAP as well, and now doing the wick above and looking to fail underneath. They had to pay for locates here, Real Trading Firm, but every day they're 1/8 of 1 cent per share. We can trade all the markets. We can trade all the stocks. Every now and then, there's going to be a pay for locates to be able to short a name. We're thankful that we're able to do that really quickly. It takes about 30, 40 seconds. And if you think it's too expensive, you don't pay for the locate.
Okay, so honestly, I typed in, just here to be honest, like I said, it's too bad because you almost came back to a monster winner on TQQs. I put in the wrong symbol. I put in .am, and by the time I flipped over to it, we had already taken VWAP, and I didn't even have the order out. So if we can get back up here for the TQs, we want to be shorting this. It's really too bad because you almost got back to some more real right there on these TQs. So there it goes, man. Nice move back into the downside there. I see a couple people tagging Neil, tagging me. What do you guys want to ask for there? Yeah, sired for exiting trades. Yeah, that's very, very possible. We could definitely do that. Chef Joe, yeah, we always speak, I always speak facts. We both try to right here. I'm glad to give you guys that advice, and I still want to get that ride in the Cybertruck. There's Chef Joe, so thanks a lot for that.
I'd love to check out the inside of one.
Yeah, my wife saw the Cybertruck yesterday in Sherway.
Yeah? Nice.
Yeah, she said it looked pretty good. It looked actually better in person than she thought than it did online.
Really?
She still likes the Rivian though, but she saw the Cybertruck. My daughter saw it too. No, she didn't. My daughter was not with her. Right there. Okay. All right. So just a quick little look here. We'll still short that TQQ if it does come in. Uber's still a go-to man. Nvidia's still $1. in the money. So yeah, how do I feel about getting into the Tesla long? Maybe. Just hold on a second. I want to look at Meta right now because I did hear that story come through. I didn't think the fine was that big. I think it was $1 billion.
$4 billion.
I think it was about $1 billion and change, 1.4 billion there. So that's absolutely nothing there for Meta. See how my charts don't even switch. Come on, Meta, let's go. There it goes, right there. So I actually heard that story. I wasn't sure about it, but then it came back into that 465 level. We did get a question about Microsoft earlier from Jer Lewis. And the thing about this, Jer Lewis, is, you know, these are the ones. So I feel like Microsoft is the biggest name at risk. And we sort of talked about this before. And the reason why I feel that way is because they're the ones that have claimed to, and I feel like it's tried to be baked in, that all this profit was going to be somehow hitting them with Copilot and all that stuff. And they were one of the first adopters, of course, to get this AI out to everybody with the investment there in ChatGPT and OpenAI. So the thing is like, if they come out and something's wrong with the monetized number there for AI-related products, look, we know cloud's going to be huge. I mean, Azure's going to be huge. Google already showed that. Google was a monster, right? Meta's going to be huge. Amazon's going to have a huge cloud number as well. They're all going to be big. But the thing is like, what if there's some kind of disappointment there in where are the revenues coming from with all of this investment? So we'll see if Microsoft does have a big number behind it, but it's under the 50 period moving average. I think 400 is definitely in play. That probably plays tomorrow. So let's see about Microsoft. I mean, 400 down to 400 is only 5%. Like you're going to get that move. But if earnings are sort of as wishy-washy as they kind of were today, then I don't really know. PayPal's as expected. So the earnings call here for Softy is, 5. So there it is. So we just talked about that. 5% gets us into 400. So there you go. So if that does come through, that's great. It's AMD that comes tonight after market. That's 9%. That could be something. But look at this snooze fest. There's Pfizer expecting 5, getting 1.3. Procter & Gamble expecting 3, but getting 5 to the downside. So that's why that's a good look right there today as well. So, all right.
That's why SoFi was a short, maybe.
Well, I talked about SoFi being hot garbage from the jump. What is it at right now?
So it tried to break out.
Yeah,
but remember, it was a nothing move. It tried to break out. It got almost to $8, $7.95. I didn't think about the other direction, which is probably a mistake because you could have popped and faded this. I was looking for pop and fade on chip names today. There was no pop. This gave it to you. So unfortunately for SoFi shareholders, not a good earnings season. Meta has over $50 billion in cash. Just wanted to point that out when you mentioned the fine. It's like, well, you guys can do the math. Whatever percentage that, it's a very small percentage of their cash position. So that seems like, I know it's going down, but the market's going down today. So the trend line broke on the reload here of PayPal. I'm not thinking reverse into the short on PayPal. I'm still overall bullish on this name, but it needs to reestablish the trend to get back into scalping it off of these levels. I do believe it's 1020, so we're locked and loaded. Let's get an idea of what some small caps are doing at the screen with Adara.
We've got the Russell 2000 here trying to hold on to positive on the day, having a little bit of a bullish candle here on the 3-minute chart for the IWMs. Let's see if we can climb back up here for the Russell. The theme of a lot of today's small caps is going to be larger short float, starting with JetBlue. This one does have a smaller market cap here, just around $2 billion market cap. They did beat here for earnings per share and sales for their Q2 2024 report. They forecasted a little bit of a decline here for Q3 revenue on a year-over-year basis. Still up about 30% for JBLU. Again, we've got about a 12.8% short float for JetBlue. Next up, we have TWOU. This is a continuation play from yesterday. 2U Education doesn't have any new news, but on Thursday they did announce they were filing for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. They've got a short float here about 9.8%, total float of about 2.6 million shares, market cap under $10 million. So certainly some numbers to keep an eye on with regards to TWOU. Last but not least, LUMN. No news for Lumen. This one here is up more than 15%. We do have a larger short float for this one as well, around 13.8% short float, and a market cap here of just about $2 billion. So larger market cap, but short float to be aware of for LUMN, guys.
Lumen. That's too bad about those. Man, yeah, Newman, yeah. That's funny. It's too bad about those TQQs.
I love it.
That's really too bad. I mean, we'd already talked about it being, pretty much our number one, not pretty much, the number one stock, and we hit it. Like my orders are right here. look, mine was at 92. Then I had 79. I thought I was going to get 79 by the time I went over. I offered 79, missed it. Then I offered 76 and missed it. And there it goes to the downside. So that was going to be a good one. I'm going to now cancel those. You had to hit the escape key. Cancel those orders now. If it rips back up, we'll reanalyze it. But that was definitely a missed opportunity right there. We got to look for something short, man. We got to get something short. Maybe it is Microsoft, but I'd rather stay away from them with earnings coming through. But they are trying to break lower. We had a banger of a trade on Microsoft the other day as well, when that stock faded a little bit. So, we still have very much capabilities of putting some damage on the board for Softy, but man, that TQ trade really is wrecking me a little bit right there. Like, I'm thinking about going short even right now on a break lower on Microsoft, trying to get in, but yeah, man, 429 is just so much better where we were. I mean, I still feel like you can get that. So, and I don't even know if we want to be short on Microsoft right now as it's up on the day. So I'm going to sort of scrap that idea. I do appreciate all the talk about it in the chat, but at the same time, I'm going to hold off on anything to do with Microsoft right now, of course, because it's earnings day as well. I mean, look what Uber's doing right now. Let's go. It is trying to get to the flush side right now for Uber. So I think that's something that we could talk about in our meeting for sure, is to have a signal go on when we are, like when we have our full position, Neil and I could hit it. And then when we're out of that trade, something will trigger again when it notices that we're out.
In-out button.
I think that's great because I always push it. But I do think that it is a good thing that we all do it. We even should do it on the midday show. It does help you guys. And that's the one thing that I was noticing, and I was talking to Brendan a little bit about this when I was watching it on Friday. I feel like there needs to be some more acknowledgement by us, the hosts, of the trades that we're in, which ones won and which ones lost. Because when you guys are watching it, and you guys tell me if you want that as well, more telling you like, okay, we're in this trade. We just got out. We took a 20-cent hit because it happened so fast. And even me sitting there, and especially with Obi, and sometimes you can't even, and even these guys on the midday, can't see the titles sometimes on the charts. And then it goes by so quickly there at the bottom that it's hard to know, So it's like, instead of us just saying we're out, it's almost better to say, okay, now we're flat on that stock, So I think that is definitely a good idea. And I want to thank everybody in the chat for that.
Yeah, and just as you can see now, Novavax 25% to the downside and still trying to go. We said we wait for $12. So here it is. Quickly becomes, here we go. So it came down in tag 12.10, so it gets into that 12 range, holds a higher low. There was a buyer from 17, stepped up to like 20s. When it stepped up to 20s, I got 22s. They started at 17, so I'm not giving it to the low. I'm giving it to that 17 level. It's like 5 cents plus any slippage that you get, which will probably be a penny on it. It's already got an offer stacked at 30. See if we can't get into 12.50. If it breaks that, looking here, which was 12.75. The last time you had any buyers in Novavax. Nasty move for them, down 25%. I'm giving this one to 17. It's short sell restricted, but that doesn't mean it can't go down. That just means to hit the bid, you need that uptick rule. I do think, we talked about this in the chat, chill vibes, you're right. AMD is looking much better, relatively speaking, to Nvidia. Both of them are trending down. Nvidia at the lows and can't even get to VWAP. And then ARM is the other one that I have on the radar. ARM is now starting to consolidate off VWAP itself. So you got this bottom here, 136 and the 137. I want to grab the top end. All of a sudden, ARM's having trouble getting back into the top end. So it just happens that ARM is setting up here. Might just be a bit of a flat bottom break on ARM, and I got to grab it off of 136 here. So the only new trade for me is Novavax. I want one of the chip names. I don't think it's going to be Nvidia. I don't think it's going to be AMD. I'm now pivoting over to ARM because it's the one at VWAP for the retracement trade. Good looking day today so far for the shorts. No questions asked. And the ES is about to go any second now. It's about to go red and drag us further to the downside. So there's ARM breaking down. We'll see if I can pick up some 136s. We'll be on the offer right back through here. Give it to the local high. And then Novavax is the newest trade. 2 green candles in a row for the first time in an hour. Good for you, Novavax. Good for you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's
that company is
it doesn't feel like the
problem.
It doesn't feel, yeah, we had that on our notes today, didn't we? I don't know anything about it. I was just like thinking to myself, like what exactly is this market doing? Like, I feel like we should have been taking a lot more than this on some of these names. Like, I look at Apple right now and I just feel like You know, the market's doing this, and Apple's kind of just hovering around here. I feel like Apple should at least be down into the 218.50 area and looking to break the bottom. So I think there could be a trade here. But Apple's up on the day. If this was minus 0.38, I think I'd be hammering this right now. I'm just not convinced that the market wants to do anything at this level. I mean, here's a broader base, right? And I think that when you start to, okay, here goes Nvidia. So we do have a sick long right now on Nvidia that just popped in, guys. All right, now we go. Now we go. This is the big trade of the day right now for Nvidia. It just comes in right there. This is your big boy trade of the day. And here we go again. Let's go back up to the upside right there for Nvidia. We waited at that 107. It's a big trade alert right now. P&L number one now on the show is Nvidia, and it's a long. We just managed, Neil just said the shorts are working out good. They are, but there it goes right now for Nvidia. Yes, sir. Let's go right now on this trade. That was a good one. That just popped in. I was going to talk about something else. Then all of a sudden the P&L goes cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. So again, we will hit the sirens for you. Do that, drop down the cash, and again, be as honest and have as much integrity as possible by telling you that that was a big position. It came right into that level and filled us. That's why we're excited about that. It rips up the board. There it goes. It's Nvidia. It's 10:30. You never know when these trades are going to come in. To my point yesterday about Adara and the 1 p.m. time. And Adara and I talked about this after. She's going to talk about that on her show on the midday and what she's meaning with all of that. But there you go, man. 10:30, the biggest trade right there put on Nvidia. And we just sat there and took that as a falling knife, man. We knew we wanted the 107. And as Neil said, trade your plan and make it, and as I said as well, make it as simple as possible. That just falls right into that, into our lap there. It's Nvidia, and that was a good one. How you doing, Ramin? Fantastic. I like that. What's up, Adara?
We're going to start today's crypto update with a bit of a spotlight on Ethereum. We do have, of course, the spot ETFs for ETH starting last week, but also today is officially the 9th birthday of Ethereum. Its Genesis block was mined on July 30th, 2015. So this was the thing that marked the launch of the blockchain and some of the features associated. So right now, basically flat on the day here, as you can see, Ethereum trying to recover a little bit from that bottom just above that 30 or that 3,000 area when we had that fall after the introduction of the spot Ethereum ETFs. But just a quick little Ethereum spotlight on the 9th anniversary of the mining of its Genesis blockchain. Bitcoin here in a little bit of a range. We're seeing a bit of support resistance here, that 64,000 level, coming up to 68,000, and now trying to come back to the bottom area of that range. It's second straight candle to the downside, though yesterday it actually did have a touch of that 70,000 level. So Bitcoin right now continuing to figure out some resolution in that 64,000 to 70,000 area. Ethereum slightly positive on the day here. Bitcoin down about 3.7%, almost down 4% here, just hovering around that 66,000 area. Rest of the cryptocurrencies and crypto-related names are going to be a bit more mixed. Solana down about 4%, BNB down about 2%. Then we have Ripple up about 2.5%. So a bit of a mixed picture right now for crypto, guys.
Yeah, I looked over. Mar is not doing much for anybody.
Is that 20 or
no? They're both trending down, but it's not at 20 yet. Coinbase isn't at its support level yet, but it's close. You're 1% away on, I think 1% away from the 20 level on Mara. So you're starting to catch a bit of a bid here off the 12 level on Novavax. It just finally made it to 1250. So I went long when it held 10s, and then a buyer started at 17. I got in above the 20 level at 22, scalped to the 30 halves, and then in here at 50s, we just got the offer. Last target is going to be up here at 1275 or so. ARM's about 50 pennies in the money. We're going to ring the register on that one. It would have been, if Nvidia set up, we would have taken that. If AMD set up, we would have taken that one. AMD still trending to the downside. I feel like if there's a bounce play, I want AMD long if there's going to be a bounce in the chips because it's looking a little bit strong. I know it's an earnings day on AMD, but you've got wipeout bottom and it's trying to put in a higher low after taking low when everything else is looking a lot weaker. So it might turn into a short at some point. But I think if the market does hold a bid here at any point, this would be the one that I would want to the long side. So trying to keep things in the pocket. It's been a good morning so far, so good. PG, Proctor still hanging out in the pocket. And for Meta, we haven't really talked too much about Meta. I know they had that big announcement, whatever, the fine. That's feeling like a nothing burger. Meta's looking decently strong here. Market's at the lows. Meta's trying to catch above, creep above VWAP. And I think it might have trapped some shorts underneath the pre-market low. So I got this one on the radar for potential bounce. I don't want to give up on PayPal yet. It didn't hold the trend line that I liked. Now it's starting to hold VWAP, but there's just not a lot of movement on PayPal. It's going sideways here. Not a lot of crazy action. I want to see the volume pick back up on PayPal before we get back into it. Dwindling volume, bit of a choppy action. I think the best you could do would be to try to catch scalp trades off the bottom, which is like 63.25 or so, and then just scalp them or maybe scalp off of VWAP here. PayPal up 9%. A lot of sideways action. A little bit more than the anticipated move, which was like 8.5. It's not really breaking any backs in either direction. I think that's why it's going sideways here.
Yeah, exactly. We indicated that about PayPal earlier as well. So good look on that one, of course. All right, Nvidia, we turned it positive for us. We talked about how we were slightly down on Nvidia. We turned it positive, but no longer the P&L leader because we have other names, man. It's still there with Uber. I know Neil has an arm trade there he's working on as well. That could be a good one. All right, so we'll wait on this one, but we are back into the short for Nvidia now. It did break below. I'm only giving this 25 cents. So I have a very, very tight stop now on Nvidia because it's not doing anything at 107. This could be one of those capitulated bottoms. It's now down 4%. We have seen it bounce from here before. This would be a really bad decision to load up short right now. It needs to fail these bottoms, right? And once it does that, then we can go. So here it is. We'll take some profit. There it is. There it is. And by the way, it's right back now. We just talked about it not having the title, but we'll see if it can hold it right now. We just take some outs there in the 70s as it comes back down. We are talking about taking a 1-to-1 or so trade. We told you our shutdown was at 25. So right there we take 75s and 71. And I'm actually bidding again. Oh no, I'm not. Oh, we got 71 again. So we just took out about a third of our position for risk 1-to-1. We got 71s and 75s. So it's right here, right now. We gave this trade to you when you just came to me, it was against me. So let's now wait to see if Nvidia can really sing back into the downside and make that a special trade. All right, Uber at the lows. Again, if you're looking for trading resources, we have our watch list, which is the best watch list in the business. And then we also have, maybe I'm biased, but the sticky note here that's been really creating a lot of action. So there it is right there. It's Uber at 64.50. We tried to short the TQs, and man, if we had gotten that one, then it would be a beach day. I'd just be like, Sharif, come sit here immediately because I'm out of here. But we missed that trade by literally no pennies. I kept punching and missing it. So we were there, but should have crossed it down. So I guess we missed it by 1 penny each time. And then the PayPal 62 long just hasn't hit for us. We don't have any PayPal trades. And then the one that didn't work out was Tesla long at 232. But the good thing about this Tesla long at 232 is, did we get that Nvidia bid down there? No, we did not. We're bidding 59s. It went to 61. Okay. Hopefully that comes down. Why are we bidding 59s? What I was going to get to there was Tesla. Let me bid another one. Let me bid 64s there because we want to make sure that we get out. The Tesla trade will be my red name on the day. And it's again because we went long at 232 there, but we got out. We got out of half of our trade. Then we tried to defend 230. That didn't work. And then eventually we got stopped out right here. It's this stop out that wound up basically being our red there because we had averaged it in all the way down. We didn't get it all the way out. We thought it was going back up to the upside. So then we got out. Then we started the short, which was good. Then eventually we basically got back to flat. And then lost it on that last short. So that's a short at 330, and that's an out at 330.50. So eventually we lose our way a little bit there on Tesla, which is fine. We wrote down patience that we wanted to get back into the levels. So let's hold out there. It almost gets to that level, but my mistrade here, and we did it live. Oh man, now that would be $1 in the money. So that's too bad. We've canceled those trades. Let's see what winds up happening. It looks like Nvidia might want to take out that 107 quarters. And if it does, then we're gone on this bounce back in the market. Oh, that's too bad about that futures. I hope some of you got that trade there on the futures as Tesla trying to fade off of 231. All right, it's 10:40. We'll get back with Neil and we'll go to the board with Tesla or with Dara.
We have outside strength in quite a few sectors here. Finance pretty much green across the board. A lot of these names notably green here. We also have strength in commercial services. We have health services to the upside, energy and minerals to the upside, transportation pretty strong here as well. Consumer services not bad either. Keep an eye on Starbucks in the sector because they report earnings after the bell today. In terms of more mixed to weak performance, health technology a little bit weaker here. Merck sidedly to the downside. Pfizer also a little bit weaker. Both companies reported earnings this morning. We also have some weakness here in producer manufacturing and P&G, Procter & Gamble, leading the consumer non-durable sector to be a little bit weaker on the day as well. Of course, we have to talk about these tech sectors. Amazon, AMD and Microsoft both on watch. They're reporting earnings tonight. But to start with the electronic technology sector, a lot of these chip names on watch. Nvidia trading a little bit lower after an Apple research paper cited that Apple's AI updates are going to be using some Google technology. So NVDA to the downside. Keep an eye on these chips with AMD's report in mind. A little bit more mixed here for consumer services or for technology services. We do have all of these Mag 7 names in the sector, a little bit weaker, but some strength here in Adobe, ACN, while CrowdStrike sells off a little bit as its ongoing outage saga continues with a Delta suit, guys.
Yeah, not looking good for them. By the way, Eli Lilly lost $800 today. So this is a big area for Eli Lilly. It spent half a year effectively channeling between 800 top and then this $730 bottom. And then you see what happened when the stock broke out. Look how quickly it's coming back into this range. For myself, I sold some shares at $922.22. But I'm looking for, I know I always do that, but I'm looking for this to get right back into that support level before, entertaining a dip buy on this one. So down another 2 points today. The trend is clearly to the downside. I don't have to tell anybody. I mean, if you can't tell that that's trending down, then get a new business. No, I mean, Sharif laughs at that. But no, I think one of the things that'll happen is oftentimes you can get like roped into I like the stock. And it's like if you pull back far enough, it's like everything is in an upward trend that's good if you look back far enough. And sometimes you have to at least zoom in a little bit to notice what's happening locally there on Eli Lilly. And I don't love it, but down around 725 to 800 is a buy zone for me. It got out when break even broke out an arm. Looked like we were heading back into VWAP where we get a shot at like 137, I should say. But if we get wicked out, I don't mind retesting this trend. I only want to be net short this. If I'm long a chip name, I think it's going to be AMD today. Novavax is now holding at 1250, which is good, but it's not making that next breakout to the upside. So we're still in this one off 22s. I haven't moved my stop order yet, but the longer it fails to make another push through 50, I might tighten this one up. And SSR bounce, you kind of want it to go faster than this, which means it's still looking very heavy, and it might be an opportunity to just jump out of that trade and take what we are able to get on Novavax. PayPal, still not really doing a heck of a lot. Yeah, this is a bit of PayPal is going to be disappointing one. It's probably a scalp trade, as I said, but I'm not really getting any scalp entries on this one. Lumen apparently making some power moves. Shout out to you, Scott H in the chat. Ronaldo also talking about LUMN. Don't mind going over to something if we can catch a mover. This is now breaking $3. Yeah, wow, that's not a chase. Okay, let's try to figure out what's going on with this one. I haven't heard anything in my ear on Lumen, but clearly you can see it's extending pretty harshly here. I want to check to see what the float is on Lumen. The first thing I care about is float. Float is only, it's a billion. A billion float, 14% short, and they're reporting after market next week. So they haven't reported yet. Wild move. $3 isn't resistance. It's more like $4 in here. This gets to 4. I'm going to pay for locates. Actually, I should do it now.
All right, new position alert. We have Amazon right now. It's 20 cents in the money. Let's see if it wants to work. We're trying to go long on Amazon, trying to buy that little dip. I don't know, it's strong into a weak market. So that's something that we like to look at right here. Here's Amazon coming back in. So let's see if that will work out for us now to the upside as we'll hold on to this Nvidia trade that's not really doing too much. Watch out for 107.50. We talked about that break. Let's go Amazon. Maybe it can get back up to the upside and take this 50 period. I'm actually waiting here So we're long at 47. I do have an offer at 65, then an offer at 80s. So this is 80s, and then 65 is sort of where we haven't been able to get through. It's really been 61 or 62, but I feel like if we can get going on that, we should be able to get 65, right? I mean, there's nothing stopping that. So hopefully that will come back up to the upside. It has been a top. I mean, we could change that top to 60s right now and just
Wait a minute.
You know what? Yeah, let me just put it right there just in case.
Oh, they're free.
We want to be a little bit greedy if we can, but at the same time we'll take some profit. So there it is, getting some out there at 60, and then here it goes. Amazon, the newest position right there, now 25 cents in the money and trying to go higher. I guess taking that 60, we could have got 65 after all, but there it is, a nice move back to the upside for Amazon as we hold on to that one. But the good news is we got it, and I haven't looked yet. So let's figure out what's for lunch. Okay. Sharif keeps saying cheese, so I think he's hoping that there's some dairy here today. Today's
like
lunch is not dairy based. It is chicken. Oh, teriyaki chicken kebabs. Okay. You got a little sauce going on there. That's a little, oh, look at Amazon right now as that continues to go to the high side. We just put that one on for 30 cents. So that's in our pipe and being currently smoked right now. So hopefully that will come back in there. With steamed rice and green beans, that's what's for lunch. Have a good day, it says. So right there, we are having a pretty decent day right now, as well as we wait to see our last little sort of hurrah here on Nvidia. All the way to the upside right now. We're short at 23s and not great. So if this takes this out, we'll get out. But there it is. It's a nice little push back down now for Nvidia, but it still needs to get a lot lower than where. Was that a bid? Why did I just get filled on the bid there? We don't want to do that. All right, so we are in Nvidia right now. Oh, that must have been a keystroke, 32s. I don't know why we're bidding that. Let's go. We're short 25s right now on Nvidia. That was, I don't even know what happened there. We still have our full position. I guess we got hit a little bit. Come on, Nvidia, bring it down here. If we can get some fills, we would definitely like that one. Amazon is making that move higher, and there it is. We just bought at 44s or 48s, out right there at 80. For that 50 cents. Let's get another piece out right now if we can on this name. That is Amazon. So a reloaded, but not a reloaded, a first take there on Amazon. And it looks like it'll be all right. So we'll see if that one wants to work. We only have 5% of our Uber position, so I'm really not even paying any attention to it. It is making its move back. We should reload this if it gets back to 50. If we liked it before, and I don't think we don't not like it now. Let's see what happens with the futures.
Yeah, we're just trying to bounce here. So NVAX came right back to break even, where my stop was. I got out. I didn't change my stop. The second I was out of this stock, someone showed up for 100,000 on the bid. Like right away on the bid at 15. Now you're starting to see it go back to the upside. So I might take, if I can get in, if I see that size follow it up, I might try to get in there again. But unfortunately, you can't know it. Like literally the second it got back to that low, it waited, I'm saying it, whomever put that bid in there, waited till it broke the bottom. And the second it went that 1 penny down, they popped 100,000 on the bid. So I was already out and wasn't fast enough to get back on there. So I want Novavax. It's down 25%. It is SSR. Short sell restricted, which we do like for a potential catalyst there on Novavax. But I had to tell you, I got wicked out of it. No questions asked. Someone played some games and then decided they wanted to get people out before they put their bid and tipped their hand on NVAX. We still like that VWAP area on ARM, which it's back into, and AMD still looks relatively strong, but it's starting to fail underneath VWAP as well. So yeah, all the chips are looking weak. The market's red. Still want to be favoring the south side. I do want to get back into Novavax. I got my eyes peeled. If I see him step up, if you see me long like a random price, it's probably because that buyer stepped the order from 15 to like 20 or 25, and I'm just going to go like the penny or two in front of that order and go long. So that's what I'm waiting for. They haven't ticked up yet, but if I do, we're going to pounce.
I mean, I'm silent right now because we have a monster on. It's Nvidia, and it is now huge to the short side for this trade. Put it up right now. We told you where our stop was, 107.60. Oh boy.
Push it to 100.
I'm not pushing anything, man. I'm just putting my orders out there and it's following, man. The market likes the trade ideas right here, right now. It's a banger right there for Nvidia. So there it goes, man, which was once a negative stock. Says Stone Cold, as it just keeps on falling right now. And there we go. Oh man, yeah, I feel kind of like Dak waiting for that big contract right now. Let's just wait to see if Nvidia goes to the downside, man. It's Jerry's world, and we're all just living in it, Sharif.
They lost a big
all
player.
right, man, here we go. Let's go, bang, big time trading. Oh wow, that's a good trade for me there on Nvidia. Thank God, the heart goes boom, boom. The other one here too is Amazon. I don't know. I was thinking about throwing in the towel here because I was like, oh wow, if this market tanks, the amount of money. I mean, we've already gotten out right now of about 2/3 of our Nvidia trade, as that just came right into like 107. Like the fact that all those bids started filling up was like good enough for me. There it comes in. We'll take another piece out there at 107.11, and we can wait now, man. This Amazon trade is another banger. Looks like here for Amazon. Let's see if that can continue to go to the upside, but you can't do anything unless you listen to what your money's saying, and that's why this segment is called Money Talks.
DXY here pushing higher off that base reforming on the daily chart around that 104.30, 104 area. We had quite a few very interesting economic data prints to talk about today, with the JOLTS job openings here coming in at 8.184 million for June. This was above the estimate, but also notably they did raise the prior number here. So we actually had a revision here to 8.23 million for the month of May. CB consumer confidence, this was also a revision here to the downside. Originally, the prior print for June came in at 100.4. It was revised down here to 97.8. Our July print coming in well above that, and the estimate coming in here at 100.3. We also did have earlier in the day the S&P Case-Shiller housing price index composite on the year-over-year basis. This one coming in a little bit above expectations for the month of May, 6.8% versus the estimate of 6.5%. Both of these numbers are going to be a little bit below the prior number of 7.3%. Huge event to keep an eye on tomorrow. It's going to be the FOMC rate decision at 2 p.m. and the conference with Fed Chair Powell coming at 2:30. FOMC did release a statement saying that they have started their meeting today at 10 a.m. as planned. So we'll have to wait and see what happens tomorrow at 2 p.m. Should be an exciting day for both the market and the U.S. dollar, guys.
Irons right there as Nvidia just keeps on going to the downside. And my lovely wife right here just sends me this. Nvidia, you got to go lower. She's at the hair salon. It's starting to go to the downside here, Nvidia. So let's go, Nvidia, as we get ready to go to London. Eyebrows done, nails done, hair done. Credit card. Problem. There we go. Let's go. It's Nvidia, Neil. It's $1, baby. And again, it's on those share sizes one more time. We do it. Look, when you believe in your trade, we talk. Oh, no. When you believe in a trade, you have to. It's not that. I mean, I do like my color these days. I mean, I got some nice color there in the sun. We are waiting for a little makeup reload over there. So we got that nice Italian olive skin. Oh, boy. Maybe. All right. But there it is. Oh, that's Amazon. What am I even showing you guys Amazon for? Amazon's already been cleaned up. It's right here. There goes Nvidia to the downside. So, you want the hot dog cannon? All right. If I can find it. Where the heck is the hot dog cannon? There it is. All right. That's for you, Hamster One. Thank you, Artemis. I love everything you do as well. Yeah. I hope that you guys are enjoying yourselves today.
It's one of these in the market today.
Yeah, it is.
Got it. Yeah, well, I mean, I know the NASDAQ's only down 0.5%, but there is not a single green candle on the NASDAQ 15-minute chart.
What's that for, Ramin?
Not one. So, look,
that's fun.
Everyone's got to do their own style, but to me, staying green today has really meant just get out, be willing to get back in. Sometimes that's how it is. You know, you had that double top. We had the first short, stopped out, second short, stopped out, still holds VWAP, jump back into it. If you make a higher low, then it's 136.5 into 135. And so be it. That's just going to be, it is what it is. Still haven't gotten back into that Novavax, but we'll take our shot in that when it does come. Tesla, whether or not we get a chance to get back at this one, I don't know. Maybe it'll set up off VWAP for me, but that's fine. You know, today's been a good day. No questions asked about it. And, you know, catching bids has been dangerous. Wherever you are. The only stock right now that I'm looking to catch a bid on is Novavax. And that is, I call it a gimmick trade because down 10%, it's like a market mechanic thing. If it holds a bottom, sometimes you get a nice relief rally, especially if it's a heavily shorted stock like Novavax is. But it hasn't really given you much of a bounce. There was one off 13. You can see there was a good bounce off 13 even. It didn't really get to 12, but kind of a decent bounce off 12. And then if we get lower, I'm not thinking even dollar at the next low. It's down here. The last line of support is 1165 or so about 1150. If we lose 12, if the market loses 12 on Novavax, I'm going to look for a bounce play at that price. So it's either here at 12 or at 1160 with only 5 minutes to go. Hold on to your butts because we're headed to the downside. We'd love to see you in the chat. By the way, if you hear us talk about names in the chat, engage with people, you got to be a subscriber to be in the chat. So hit the like, hit the subscribe, and then Nader, we can talk all about JBLU. I haven't looked at JetBlue in a hot minute. I'm going to assume they're making some power moves here today because that's why you guys bring these up. 22% to the upside. There's a bull market somewhere. There's always something going up, even on a down day. This is what I like. This is what you call a nice parabolic move up. I don't wonder if it extends again. Sometimes I like the reversion trade. Just want to see what's going on with it on the daily. Oh yeah. 750 on the daily, once, twice. That's 4 times at this level. You break out 750 or 760. This is actually 760. I think it's got a lot of room to rally to the upside if it can go, but that's almost like a short till it ain't at $7.60. Good luck. You got a strong runner here, but it's running right into the top of resistance. I wouldn't be chasing it up here, seeing this daily chart.
Thanks to Bear vs. Bulls for bringing this to my attention. Mr. Westermeyer asking, do I mind if he ships the 8-ball today? Ship it ASAP. I will not be. I'd be disappointed if it comes while I'm gone, but not really. I'll be loving to see it when I get back. I'm only gone, so I cut the trip short because we got to come back and do another baseball tournament. I'm just gone all next week, and then there's a holiday in there as well. Or no, not for the U.S. I don't think there is. Is there? No. No, there's not. So 5 trading days. Yeah, if you can ship it here, that'd be absolutely fantastic. Please do it. Please do it. It'll give these guys some content, so that's great. Bring it in. Let's get that 8-ball going. Thank you again for all of that, man. It does mean a lot to all of us here. Again, all right, man. 10:57 right now. Sharif was a little bit. He showed me that trick about how many days there are in the month, right? And there's 31. So 31 here in July. So, like I said, man, it hasn't been the greatest month. I've had a great month, but it's been tough trading, and we'll see if the last couple days here can really get some P&Ls kicking, right? And so I feel like when that's the case, especially when it's a rough month, I feel like there's a lot of pushing near the end of the month to try to get certain numbers to where they are. I am not going to be a part of that. I don't do that. I'm just going to make the trades that I see, put them on, and so far so good here today when we'll have Uber will be the biggest one, Nvidia will be the second biggest one, and then Tesla will be the biggest hit. And if Amazon goes up, then we could have we'll have the top 3 P&L names, but also the worst one as well. So yeah, putting us right now red on the day. Let's see what happens with this Nvidia trade, and we'll go. So again, this month we've had 2 red days. So I don't plan on that being something today. We could have just even put on a small position for me, but large for others. We could have just put on 100 shares right here and been positive. So we're we won't talk about our net, but it's a couple Starbucks runs that we're down. So we are completely fine on that one. And that's it. What's up, Hey Davis? I don't know, man. We got a fundraise to go to Kentucky. It's only a 10-hour drive from here. We may go to that. Tonight I have Brian Shannon on the market recap show, which should be great. Come on, Nvidia. We scratched our itch right now. We talked about possibly being down on the day. That will change very, very soon. Come on, Nvidia. If we could just get back to where we've gotten filled. We're bidding right now. Why am I bidding 106.46? All right, I'm going to bid 106.50, see if we get that fill and put the rest to bed. So, hey, man, it's been a fantastic day, as Neil said right there. I'm sure as many of us can attest, not the most fantastic month, but the month is almost coming to an end right now. So that's good. Here we go. Come on, Nvidia right now. Push, push, push. Uber 30 cents, Amazon flat, Nvidia 65. There's only 30 seconds left.
It's 30 seconds, but the market is obliging us by making a fresh low right at 11 o'clock. And so a couple of things. We're breaking down on Procter. If we get one more push, we get low of the day, 158. ARM's about $1. We're looking for $1.50 to $2 on that trade. And there was a question in the chat saying Sean and Neil got some fresh cuts. I have to give some My brother was in town. They're flying out today. My brother and his 2 kids. They're staying with myself and my parents. My brother cut my hair for the first time since I was like 13 years old. And he did a pretty good job of it, I have to admit. When he did it when I was 13, it was so bad that my mom took one look at my head and said, "You're not going to school like that." She held me back from school and took me to the barber shop. But, at the end of the day, we were young. But I think you did a fantastic job. So thank you for noticing that we all got haircuts today. We appreciate you. Hey, it's Learn to Trade time. We're going to be back at 2 o'clock. Aftermarket, you're going to have Microsoft. You're going to have AMD. You're going to have Sean on the recap show, which should be a big one. But let's go get them, Sharif and Adara.
Good.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as That Midday Show. That is your girl, Adara, and I am Sharif. And we're going to wait for everyone on to weasel on over from the other stream. Callum Mitchell Miller, he's telling you, Adara, crowd, and easy short. Big Adam DeLuce, what's up, my man? Adam, shout out to you. Can't wait for you to be here as well. My man is coming to visit. Hey, Davis, Hamster, Cesar Sandoval. We got Saman Nourian. We got Blue Arrow stock up, a proper paradox. So we got Scott H as well. Let's go to you too, sir. Easy Trader, Francis de la Cruz, and enjoy fun with Josie. Huh? What's up, Ram? I took a video of you. Maybe we should show that video too. Rob Jenkins, Darius Goldan, Mr. Longshorts, and 1320 Wolf. Uh-oh, I'm getting notifications over here, Adara. Oh, we're short the triple Qs. Bang! Right away. We take like 40 pennies super quick on that. Shout out to the Katina man. What a move down. Oh no, the Katina. Sorry, bro. Your exuberance is rubbing off on me. Shout out to the Katina man. Doing the most in the best way there. Yeah, the market just went flush. That 100-point level on the NQ June contract went bang. And it's what is going on there?
I went short the SPY.
Wow. Everything's beeping up on this. Wow, everybody's yelling. I love it. I'm very excited.
Sorry,
Derek, get it.
Yeah, so basically what happened was, like I said, I like taking SPY shorts during when the market falls, and I like doing them when they're at dollar levels. So what happens? Imagine my delight, guys. Imagine the sheer delight on this here face when I look over and I see, oh my gosh, we're at a whole dollar level in the SPY. Do we test it? I watch the swivel. I watch the swaffle. We break below it. I get my order ready for 543. We come back, we get 543. Boom. And we get it all the way down here to 543.70s, 30 pennies on that SPY. How are you doing this morning, Sharif? Because I didn't get to also congrats on your trade.
Thank you. Congrats on yours as well. I know we kind of just like jumped into the trading right away without really. But I mean, Adara, everything is tanking on the Mag 7. Here is a look at the markets. Nothing is being spared at the moment. Nvidia is not being spared. I swear I looked over the Katina man today and I said the same thing to Brendo. I'm like, do we see $100 on the monster Nvidia by the end of the week? And if so, are you buying 100? I know I will add. I have a very small position left over pre-split. I will be adding a very small amount at said 100 should it come in. But that really is not the hype right now. We're about to touch 19,000 on the NQ September contract. It doesn't feel like anything is holding this market up. Green to red we go again. 19,020 right now. The low of day looking like it's going to get tested right now as we are going to print lower. And there it is. We continue to head down more. 19,000 incoming, baby. The weakness is palpable and nothing is being spared. Everything in Mag 7 world now negative, with Nvidia leading the way, Adara, aggressively 5 2/3 to the downside. Unreal.
Yeah, I'm just watching the SPY getting to another whole dollar level, and we just heard what I said about whole dollar levels on the SPY. I like to short them.
I like it.
But it's bouncing here, so I'm going to wait. No interest in getting involved here too early. Bears versus Bulls, shout out to you in the chat saying what a way to open the show. Holy cow. Yeah, you're not wrong. SPY, you want to SPY, you want to give me 542s? I'm a little bit more hesitant about this. I'm going to take smaller size because I feel like this 542 is a little bit bouncier. I'm going to be ready to punch, but I'm not going to punch. Okay, I mean now you did like three times the charm, SPY, okay? If we get decisively a little bit of a change in the tides here, I'll get out, but I did take a smaller position because I feel like this move could be a little bit more anemic. I want to see what we do here though as we get get into 542.20s. Yeah, okay. We're coming back down. Okay, SPY. SPY, wait for me, SPY. Now, okay, I don't really like what we're doing here. I want to see us get to that 5. Oh, okay, I mean, SPY. Thank you, SPY.
Yeah, get it, Adara.
I was like, I want to wait. I know it's being really wiffle-waffle here, but like I said, I find my trading, especially on scalps, is better if I don't give it like dollar levels for risk, if I just give it more what I see in the book. Took 10 pennies on the SPY, little baby scalp, pleased as punch with that trade. And that's what, Sean said, if you're not as confident in a trade, he was saying today he didn't love his look in the market at that time in the day. Look how things change, but take smaller size, right? So I have my eye on the SPY. I want to shout out Callum Mitchell-Miller mentioning CrowdStrike. I do have my eyes on CrowdStrike. That has been on my side chart, so that's the thing I'm looking at. I'm also looking at QXO, which is a Jared Kushner-backed company that dropped a cool 80% overnight because they filed some securities registrations. Also, I want to shout out as well. Shout out to Sean. He mentioned I'm going to talk about a little bit, get more into detail on my 1 p.m. trading thesis and how that came to be, but we're not going to do that yet. I just want to clarify. I will be talking about that, but right now, first, we're going to talk about the continuation gaps for our lesson du jour.
Yes, thank you for that excellent segue, Adara. I appreciate it. We are talking, yes, about those continuation gaps. Oh, there's nobody there. Hi. A synonym for these continuation gaps, they're known as runaway gaps as well. So if you haven't really heard the term continuation, you maybe heard runaway. Runaway. Do you know that one? Run away and say goodbye.
Yes, it took me a second to.
I know.
There's so many songs with runaway too. That that's a great theme for songs.
Yeah, because you usually punch outside your weight class. So I'm usually, I expect Adara to know everything. I have that expectation, well, it is what it is. All right, so let's get to work, baby. Traders, today we're focusing on continuation gaps, also known as runaway gaps. These gaps often signal a strong continuation of the existing trend. Would you believe that? Continuation gap signals a strong continuation. So let's understand these gaps. What are they first and foremost? A continuation gap, or again, a runaway gap, is a gap in the price chart that occurs within a trending market. It doesn't initiate the trend. It doesn't end the trend. It occurs within the trend, okay? So one thing I want to tell you about, we could see multiple of these continuation gaps within larger trends, especially. I'll show you that on the chart in a second. So unlike breakaway gaps, which often signal the start of a new trend, continuation gaps help reinforce the existing trend. Continuation, runway, same thing. So this is kind of what they look like here. So this is kind of all gaps explained. The reason I wanted to show this image is to show, where we are in gap world. So we talked about breakaway gaps first and foremost. We talked about the two different types of exhaustion gaps that you can get. We've also talked about common gaps and how they, they're quite bamboozling. This is the continuation gap. So if you were to pretend this chart here is a prolonged trend, let's pretend these are monthly candles. This is what you would see a continuation gap in. We're already moving up. We're not breaking through key areas of resistance or support, maybe local areas of resistance or support, but this happens within a trending market. It goes both ways, up and down. And here's what it looks like on the way up. There you go. You've got that continuation. You've got basically a trend up and to the right. A news catalyst comes in overnight, something that reinforces the trend. Get it, Adara.
Thank you.
And then it basically continues the move up. It doesn't end the trend, doesn't begin the trend, it reinforces the existing trend. Here's what it looks like to the downside. No real surprise there. We're making lower highs, lower lows on the downtrend. Boom, overnight, negative catalyst comes in, we're gapping lower. So what are the characteristics of these continuation/runaway gaps? Well, first and foremost, their size. Let's talk about what the typical size is. Continuation gaps, they do vary in size, so they can be a little bit bamboozling if you're trying to use this characteristic to judge it, but they often appear larger than common gaps, maybe a little bit smaller than initiation gaps. Nothing really discussed in the textbook with respect or comparing them to exhaustion gaps. So what I'd say about this is they're typically a little bit larger than common gaps, and they don't occur within this consolidation no trend phase. They occur within a trend, so you should be able to distinguish them from common gaps, given that they should be in a trending market. Timing. They typically occur after, not a long period of consolidation, but a minute or miniature period of consolidation or a pullback, again, within an established trend up and to the right or down and to the right. Volume, interesting one as well. Increased trading volume should accompany the continuation gap, indicating the strong buying and selling pressure that was obviously the reason, the precipice that we're gapping in the first place. And the price action usually continues the move in the direction of the trend. You don't want to see that gap get filled, nor do you want to see zigzagging, right? You can come back in to test the breakout area of the gap, but it should hold that area, and that's actually a trade we're going to talk about coming up a little bit shortly here. So size, they vary in size, but they should be larger than common. Timing, they occur after a small consolidation or a small pullback within an existing trend. Volume, you should see increasing volume on the gap, and the price action, it should continue in the direction of the trend. And this is basically how it would look over here. So the reason I selected this one is I want to show you within larger trends, you can get multiple runaway / continuation gaps. There's no requirement or, just there's no, strict rule that says one continuation gap per trend. No, you can get multiple ones depending on how prolonged the trend is, okay? And here is basically another continuation gap. We bottom out there at $1.30, $1.25. We start trending, so this is not, initiating the trend. It's just continuing the trend. So why do continuation gaps occur? So basically, there's a few reasons. Increased investor interest. So a surge in buying or selling interest can quickly push prices away from the recent levels, obviously creating that gap. But there's also, that overnight news, overnight negative news, positive news, whatever, related to an asset can trigger a rapid price movement. There's also, multiple different reasons as well. I mean, I'm not giving just asset related. It could be market related, whatever. And there's technical factors. For example, aggressive overbought or oversold positions could, trigger a lot of buy orders or sell orders, which could have the effect of creating a gap. So let's talk about trading these continuation / runaway gaps. We're going to talk about a couple of different trades here. We're going to talk about a pullback entry and a breakout entry. So let's start with the first one. We're going to talk about the pullback entry. So first and foremost, here what you're doing is you're waiting for a pullback to the gap where the gap broke out from. Okay, so if it's a long position, you're waiting for it to come back into that breakout gap. If it's a short position, you're waiting for it to come up back into that gap. Okay, and so the first thing to identify here, or the first step to do in this pullback trade, is identify areas of support and resistance. So after the gap, the previous support level often becomes resistance and vice versa. We know that a pullback to these levels can offer a good entry opportunity, and that's kind of what I'm trying to say there. And your retracement levels as well. You can use Fibonacci, using Fibonacci retracement levels can help identify potential support and resistance areas within the pullback. For example, a pullback to 38.2 or 50%, like we talked about, for wave 2 on wave 1 in Elliott wave theory. Who remembers that? Okay, so that is the first strategy. Wait for the gap to initiate, then wait for the price to retrace somewhere near the breakout level of the gap, and then look to get in there to defend that key area of support. That's one strategy. The other strategy, or here it is, sorry. So here we go. So this is, we're trending along. This is the initiation gap over here. It breaks us above a key area of support. We continue up, and here is the runaway / continuation gap. We gap up overnight. We move up to here, and then look what happens. We sell off for a couple days with multiple bottoming tail candles near the area where we gapped up. Oh, my monitor just went out, so I'll just give it a second here. We wait for it to basically come in to the breakout area, and then we buy it at that breakout area, and then what ends up doing is it ends up trending up. Now, what I would do is I would have my stop below the breakout candle. So this is the breakout candle over here. That's the candle that we gap up on. If I was to enter around right here, my stop would be in and around right there, because if we fill that gap, now I know my trade is no longer valid, right? This is probably a common gap as opposed to a runaway gap if this is to get filled. So my stop would go right below the candle over here. Now, let's talk about the breakout strategy, right? So we talked about the pullback. Now we're going to talk about the breakout. For more aggressive traders, consider entering on a breakout of the high of the gap of an uptrend, or breakdown of the low of the gap on a downtrend. I'll show you what I mean in a second. This strategy requires a higher risk tolerance because you're getting in at highs or getting in at lows. as there is a chance of false breakouts, right? So in this particular case, you're looking for volume confirmation to help alleviate some of the fake out breakout or fake out breakdown signals. You're looking for increased trading volume accompanying the breakout, which can help strengthen your signal. So where do you place stops? So I kind of showed you where to place stops on a particular pullback trade. There are, different methods to place these stops. So objective stop loss placement is important here. Instead of placing a stop arbitrarily below or above the gap, use support and resistance levels possibly here. In the case of an uptrend, place the stop loss below the nearest significant support level below the gap. For a downtrend, I would say the opposite. Place the stop loss above the nearest significant resistance level before the gap. So if you don't want to use the gap as your area stop, you can look for previous areas of key support or resistance preceding the gap. Okay, and then you can also employ volatility-based stops. What do we use for that? ATR, average true range. You consider using average true range to determine stop loss level based on market volatility. In case you want to know how to do that, go back to our lessons on average true range and true range, because we did both, where we talk about how to use that to place your stops. Profit targets. How are you going to weasel your way out of this trade? So first and foremost, you can use fibs. We did this entire week, 2 weeks actually, on Elliott waves, where we used fibs to gauge the retracements as well as project wave 3 based on the size of wave 1. And what did we say? We said 1.618 times the length of wave 1. So we've used fibs before to project profits, not just pullbacks. So keep that in mind. Fibs super helpful here. These can be used to identify potential profit targets based on the size of the gap. You can also use moving averages. Look for moving average crossover. For example, if the 10 crosses below the 20 on the time frame that you're trading, or the 20 crosses below the 50, whatever it is, that death cross, whatever moving average combination you're using, if it triggers, you can use that as well. And you should employ a risk to reward ratio. We're not going to tell you which one to use, but one of the more popular ones is 1 to 2, so that you can have winning or like 50-50 winning trades, or even less than 50-50, yet still be profitable. Last but not least, confirmation is key when it comes to trading these gaps, continuation or otherwise. While continuation gaps suggest a strong continuation in the direction of the trend, it's crucial to seek confirmation from other technical indicators. You can do things like RSI and MACD or moving averages that can help confirm the trend strength and the potential for further price movement. And just to leave you guys with a bonus tip, pay attention to the overall market sentiment when trading continuation gaps. A strong bullish or bearish sentiment can enhance the potential profitability of these trades today.
Yeah, and I think I want to shout out to Sharif there for that awesome lesson. Shout out to you.
Appreciate you.
And yeah, like what's great too is you can go back and build upon these lessons. We always talk about confluence. Shout out to someone in the back there. We talk about confluence. We talk about making sure you have confirmation signals. So go back and look at some of these other lessons, and that's one way you can find a way to marry all of these lovely little symbols and signals together. Also, I'm long CrowdStrike. I want to talk about it because if you would ask me this wording, hey, Adara, do you think you'll go long CrowdStrike? I might have laughed in your face. But I actually stand by this trade. Why do I stand by this trade? I will yap about it. I will say I wish I had a better entry, but I basically was watching this, and I want to shout out Kyle Mitchell-Miller, who was saying, CrowdStrike, easy short. And it was throughout the day. It kept giving you these 9 EMA rejections. But then you start to see, get a couple candles to the upside, get a skosh of bullishness. And I watched on the book. I initially was looking, I was interested in this starting at 233s. We could hold 233s. Couldn't get 233s, but I wasn't really trying. I was like, let's see what we do here at 233.50. We hold 233.50. I'm like, Adara, if you can get 234s, get your 234s. So we get 234s. I see that hold. I like it. I want it. I got it. Shout out to Ariana Grande and her song there, 7 Rings. There's not going to be like any kind of 7-figure, 7-ring trade over here on CrowdStrike. I took a really small position, but I am willing to add if we come up and we bounce here around that 235 area. I want this to be a big white whale trade. I want to have some blubber on this year trade in CrowdStrike. If we reject the 9 EMA, I will not love that. I will be really honest with you here. This is a level I put arguably too much emphasis on, so I want to be cognizant of that. If we come back and bounce off 234, I'm cool with CrowdStrike. I see you. I like you. I'm willing to give this one a little bit more risk, A, because it is a smaller position size, and B, it's CrowdStrike. It is a bit spreadier, it is a bit newsier, and it has this SSR bounce. So, I don't mind this at all. Right now, I like this trade, so we're gonna have to see if I continue to like this trade. But as you know, as Sean says, a shout out to Roaring Kitty because he is Roaring Catina as well. He likes the stock. I like CrowdStrike. Currently 50 pennies in the money, and as I said, willing to add as part of my plan. The reason I was whooping and wallering or hooping and whatever word you want to use during the lesson is Tesla.
Nice.
I want to talk about Tesla. So I said with Tesla, I'm purely doing book scalps. Obviously, chart levels will help you, but I'm only getting involved based on stuff I see in the book. Now, I watched Tesla as it came into 226. I've been waxing poetic about 226 for a while now because 226 was a bit of a gap area on the daily chart. I did not think in any world we'd get to 226 today. But then the markets happened. The markets were like, world, here I am. So I basically like this. I got involved here as a long scalp. When I said to Dara, this 226 bounce, if you can get anything around here, will be interesting. We start bouncing off 50s. I see us hold 60s, pop up, then get back there. I got long 66. I was initially willing to get out 227, so I was willing to take 34 pennies on this. We could not get to 227. I said to Dara, maybe you have to piece some out, save a piece for the dream. As I cancel that order, Tesla pops above 227. I'm like, Tesla, you want to give me more than what I wanted? You, Tesla? Okay, so I ended up getting out half the position at 227.08, so took roughly like just over 40 pennies on that, got the rest out at 227.30. Please just punch with that trade. Those are the only trades I've been involved in since the lesson. We're $1 in the money in CrowdStrike.
Wow.
So I'm gonna have to see if I can CrowdStrike while the iron's hot and add to this position, depending on what I like here at the 9 EMA. But I don't want to add into oblivion either. I'm willing to just let this baby run with my very small position. Please just punch on CrowdStrike. Also, really quickly before we chat with Sharif here and Benziga, I want to say, because I know Sean had mentioned here my 1 p.m. rules, and he said, Darryl will talk about it. I will talk about it. So my thing with 1 p.m. rules, and it was Sean had commented something in the chat, and I agreed with this yesterday, is you don't want to be taking trades based on time of day. So, right, you want to see, it shouldn't matter as long as you have movement and price action. What I've noticed, though, is like I said, I get a little bit sleepier. I'm a naturally tired person, which is a fact that is understandably, I think, shocking to some people, but I am. Sharif can testify. Oh, yeah. I do get a little bit sleepy around that 1 p.m., 2 p.m. hour. So for me, it's less about the time of day specifically and more just the mental changes. And I think the same way that you're going to be cognizant if you are short biased, if you're long biased, I want to be cognizant of tired bias. Trademark. No, I'm joking. It's not trademarked. But so for that in mind, that's why I like to implement my trading strategy. I would notice I would go from like green to red back when I used to look at my P&L when I was like taking these trades after 1 p.m. unless I did tons of due diligence. I've noticed the trading after 1 p.m. and when I'm more tired has changed substantially for the better since I've started implementing these rules. Again, not perfect, but just something I've been keeping in mind. So I wanted to shout that out. And that's when I talk about my tired trading rules, that's kind of the impetus for those. So I want to shout out Sean for encouraging me to talk about that. CrowdStrike, you got a shout out too, because you're still you're $1 in the money. I may add, I want to, thank you, I appreciate that. I don't want to get too greedy and add, but I want to see what we do at 235s. How are you doing?
We're good. Are you tired of being late to the trade? Are you always playing catch up in the market? Are you missing out on the big moves because you're too slow to the news? Benziga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everybody else. Pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving and join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Are you ready to see how Benziga Pro can transform your trading? Visit benzinga.com/pro and get yourself that free 14-day trial. Free. Did I say free?
You did.
I did say free. That's good. All right, so I'm keeping an eye. Let's bring in, look, guys, I don't have small caps today because there's just way too many different names running, but I do have a side chart that doesn't include the Mag 7. And here we go. We've got Crowd, we've got NVAX, we've got Affirm, PayPal, Lumen, Merck, or Mercked. My mic pack is Mercked because Ram is over here trying to take care of it. We also have Tilray as well. All of these guys really coming off their either lows or highs, depending on whether they were bullish or bearish. Lumen, I sent you that thing there, Neil. I don't know if you saw it in the chat. You saw it, no worries. Because Lumen did have a deal with this company. I'll tell you in a second over here because I did send it to Neil. Here it is. The Lumen company is going to do something with Cornish or something like that. Anyway, there is a deal here that involves Lumen. As a result, they're up nicely on the day. LUMN, we'll keep tabs on that. Let me just see what they're up. Yeah, they're up 49 some odd percent, well off the high though at 344, trying to hold the volume weighted average price at 2 3/4. So good look there. I'm keeping an eye on this one, seeing if it's tradable. MERK is coming into the 10 exponential on the 5. This is an earnings loser. They are not doing all that well. I should probably behooves me to put Pfizer on here too, because they reported, and keep an eye on Pfizer. I need to remove these pivot points because they're distracting. There we go. So Pfizer also coming in to that 20 exponential and getting a topping tail candle. So I'm really interested in here on NVAX, interested on Crowd because it's at the 10 as well, and interested on MRK. They're all kind of the same look. You can see they're all down and to the right, and they're all three touching the 10 exponential or the 9 or whatever you're trading off right now on the 5 minute. Neither one is breaching. A bit of a topping tail candle or a doji candle right now on Crowd. So we'll see how this one ends up manifesting. Adara's printing up a storm on that. We're going to shout her out. And MERK breaking through the 10 exponential on the 5 right now. I think, well, if this one does like Pfizer and moves all the way up into the yellow line there at 116, and 3/4, touches a 20 exponential, I'm going to get short on this one. I can just already tell you by how it's trading, it's quite rangy, but that's not a surprise to me because the liquidity on these names not going to be all that great. So keeping an eye on all these names. There's lots to talk about today, including the Mag 7. Obviously, I was looking at 19,000 to see whether or not we got a bump up. And let me tell you, this is one hell of an anemic bounce off a key 1,000 point level. I would have expected, if there was any bids to be had right now anyway, that this 19,000 level would have been bid up a little bit more. We didn't even get to the 10 exponential on the 5 at 19,060. We can't even breach that third. That 19,040 area. We're still hanging out in the 30s. So this looks like a dead cat bounce to me on the future. I'm not going to trade it, but we'll keep an eye on it right here. The Mag 7 names have been quite bamboozling to me as of late, and that's why I've loaded up these bad boys over here, Adara, to see if I can trade a little bit better on some non-Mag 7 names.
Yeah, so I did have an update in the chat. Now the position board is correct. So when I added to CrowdStrike, it didn't reflect my new average. It was 234.59, but I'm pleased as punch to say I took $1 out there when we got to 235. So I am now, that is correct. I want to see what we do here at 235s. We are whiffling and we are waffling. Happy I added, and to clarify, I added because I saw that 90 MA bounce. Just so we get a little bit lower, we get near 234s. And I say, Adara, don't panic sell. This is part of your plan. It's part of your plan, Adara. So the plan so far is going according to plan. If I do not see some nice hustle and bustle back up of that 235 very soon, though, CrowdStrike, I'm going to have to strike where the iron's hot and get out of this trade. The way we're building, though, on the book, I actually think we could.
Nice.
We could. I appreciate that. I think we could, like the way we're having these higher lows on the book, I think there is a potential for a nice little breakout of that 235 if we get it. As you know, we got it earlier and we topping tail candled. So, okay, CrowdStrike, I clapped, but I'm a little bit confused here. We break above that 235, but in a way that is kind of, to use a Sharifism, a skosh anemic. I want to wait and see if, I think we're going to get out of this position. You got to feel confident. I felt way more confident about this trade earlier, and I'm willing to get back in if we keep bouncing off the 90 MA, but it's like, Adara, you already added, which again, there's potential for that in the way I planned the trade, but this has already been of not necessarily your favorite trade. Just get out here, or favorite type of trade, I mean, because I am proud of what I did here generally with CrowdStrike. I just want to get out if we can get back. I think I have my order here at 86s, so that would be, again, not massive profit here compared to where I got in the rest of that position, but I just do not want to be here anymore as CrowdStrike gets back here below. CrowdStrike, please fill me. Sincerely, Daryl Page. Again, this is a really small position we have left from that ad, so let's see what we do here. If you don't feel good about something, if you've changed your mind on how you see that position, you don't want to turn a winner into a loser, which is like, CrowdStrike, can you please hear what I'm trying to say here and let me out? Should have gotten everything out at 235s, but woulda, coulda, shoulda. Let's see what we do here. I want to see what we do if we get back to this 234 area. That being said, I would love if CrowdStrike would just fill me and let me out. That's my, I'm going to stop ranting about CrowdStrike because I have said the words CrowdStrike way too many times in the past, minute, even 30 seconds, potentially. So yeah, those topping tail candles should have been aside. You learn, you grow, and you learn. AMD here, what are you doing, AMD? Because I saw someone mentioning AMD. AMD a little bit interesting at this 137.40 area. I liked 141s yesterday, but that has come and gone and been in the mist. So I don't even know if that's a level worth chatting or looking at as of right now. That was a level we kind of got up to here, then lower highs, and we quadunked. Let's see if AMD can make some higher lows, which it looks like it wants to do. Higher lows, CrowdStrike, you hear that? No, I'm joking. It's fine. We're still above 234s. I'm going to let him, okay, as I say that, trying to get a little dicey here. Come on, CrowdStrike. Let's be good to Adara. Like I said, I'm giving this one a little bit more leeway because we are still near that 234s. I'm not seeing anything in the book to make me run for the hills quite yet. Also, if you have any tickers that you're looking at that make you want to run for the hills or run right into the trade, get in that chat, exclamation point, join space, $, whatever tickers your fancy. I'm going to have to go deal with my friend CrowdStrike because we might have struck out on that ad. How are you doing?
No worries. We just took like a nice 25 penny winner on MRK,
Nice.
A retracement off the 10 exponential. It's still dojiing at the moment right now on the 5, so I'm trying to pack my patience with the remaining balance here. If we get a little bit deeper, I'm definitely, is that a word? Definitely? I'm definitely going to be looking to short again at the 20 exponential on the 5. The reason I keep looking back and forth is because the 20 exponential, I'm trying to determine where that level is at 116 and 3/4. So I would definitely be interested in that level. If we can continue to come back down, I'll take out this entire position and then I'll look to get in again at 116 and a half and 3/4 in and around that level. I'd like to see if it can work its way down there. NVAX is kind of the same look right now that I'm seeing on MRK, where we retrace into the 10 exponential, don't breach it, and then we're not really selling all that aggressively. So we'll keep an eye on that. I do like this trade though, but I got to tell you, if not CrowdStrike, excuse me, CRWD, here's what I'm going to do. Here's a plan. So if we break above 115.75, I'm going to risk about 35 pennies left with a small amount that I have. If we make a new candle above this doji candle right here, that's going to be the end of my trade. And then I will be looking to get in at 116, and a half, 70, where it depends on where it really holds up. Sometimes it doesn't breach the 20 exponential, sometimes it does. So we're going to pack our patience on this one and see what we can get. And here it is. It's breaking above that 75 penny level. So we'll get out there for a very small loss on that remaining amount. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up my other short, like I talked about. I'm going to put it at 116.50. Call me crazy. But that's exactly what I'm doing right now. Crazy. Thank you, Dara. I appreciate it.
I'm joking.
Right?
Funny.
We're going to set up a short on the Mercked one. 116. Yeah, sorry.
I like it.
I had to, Adair. I mean, it set me up there. So here we go. We're putting in that short. We're sitting there waiting for this bad boy to come in. We'll see what we get, and we will not get upset. So keeping an eye right now on NVAX as well, as it's also breaking through the 10 exponential on the 5 in the same way that MRK is. But look how CrowdStrike rejected the 10 exponential on the 5. So that is something to keep an eye out on, right? One here, obviously, or two of them, sorry, is an earnings play. One is obviously a bad news catalyst. So make the distinctions there. I guess, maybe some individuals looking to buy into MRK at these levels. We'll have to wait and see. Interesting look, though, on all of them right now. Pfizer as well, trying to weasel its way, and it did actually weasel its way back into the volume-weighted average price. I've got a lot of biotech on today, not by design. I guess just so many reported. And, sometimes that happens also with retail and banks. They all kind of report at the same time. So unsurprised there. Look at this level, though, on Pfizer. This is the 930 and 935 lows there at $30.60. It's up. Excuse me. Also, the volume-weighted average price. This is a really good area to get short. At least that's kind of how I see it. So let's take off the Cybertruck over here and put on the blue-pilled man. Over here, because that's what they're known for, Adair. So it's not our fault.
It was just the way that you said it was entertaining to me.
Right? Yeah, I meant it to be. We're on a shelf.
Yeah, of course. So I laugh.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm keeping an eye on Pfizer. I like it here around the volume-weighted average price. What's the price on Pfizer right now? So that 60 penny area, we're right there. So I'm going to give it the old community college try short on Pfizer right here, Adair.
Yeah, I'm trying to give it. Sorry, I just said the yeah because I was like. Tesla. Also, shout out to you and all your biotech stocks. Maybe they all be profitable and may you prosper in all of them, because we love shout outs here on Trader TV Live and on this desk. I am attempting, emphasis on attempting here, this Tesla short. I am in this short. I was waxing poetic about this Tesla 226. Honestly, for the last few days, I waxed poetic again this morning because we actually had an opportunity to get into that level. Took that long scalp on this earlier. Now, I took a smaller position on this short scalp of the 226. Why was it a smaller position? Because initially, I wanted that first 226 breakout. I missed it. So it was all good. I took 15 pennies on this. Am I like super enthused about this trade? No, because I could have done better. I should have probably given it a little bit more, and I should have, I don't know, you got to risk to make rewards. So a scared trader is a deficient trader. 15 pennies is, of course, not like, I'm not going to cry myself to sleep over it. I still took profit. But Adara, do better and learn and grow. That being said, we had the 226 break that I wanted, but what I'm seeing as well are higher lows on the book. I watched what we did at 225.50. We held that so beautifully. I was like, Adara, if you break below 225.50, you punch short so quickly you can't even breathe. That was a really intense analogy. But we bounced off 225.50. Looks like we're bouncing off 225.50 again. I think that Tesla might try to make a bit of a reversal here. So I'm not getting involved in either direction. If we get back to 226 and we bounce this time, somebody's getting long. Like I said, I'm willing to play these directions in either level. When I showed out Sean in his sticky note, Sean will have his levels and he'll tell you what direction they'll go in. But sometimes he flips the style up if the stock provides reason to do so, like what he did in Tesla today. So for me, when I have my levels, I generally like to be like, do I like this level? Why do I like this level? Levels. So for me, Tesla, this 226 is a level. That's my verdict on that.
Bang.
But let's see what else we've got going on here. Nvidia is always getting mentioned in the chat because it is the monster, as Sharif has nicknamed it. I don't know, I said the word nickname like that. But Nvidia, I said nicknamed.
I didn't even hear it.
I emphasized the syllables kind of weirdly. Gotcha. But yeah, we were rejected here off the 90 MA. We've done so a couple times, but we have a slightly higher low. NVDA could be an interesting one to watch. CrowdStrike. I put this in the chat, but just to say out loud as well, I ended up taking a 30 penny hit on my add to this, but I'm still up on the name because I took $1 on the first half of my position. Not looking at P&L, that's just like math. Like I said, I feel like hiding the P&L has been good for me mentally, but you do know when the hits have been taken. CrowdStrike looking kind of similar to Nvidia to me, and that we have higher lows, but clear 90 MA rejections. I am kicking myself a little bit for CrowdStrike because I feel like I crowd-struck out, but thank you for the bang button there, by not looking at these topping tail candles and being like, Adara, take everything out at 235. But it's all good, baby. Generally, this CrowdStrike position was a dream, and I'm proud of how I executed it, so good times there. What is anyone else looking at here? Why is Nvidia not crashing at 103 with a huge red candle? Yeah, I don't know. Nvidia could be, like I said, curly for something higher, not higher, lower. We do have these lower highs, so I think Nvidia, if it comes down, that could be a nice big old crash. Tesla, I see you below that 225.50 I mentioned. You gonna come back and retest? Because if you do, I might join you. Also, guys, get in that. Sorry for cutting.
This is
get in the chat and vote! Exclamation point! Join space $, whatever tickers your fancy. How are you doing in Pfizer? And how is that dollar club going?
No, so I wanted to mention something. Like Adara, when she comes back from the big desk and she's coming to set up right over here so we can start trading for the midday. Mm-hmm. She'll have, I don't know if you have the level 2 or your Tesla up there, but you're like, Tesla.
I do every day.
I'll short you. Come to me, Tesla. And she does all this stuff, and it's great.
Every day I have the Tesla level 2 just permanently up here because I just like to see what it does.
I love it, though.
You know what I mean? If I see movement on the book that I'm not going to see in the chart, I'm like, hey, let's get involved, especially because, as I said, I've had a little bit of a better time. Again, not a perfect time, but a better time here with Tesla since I've started looking at the book more. So yeah, interesting look.
Makes sense.
But yeah, I do coo at it like that.
She threatens it.
I do.
Well, in a nice way though.
Kindly.
She's like, Tesla, I'll short you. Don't even
That's exactly what it is.
Right. Yeah. Shout out to the Katina Man. What's going on over there?
Uber now $1.
The Katina Man's $1 in the money on Uber. Let me guess, 62.44. All right, give me the sticky note, Katina Man. Here we go. I've been past the sticky note. Uber, 64.50 short sale. Breakdown here, look weak. Short sale. Shout out to the Katina Man, printing up a storm. He's $3 in the money on the monster Nvidia as it is tanking up a storm. Look at this on Nvidia. I think we see $100 by the end of the week, dude. I don't know. Maybe I want it to be there because I want to add, but that's genuinely how I feel. I think, the monster Apple, the dead one Apple yesterday, basically disclosing that they are using tensor processing units, TPUs, made by Google. maybe has the market worried that Nvidia's dominance over these data centers and AI data centers specifically maybe not as dominant as they thought, because I don't know, Apple, they're kind of important. So we'll see if others follow their lead there. All right, let's go back into the Pfizer trade. I'm 5 pennies out of the money on this trade. We're still below the volume weighted average price. Elon's like, yo, bro, don't short my position. Elon, I think you might be right here because we're not getting that VWAP rejection. I also liked the double bottom over here at $3.60. We come up into that area, we reject it. We're not clearing the area by any means, but we're waffling at the area. I've already got my beak wetter in the low 40s to see if we get that kind of... Thank you. If we get that move down. We've been zigging and zagging. I think I'm going to hold on to this position. I like it. We'll see exactly what we get. I'm going to get stopped out if it breaks 71. That's my stop. So if it breaks above this area over here where we're consolidating and holding, then my trade is no longer accurate in my humble opinion. Mark Knight. I'd love to add some Nvidia long term around $90. Look, Mark, I'm not bringing the $100 level because it's nice and round and it's $100. No, I genuinely saw price action support, formerly resistance on Nvidia at the $100. Obviously, it was pre-split, right? Here's what I'm talking about. This double top over here. Sorry, what's it called? The pivots are distorting everything. Let me get that out. Here, this level right here. Right at this $95, $97 area, right? And the reason I was thinking 100 as well, like I gave the example to Brendo this morning. I'm like, I wanted to add into Caterpillar after I got out in the 360s and 350s. I wanted to add at 300. It didn't come back into 300, even though there was obviously a price action resistance there. You would have assumed it would have come back in to test it, but sometimes the market is so exuberant, it just doesn't make its way back down there. So I'm going to be all eyes on $100. If it comes into 90, I'd love that even more. I think that the actual resistance level is not so much 100 marked, but it's 95. Like, look at these double tops over here. So shout out to you. I hope you get what you need there. And if that's $90, it's $90. Print up a storm and let me know how it goes. Let's see. Mr. Longshorts, gap fill is around 95. Yeah, basically what I was just saying. Shout out to you. But, I feel like, there may be some buyer exuberance. I see 96, says Paula. And again, Paula's absolutely right. We're talking about, nickel and dimes here based on the long-term move of this stock. So for Pfizer, are y'all looking to the downside or upside on the scalps? Lucas Chavez says, I'm looking short at these levels. I'm still not printing. Elon, on the other hand, in the chat is looking long. I don't want to speak for him. I think he is long at these levels. So let me know exactly how you're looking at it, Lucas. Are you looking down or are you looking up? Right now, I see all the Mag 7 names headed to the downside without exception, including the dead one, Apple. They're all in negative territory. Lots and lots and lots of weakness on the day today at Dara.
Hashtag the dead one.
The dead one?
Yeah, so SPY, I was like, I like my whole dollar level shorts on the SPY. So I missed this one on the 541, and that's because it was wiffle waffling, so I was too wiffle waffling. We rejected a couple times. We could get to 541 10s and sell off. Yeah. I could have been a little bit more involved, but it's all good, baby. If we come back to 541 and have a little bit of a rejection, a chop, and a churn, I might get back involved. But I want to talk about Tesla. I mean, people, you could argue I always want to talk about Tesla. That wouldn't be inaccurate. I do like talking about Tesla. As Sharif says, I sit down and I'm like, hey, Tesla, just so you know. There was a ScarJo rapper who was in the chat like, oh, was Dara one of the girls in The Shining? Yeah. Hello, Danny. Have you seen The Shining? Like the twins?
I haven't, but like,
oh my gosh, so they go to the hall.
scary.
Hello, Danny. It's me like, hello, Tesla. Yeah, oh my gosh, okay, Fabian's doing a scarily accurate version of the kid in The Shining.
Quite good, Fabian.
But yeah, I want to, basically I took this short. I liked it. Like I said, whole dollar breaks. We had the 225. We waffled. I got short. We'd already broken back down and retested, right? Which, like I said, is always going to be my impetus. I want to see a retest. We retest. I'm like, okay, cool. We're selling off. I got short, I want to say 99s, 224 99s. We get to 224 90s, then we pop aggressively up into 20. So I got out, lost about 25 pennies on this. happy I tried it because I saw stuff I liked. Should have managed the risk better. Should have waited for a couple more retests. I'd rather miss the trade than be early because sometimes you have to miss the trade to make the trade. All that good stuff. Tesla, what are you doing at 50s? Because like I said, I like whole dollar and 50-cent levels. I've noticed as well, like I said, Tesla yesterday was doing something crazy every time it would get to 20-cent level. I'm noticing that 20-cent tug of war a little bit less today, though it just gave me that on 224.20. So where we get to those 20s, we hold, we whiffle, we waffle, we break down, try to hold the whole dollar level, and we fail it. So just some stuff I'm noticing from my book reading my Tesla. So yeah, The Shining is a great movie. Shout out to Chelsea Ashley on this. Let's see what's going on here. Nvidia 100 by the end of the day. A lot of people mentioning E-long, says a proper paradox. Yeah, I mean, Tesla could be an E-long for me if we hold on to this 224.50, always on a scalp basis. But like I said, I like to see what we do with these whole dollar and half dollar levels for all stocks, but especially anything I'm going to tape scalp, so your SPYs or your TSLAs. What are other people looking at here? If you want to get involved in any stock and you want to have La Big Kahunas, look at it on their show. Get involved in that chat, exclamation point, join space, $, whatever tickers your fancy, because you do have to, this is our new segment brought to you by Real Trading. We want to give back to our viewers, but if you want to vote, you actually do have to be a member. We're not a member, you have to subscribe. So hit that like and subscribe button, and also be sure to check out a little, self-plug here, the week ahead, because you can actually look at that throughout the week to find out what earnings are reporting, what names are reporting, what economic events are happening. I like to give little insight sprinkled in there as well. So check out that week ahead, even during the week as well, to get a little bit of an update on what is going on there. But yeah, shout out, thank you for that button there. Nvidia capitulation, says Sim King. I'm seeing a lot of Nvidia here, but Tesla did come back to retest and reject my 224.50. So I'm going to be keeping all eyes on T to the S to the L to the A. If anyone has any tickers they want me to look at, let me know, because I'm trying to look at some other things as well. But just working on my book scalps right now.
And I want to shout out your week ahead video, guys. It's super important, this type of video, especially in earnings season when there's just so much to trade. Adair organizes the entire thing, what to look for, what to expect in terms of earnings and stuff like that. So I want to shout out Adair. I think it's one of the better videos that we put out there, no question, especially during this earnings season. So much to keep track of. I know that I get lost in the sauce sometimes. Shout out to he is the one. He is Kenobi. The chat. Oh, shout out. There it is. Thank you very much, Fabian. Adara's video.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, there it is. And let me tell you, 2 days worth of editing on this video, Adara. Lots and lots of work.
Shout out to Fabian.
Yeah, absolutely. So shout out. It's a long video. I know. Well, it's 11 minutes. I mean, but 11 minutes in editing world, we know that that's big boy. So shout out to the best production team on YouTube. All right, I got stopped out of my Pfizer trade, so looks like this one's continuing to go up, but Elon, it found a bit of a top here. So if we reject off this level again, I'm going to get in. This is an obvious area of price action resistance. Maybe I should have given myself a little bit more room, but I think I got in a little bit too early there. So I'm going to pack my patience to see if, it is coming down here, Elon. Oh, maybe I should get back in. I'm already in a short on Merck. And this is a good look right now on the Pfizer lift. So we'll get short again here, try to ride this bad boy back down. We'll see if it's just a momentary VWAP pop. I'll put my stop on the top end. So if we make a new high above 75, that's going to be the end of my trade there. Let's go. There we go. All right, so we'll put that one in. And I'm still waiting on Merck. Merck is at the 20 exponential on the 5, and that's why I got short there. We shorted this one earlier at the 10 exponential on the 5, and here it comes. Come down, Merck. Let's go. I'm waiting. Let's go, Mr. Merck, and there it is. Bang! We're printing on this one, Adara. Nicely, 30 pennies in the money here on the Mercked one. Let's go, Mercked one. All the way down.
Let's go, Mercked one.
I don't know why I'm in a good mood. Bang! More profits down.
Sherry, what are you talking about?
Down to the down. What? I don't even know what I'm saying, Adara. Go Pfizer, you little punk. There we go. We'll get more. We'll get more revenge on the Pfizer one. Shout out to the blue pilled company, and they do have the blue pill. I showed you. Remember, we did. I'll prove it right now.
The Pfizer one.
Pfizer. All right, I'm having a good time, guys. I'm sorry. I'm yelling up a storm. I hope I'm not annoying anybody.
For your enthusiasm.
Yeah, I'm having a good time, Adara. It's not a bad day. It's Tuesday in the middle of the week. Nothing's going on, and it's humid as hell outside. It's humid in here too. So Katina Man's laughing because he knows what's up. Yeah, you not find it humid in here? It's ridiculously humid in here. Yeah, and outside.
I love the energy. I love everything you guys are doing.
I appreciate you, Katina Man. So very happy with this trade. Let's see what else we're doing now. We're still in the Pfizer short. I want to wet my beak a little bit more. Let's wait at the 40s here, Dare.
Yeah, I'm back in Tesla, surprising probably no one. This is going to be a pretty small position. I just kind of got out about 10 pennies there. I want to see us hold 225s, but the bounce we had was a little, to use a Sharifism, anemic. Maybe it needs a shot from Pfizer or Merck. Merck getting Mercked there by Sharif. I want to shout that out. But I love, shout out to the Pfizer one and the Mercked one. Tesla, this is another trade where I should have had more patience with TSLA. Should have waited to see a little bit more. Maybe like take out part, add. I need to work on my patience, even though it is a book scalp and I'm trying to trust my read a little bit more. There was nothing definitively telling me to run for the hills like I did. In fact, the fact we bounced off 224.80s, which was a level I was watching, you should have added Adara. So for shame, Adara. But pat yourself in the back for getting involved. You took a little bit of profit and you're ready to learn, which I think is one of, I'm going to stop talking to myself now. But I think if you could learn a little bit from every trade, that's something I'm working towards. I think that is certainly pretty, huge. Also, AI. I love this. Saying, Sharif, you regularly refer to the big kahunas in the morning and closing shows, but Obi routinely stands in and features on these shows. Can we please confirm that Obi is now a big kahuna? I just noticed in the chat you did confirm, but shout out to Obi, who has now apparently been officially named a big kahuna.
Sorry, Dare,
there by Sharif, the professor himself. Wow, CrowdStrike.
Oh, he said he's a lad, not a gent.
Oh, he's a lad, not a gent, apparently. So CrowdStrike breaking here, continuing to the downside. These shorts are crowding in. I would love to see a 9 EMA rejection as an impetus for a short here. I don't think I'm going to get one. Let's see what we do if we come back to 232s, because I did watch that breakdown on the book. Should have gotten involved, but coulda, shoulda, and woulda. The thing to be aware of with CrowdStrike, and that's what I tried to take advantage of when I was involved in this position, CrowdStrike really enjoyed its SSR bounce. It enjoyed its time in the sun. It enjoyed to have a good moment. So I would say with CrowdStrike, be very cognizant of the fact that that thing can fly, because I watched that move up here, and I only got involved kind of in the latter half of that move up. But just be cognizant with these SSR names, you're not always going to get that bounce. But when you do, to shout out our newest big kahuna, oh boy. So, yeah, let's be aware of that. Callum Mitchell-Miller says he's actually looking at CrowdStrike 200 considering the news, or sub 200. Today, we'll have to wait and see today. I mean, it is continuing to sell off, but as I said, that bounce could certainly be worth noting here. Let's take a look at AMD. Because AMD, our old pal AMD, like I said, AMD at that 37.40 rejection. I noticed this one as it came to the 9 EMA, still rejecting, just continuing to the downside. I just wanted to give some other chips some love. So shout out to AMD. Tesla looking like it still wants to bounce off that 224.50s. I don't know why this is a level for Tesla, but I won't ask questions. I won't ask Questless. I shout out to Questlove of the Roots because I accidentally just dropped his name there, I guess. But let's see what Tesla does here, 224.50s. This is an area I've been interested in. I'm seeing a lot of mentions of AMD, Nvidia. If anyone wants to look at any other tickers here, either get in the chat and vote for the afternoon segment, exclamation point, join space, $, whatever tickers are fancy, or tag us and let us know, because we want to look at some other tickers for you guys too. I know Sean was long Starbucks, so he's sipping on some profits. Can I guess where you went long, Sean, on Starbucks? Did you get long at 74.95? Oh, did you get long 74.90s?
Uh-oh.
Did you get long 74.85s? 87, so Sean got involved in your low of day here, and Starbucks, he's sipping on some profits in a big venti cup. So good look there. I got too excited about my Starbucks now, so I'm going to have some water. What are you looking at, Sharif? I see, how'd the Pfizer one go?
It went well. Blue-pilled company. We're out of this one. Took about 20 pennies there off the top. I had the right idea. Stopped out top wick. That's frustrating there. Got back in when we saw what we wanted. I mean, I would have rather added at this level ex post facto looking at it now. Why? Because if I'm going to have my stop like 2 pennies above the critical area of resistance, what the hell is the point in that? Of course it's going to get pushed out. That doesn't make any sense to me. So thank you, Katina Man. So I'm going to have to, rethink the stop placement on something like this. I'll journal about this a little bit later.
Aggressive journaling?
Yeah, I like when you say that because it's like, I can just imagine you.
Yeah, furiously typing.
You type. Okay.
I type.
You
Yeah,
type.
I should handwrite my journals. I mostly type them because I'll like do them on the go. But yeah, shout out to aggressive journaling.
Yeah, so basically I should have had it somewhere in the mid 80s, above the 80, 82, whatever, something like that, especially since the area that I was really looking at was this area over here, 70 pennies. So this was a mistake on my part for that initial out. I should have been adding rather than removing there. So that's my mistake. Yeah, Elon, hi, Sharif, watch out for that long downtick. I see it, dude. That's why I got out of there. I liked this area specifically, Elon, because we had an area crest here. Former area of resistance becomes support. It's a higher low too, Elon. So the whole point was a VWAP local area rejection. I don't know, I should say at this point. I'm unsure whether we retrace or whether we reclaim some of the pre-market movement that we had in Pfizer today. This was up, by the way, guys. When they released earnings in the pre, it did pop up on the algo spike and then ended up getting sold off. But I got to tell you, this has nothing to do with the intraday trade. I'm very interested on this name. I've been around long enough in the pharmacy business to know that these guys are monstrous heavyweights. It's not always going to be your time in the sun. There's going to be other people's time in the sun as well, their companies, but I just don't think you can keep them down. I think they have a good product pipeline, and we might be getting that oral GLP weight loss drug, and there will be plenty of interest in that because people do not like injecting themselves subcutaneous or otherwise. They do not like it. So I'm keeping an eye on Pfizer. I definitely want to add it to the long term. Shout out to you, Elon. Great trade for you, and I hope you print up a storm on that side of the screen. Keeping an eye on MRK, another earnings loser today. Didn't do as well as the street was expecting. They did good in some areas, but most areas no. I want to see if we make a new high above 117. If we don't, that'll be a dead cat bounce, and I'll look to take this short below 115.50, an obvious area of now resistance, now support. Previous area resistance, now support. I'm looking at the 1. So MRK trading on the New York down 9.25 at this point. Let's see what else is afoot. I'm unlikely to trade these Mag 7 names. CrowdStrike is getting shellacked. Shellacked, 11% today. This thing is headed back down. Again, if you don't know why, it's not really the outage this time. It's Delta looking to exact revenge. No, they are looking for financial compensation to the tune of about up to $500 million. That can fundamentally influence your quarter. From a balance sheet perspective, that's why everybody is worried, and it sets a precedent. If Delta sues and they get something out of it, a settlement, maybe even a first instance decision in lower court, that could be the floodgates, man. That could be more people coming in, and it could be you're on the hook here, CrowdStrike. You can't just send people gift cards and expect that that's going to be good enough.
Is that what they did?
Yes. So that's not a good look there. Yeah. Anyway, so Crowd in a lot of trouble. And this is not financial advice, but, if you're going to get at a CrowdStrike and you want to be in cybersecurity, where are you going to put your money? Keep your eye on Zscaler, Snow. Those are names as well, Adair.
Yeah, Fortinet too. Fortinet reporting pretty soon, so keep an eye on FTNT. Also, shout out to Dan Emmons, who was saying this right as I was kind of looking at the cues too, so I like the timing of that, because I was like, we see a bit of a curl. And Dan Emmons saying, oh my God, where did this go? Time to buy and cover shorts. Shorts emoji. MQ 18,935.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I was seeing a bit of a curl here in the Q. We kind of gave it up. I think for me, as someone trading the TQs, if we bounce off to 62.90s, I would like to take that long, and I'm willing to build the position, but we're not seeing that yet. I was going to talk about Tesla because I was like, well, Tesla was like a bet bomb, but it was like, I don't know what that Valley Girl voice was. I liked that 224.50 short, took it short. I noticed a bit of a bounce at 30s, got out 20 pennies, smaller-ish position, I believe. Yeah. So, but then I got out because and I'm happy it got out because we got back to 225s. I would have wanted no smoke in that trade. Look at that bottoming tail candle. Tesla gave you a heck of a fake out, and then it sells all the way back down to 223s. For my purposes, I'm happy with how I scalped it, but I should have had my eyes on that move back down here. So while the rest of the market tries to recover, at least looks like it might consider recovering, Tesla's like, what am I doing? I don't care. Why is the Microsoft store open on my computer? Questions that we have. It's all good though. I've reopened my Tesla trade, or not Tesla trade just my Tesla chart. So TSLA is still on watch here. But yeah, weirdly, the Microsoft store popped out. I guess Microsoft wants to remind me that it has earnings. You know, I'm going to take that as an omen. So let's pull up Microsoft. This is the same, like, if I have songs in my head, I always try to be like, is there a reason the market is putting this song on my head? Because sometimes you'll have random songs in your head. Like that, I will always go back to when I randomly had Irreplaceable by Beyonce in my head. A song I had not heard in years up to that point. And that was the day that the Chewy got the pop instead of GME. And GME sold off. So I was like, oh, the market's trying to tell GME that it's replaceable. Okay, so I don't know, like probably weird, probably tinfoil hat-ish a little bit, but Microsoft, I wanted to pull that up because I that was reminding me, we had, that 426 level I liked yesterday. I did like this, I played it incorrectly, but I like this 426, Microsoft 246 would be a whole other story. Look at that bounce, we come up here, we reject, then we quadrunk, continue to make lower highs, lower lows. I'd like to see what we do here if we can recover at this 420 area, if Microsoft can get a little bit of smoke to the upside. That reminds me, you should look at Tilray here for earnings. I can look at Microsoft in the daily chart a bit later. I just wanted to pull up the intraday for right now as we continue to see these stocks adjust to the quadunking of it all. Tilray, bit of a bear flag I see on Tilray. I know we're up on the day, but look at this big move down we have and this consolidation below the 90 MA. It's also coming in around the $2 level, so some of these whole dollar levels can be key, especially for a small capper like our pal Tilray. And B, we have that 204 area, which was a little bit of resistance in the pre that we then come to find is a little bit of a top of this potential flag. I don't know how this is going to resolve. Generally, bear flags resolve to the downside, but also generally bear flags form when we're down to the day, and Tilray is not. So we'll have to see if we push lower or if we come bounce here off the 90 MA. I'm seeing a lot of confluence with this 204 and this 90 MA with this bear flag. So let's see how that resolves. Shout out to James Knapp. Your last name, I relate to on a personal level as someone who naps a lot. But $10 super chat, thank you so much. Let's look at on.
I got it.
Yeah, let's turn on that on chart. Shout out to Sharif, who's got that one ready to go.
All right, here we go. This is a great name. Obviously, they reported yesterday they did better. They really focus on automotive, microchips, as well as some other industries. Here's the look. So the reason that I loaded up the 10 minutes, I don't have a resistance level, support level to defend right now until we get to basically 70. Right, there are some support levels over here at 71 from the other day. So I loaded up the fibs. I said, all right, the breakout area was clearly 70. That's where we closed off the day prior to earnings. And then the top of the earnings pump yesterday was 80 bucks. So I drew fibs from 70 to 80. I'm like, all right, where are we hanging out here in terms of fib retracements? With 80 being that zero or 100 and 70 being that 100 or zero, depending on where you're drawing from. So we're below 50% retracement right now. So we broke 75. We're at that 73.82. That's where 61.8% retracement is. Honestly, there's really nothing here price action wise, unless you look all the way back here, and there's so much zig and zag. It's going to be about you choosing which level you want to take into account over it, because there's so many moves on the way down. That's why I chose fibs. I want to see if it holds above 61.8. We're not seeing anything to confirm that in the trend yet, though, Nat, because we're continuing to put in lower highs and lower lows, save and except for these three candles over here. It looks like we may have found, at least for the last 20 minutes, because this one started at 11:30, it's now 12:01. We have found a bit of a bottom at around 74 bucks, a little bit higher than 74 bucks. Technically on the day, it's 74.16. We still haven't, though, closed above the 10 exponential on the 10 at least. Let's see the 5. Have we retaken the 5? No. It's been one rejection after another on the 5 minute with respect to the 10 exponential. And so, I mean, if we get a claim of that level and we curl up above and we show 74 is a good support level, then sure, get long. You could here, this is this is not my type of trade. You could get in here and put your stop below 74. You're going to have to risk 36 or 35 or wherever pennies you're going to get in. But personally, I would want to see confirmation that this thing is going to actually trend up. Otherwise, look to get short. Look for a 74 flat bottom break, because it is clearly defending at 74. Somebody's buying up a storm here on semi at around 74 bucks. Again, at least for the last 25 minutes or so. We're in the 5th candle right now of the $74 hold, or 74 thereabouts on semi. So that is the look there. Let's have a look at some of the other names we've been trading. MRK. So I mentioned about this one. This is coming back into the 20 exponential on the 5. I shorted it at the 10. We got some out. I shorted at the 20. We got some out. But every single subsequent candle has a bit of a higher low than its predecessor. We haven't necessarily always been getting higher highs, though. So I want to see what we do at this 117 area. We had a bit of a double top there that breached the 20 exponential. We got into double 8s or low 80s. We're at 50s now. Let's see if we can weasel our way through 117. If we do, I think there's a good chance we at least retrace into VWAP. But I'm not going to guess. I need proof. I need confirmation. So we're going to keep an eye on this one, waffling a little bit over here in between two moving averages at the 10 and the 20. Bit of a consolidation area happening at around 116 3/4 to the upside and around 115.5 to the downside. MRK, it's $100 some odd name, earnings loser this morning. Not a good look for them as they continue to spend. Pimpy, is that you, Pimpy? 199 super chat. Take a look at CNSP. Why did it dump? Absolutely, Pimpy. We'll have a look at that for you in a second.
You're really liking this name, aren't you?
Absolutely, Adair. Can you tell?
I can, a little bit.
All right, let's load up CNSP over here for our friend Pimpy. All right. Whoa. Dang. Okay, I didn't have eyes on this because it's obviously sub $1. My scanner filters out everything 85 pennies or less. Let me tell you why CNSP is moving down. Here it is. Well, apparently it was trading higher. And was it? Yeah, it started out the day green. Now it's going Redsville. So this started at $1.13, got into about $1.70 and change, and it's been down and to the right since then. So what's the reason this thing is moving? CN shares are trading higher after the company announced it entered into an exclusive license agreement with Cortice Biosciences. All right, so why is that bad? Let's see what else. Here expands. CNS Pharmaceutical expands pipeline with in-license of late-stage novel potential blood-brain barrier permeable. Well, bro, what is all this? Abiotexane for treatment of brain malignancies. All right, so it's brain cancer. All it needed to say was brain cancer, which is obviously a noble pursuit, and you always want to pound the desk for these type of companies, assuming that they are legitimate. So I don't know why it's selling off, brother, but the headline was positive, and now it's an absolute tank fill. CNSP, I'll give you the details on it if you're interested. Here it is. The market cap, it's larger. It's about $1 billion, even with that big move down. It's traded about 38.5 million shares on the day, and the float is small, 1.4 million shares. That is quite small. Let's find out what the short float is on CNSP. All right, so it has a decent short float, nothing to write home about. 5.84% of the float is shorted there. So we'll keep an eye on this one, but it's just absolutely tanking. Not a good look. Let's zoom out a little bit over here. See what the daily's been like on this bad boy. Well, it's been trying its best to hold $1 to try to stay in compliance. And it did have a 50-to-1 split over here. Not sure why I did that. Is that a reverse split? No, it's 1 to 50. I don't get that. Anyway, I'm not sure, brother, but the headline is positive. Not so much anymore there.
Yeah, it's been an interesting little look there for that name, that is for sure. Shout out to Big Pampin over there, Pimpy in the chat.
Big Pimpy.
Also, Tesla, I have a theory that I have a feeling I will probably have to walk back in about 2 minutes, but I think Tesla's trying to make a bottom at 223. And I say this as someone who watched the book aggressively, as we had that 223 area. We get to 223, and we break below it on the book for like half a second. Our low of day here, 222.86. We broke below exciting 14 pennies here on this TSLA, and then we come right back to 223, and we keep bouncing. Every time I was like 223 short, 223 short, did not press because the book was not giving you anything to press on. We would bounce. So I see Tesla as a bit of a potential bounce here at this 223 area. That being said, what a topping tail candle we're getting here right now. If we can keep bouncing off that 223.25, that was a bit of an area of resistance support flip-flop. Even 30s and 40s, those are kind of the areas I'm watching for TSLA. To be clear, I'll trade it in either direction if I see something that affirms my outlook on the book. But right now, we're keeping eyes on it. Also, because I saw some comments. Just to clarify, guys, not much coffee. It's all natural energy for me. I apologize. I'm talking a little bit faster today, but that's because these markets have been so exciting. And you gotta have that energy. You gotta have that confidence that I'm trying to think of a Sharif one.
I'm just happy all the time.
Sheerage.
Yeah.
He's just happy all the time.
Remember you called me Wiz Sharifa last week?
I can call you Wiz Sharif. We'll call you Wiz Sharif. No A there, guys.
You didn't know. It's all good.
I did not know. But shout out to Sharif, whatever nickname we give him. He is the professor. He's dropping hot lines. He's dropping knowledge.
Hey.
We're all dropping confidence and confidence. And actually, Neil's ready. So I will wait to look at Google and some other names here. But shout out to Darwin for putting a Google story in the chat. Right now, though, we're going to have to search. We don't have to search. Neil's right there. Let's take a look at Neil, guys.
Get it, Neil?
Search? Yeah, let's search for the lesson. No, we're not going to search for the lesson of the day. What you are searching for in the market, see how we can segue things, is opportunities. Like what is the best opportunity in the market? Probably something that's moving on that day. I'm going to wager if a stock is flat for the entire session and doesn't move, unless you're a market maker, maybe you can make something out of that. But that's not what you're looking for as a trader. There's an old adage out there, if you want to predict what the market is going to do tomorrow, just look at what it did today. And then more times, often than not, you're going to end up being correct. So in that vein, sometimes look for something that made an outsized move already. So what moved yesterday and what can you do with that today? And a couple of examples of that, like post a gigantic move, you might not be looking at them, but then when something insane happens, like over here to my chart on the Dexcom, we talked about this the other day. This is a $100 stock on earnings, well, 108 actually, went down 40%. So you know it's very unlikely that you're just going to go down 40% and take it in stride, right? Clearly, some things went wrong with their report. You don't have to predict or read the report to understand that. You're now moving well outside of the range. And then for at least a few sessions, you're very likely to get a little bit more volatility than normal. So if you see going into earnings, 110 into 112 half, 113, kind of like that was the bigger range day before, $2.50 on a $100 stock, a little bit less than that the day before. And you can see there's not a lot of relative movement. In the days since, you have top to bottom about 70, 71 in here, down to 62. That's well over 10%. The day after that, you're going to be down at 62 with the 69 top. Again, that's going to be over a 10% move. Even today, in context, it only moved a couple of dollars, but up when the market is down. So we talk about these earnings plays or catalyst plays on the day because that's when they're flying around. But day 2, day 3, those are still going to be out there for you. And what you just simply look for when you have a massive gap to be filled, keep it simple. If they sold it off at $71 and it was a bad report and it made a bottom that day, able to hold and close down about 63, what happened the following day? Did it make a fresh low? No, it was SSR, short sell restricted, tried to go through the bottom of that 63 and it ran to the upside. Today, weekday in the market, maybe you want to look at that same gap fill. For sure, if you like the continuation long, great. I probably would say, look until you break this top at 71. You're looking for fades up there, knowing that you're likely to get a decent sized move. Like the market, this was going counter trend to the market, but it got up to that one spot on a big parabolic move and then just glides itself to the downside. And all you really had to do in this situation is on day 2, it held a double bottom. There's going to be extra volume and volatility. On day 3, it holds the day 1 top for a bit of a short trade. Whether you're able to do something in the middle, that's up to you. But you're probably not looking at Dexcom otherwise, which is perfectly fine. We said the same thing about CrowdStrike the day after the outage. 2 days after the outage, heck, even today, CrowdStrike continues to go down. I'm going to give you another example of this because it was like an outlier event here on a stock that almost nobody probably would trade. So this is kind of the reason why I wanted to get to this was because of what happened on Tellurian. So just to give you a bit of a background here, Tellurian's a penny stock, gas pipeline play that is being bought for cash at $1. So you're not expecting a ton of movement, but it was giving you some sort of free money trades, 93.5 cents to like 95, 96. Probably not going to break $1 because the deal has to take a while to close. So you were just holding the line here right around 94 until a couple of days ago, the gap just opened up. It lost a bid. It was a bit of a technical break. And then all you know what broke loose when the market makers decided to just jump off the bid. That's a real wick. It got to 82 cents. It came right back once everyone realized, hey, if they're being bought for cash, maybe it's not a bad deal getting it in the 80s if you're going to be able to turn this into $1 at the end of the year or at the beginning of next year. So you see it come right back in. But it's not that. It's what happened the next couple of sessions. Now remember, this is a stock that was doing only a couple cents worth of range on a penny stock, which is 2%. So you got to think about that for a second. A 2% range, pretty decent on the stock, and that's what it was normally giving you. And it was taking all day to maybe eke some of that out, and sometimes even longer than that. The day after, it closed at like 92.5 cents. The day after, same top, and for 2 days it's the exact same top, and look at how often it's giving you that scalp range. Because there's extra volatility on day 2. That's all it is. It's no longer doing this. It's now doing a little bit more. And that's the day that you want to hit it. Maybe you get a little extra in day 3. See, it held 90 all day. You get the 90 bottom in the pre-market and you're able to catch that 2.5 points to the upside. That's what it's all about. That day 2 type play on a day where there weren't a lot of catalysts because everyone's waiting for AMD, Microsoft, Dexcom gave you opportunities. I'm just giving you I started off with TEL because that's what made me think about this yesterday. And then I'll fast forward you to one potentially for tomorrow. NVAX is down 28%. Is it over right here, right now on Novavax? Right down into support, massive support level for Novavax. You better believe tomorrow I'm going to be looking at this same stock. A day after it's down 28% and it's going to be short sell restricted again? Absolutely. So you're looking for the catalyst, but don't just give up on it after the first day of that extra volume. If it holds a key level, like if this, I'm in the long in front of 1160, but if that holds from the daily and here, and we have the same bottom tomorrow, then there's a trade, I think, on Novavax, because I'm expecting it not to do the same volume, but just more than normal. And when that happens, there's going to be trading opportunities out there. Earnings season does mean you're going to have lots in the news every single day. So yes, you've got a lot of big cap tech names that are going to report and maybe steal the thunder. But on a day where there weren't a lot of catalysts, day 2, day 3 plays in play, Dexum was a fantastic one. The stock got absolutely trounced, but it came right back in to its gap resistance and gave you a trade 2 days after the earnings. Do not sleep on day 2, day 3 plays when you've got a massive move. Expect that things like Novavax and CrowdStrike today are not done just because we get into tomorrow. That's your lesson of the day. Don't be afraid to run it on back to what worked the day before if there's extra volume on it. So that's your lesson of the day, everybody. Good luck in trading and go Novavax to the upside maybe. We'll see.
Thank you very much, Neil. I was going to call him Neilage, obviously, because he's got so much mileage and experience that we got to call him Neilage. Yeah, Neilage is mileage because he's been trading up a storm for many years. Thank you very much, Neil. Eloquent, awesome, and informative as always. Neil Roberts, every day around that noon hour. Make sure you are catching him if you want excellent lessons. So shout out to him. Just took Apple there as a long. We're going to give this one a very tight window. Wet my beak for 10 pennies. If this runs into the 20 exponential, it's been above the 5 for the 10, for a hot minute. It could be just a fake out breakout through the 10, but if it's not, I want to ride it at least into the 20. That takes me about to 217 and a half, 217, high 40s. You can see the resistance over here. You don't need to look at the exponential moving averages. There's ample amount of resistance. So we'll took this one long, but I still feeling very, very bearish on this market. And the reason I'm feeling bearish is because the future is still looking awfully bearish. It can't even manage a breach of the 10 on the 5. That's how weak this is. There has been no breach of the 10 exponential on the 5-minute chart for the NQ September contract all dang morning. Okay, back 10:15, we breached it super quick on a wick basis, but that was it. We never closed above it. So the weakness is very palpable right now. Now, we did form a bit of a base at 19, wow, we're back into 18. 18.9 and a quarter, and we're trying to weasel our way into that key area of technical resistance at 18,975. That's where we held up originally on that bottom dip. And now it's where we're curling back up to. This candle here at 1205 tried to get back into there and rejected. But the candle subsequent to that was a higher low, but still below the 10 exponential. So I feel bearish. Now, I know there's some of you in the chat that are saying, look, we're holding at key areas of technical support in the future. It's time to look long, yada, yada, yada. I get it. I respect everything you guys are saying, but I can just only tell you how I feel. I'm basically assuming you guys are looking at this level over here. Back on July 25th, we did bottom in and around this level. What time was that? That was 15. Okay, so that's around 3 o'clock. Oh, no, it's 4 o'clock because this is Central Time. Excuse me, 15, that's not, yeah, I'll get it right. Anyway, so I kind of feel still a little bit bearish at this level until I see something different. And there we go, rejecting again off the 10 exponential in the futures. I don't believe in this move. So I get stopped out of that Apple long there for a very small loss on that last little bit. This is a short the pop kind of dang day. You just feel that with some of these Mag 7 names. So we'll keep tabs on that, Adair.
Yeah, I've talked about Tesla because Sharif can testify that I was sitting here and I go to the bathroom and I say, Tesla, can you wait? I know you want to have your breakdown, but can you wait to have your breakdown without me? And Tesla was like, no, Adira, I cannot. I want to talk about Tesla. I had 2 L's, putting the L in TSLA twice. To be clear, small hits, and I want to talk about them because I stand by the thesis of both trades. I think I played them incorrectly, specifically the most recent one. So first, like I said, I liked how Tesla was holding those 30s. I said, I'll go long if I continue to see that hold. I did in fact go long. I got involved decent size 35s. I was willing to take out half at 55s. We get to 51s, come back down. I'm like, Tesla, let me out. Don't see what I'm liking on the book. I'm like pounding to get out. No, I'm joking. I got out lost about 15 pennies on that. Then I see this short. And I've noticed, and I've said this a lot, I have had tendencies so many times here in the market, especially when I'm trading on the book, areas that I think are support or resistance end up being the opposite because support and resistance can flip. You see something one time and it flips, and that's not just on the chart, that can be on the book as well. I've noticed in my, as I try to learn book scalping, right, and book trading. And so TSLA on this order book here, we went from holding support at that 223.35 to going where we could not break above the 223.35. I should have just not gone to the washroom, honestly. I should have just taken that trade. You would have had 60 pennies as you have that breakdown into 220. What is this? 223. Oh my gosh, you could have even gotten 222.50s. But that's not the point. I went to the washroom. Clearly, I took an L. Clearly, I thought that me talking to Tesla and asking it to not break down until I was back from the washroom was a valid strategy. Alas, it was not. Surprising to probably no one. That did not work. But I tried to take the short again because I noticed we kind of retested that 223 a couple times. I was like, okay, Dara. Try it, acknowledge it could be a bit chasey, take a really, really small position. Didn't work. I noticed we were flipping from resistance to support on the 223, so I got out. It's all good, lost about I think 8 pennies, 10 pennies on this. So again, small hit, but I don't want to keep giving up on this Tesla. I had some good trades in this earlier. I don't want to throw out the baby with the bathwater, pardon that kind of not fun phrase. I think Tesla's trying to curl higher. If we keep bouncing off 223s, I will keep scalping it. Smaller positions, willing to build as the scalp grows, which I know is kind of counterintuitive to scalping, but we'll see what we do here. All the names I'm looking at, I don't really have levels coming in as of right now, except for this Tesla waffling around that 223 area. CrowdStrike, near lows of days. SPY, near lows of days. I'm looking for something here in this market, but I don't want to be forcing myself into a trade. If something comes up, I'll get involved. Yeah, good times. I'm going to stop ranting now.
No worries. Yeah. Well, I don't think you were ranting. I think you were spitting hot lines.
Thank you.
All right, so I'm short on the dead one right now, AAPL. We're trying to ride this one down again. I'm going to give this to 217.25. Basically, if it makes a new high above this level, then I know that I have the wrong idea. So we're going to pack our patience there. Basically, the idea is to look for this curl back down, a dead cat bounce through the 10 exponential on the 5. Let's see if we get printed, and bang, we get printed again. Nice. So we'll see, look, if we can get a little bit more down over here. 216.33 LOD on AAPL. Look to basically cover at the $0.25. We'll hang out at double sevens. Lucky number double sevens is also the area top over here. So back into the 81 we go. Let's see if we can get a print in the 70s, and bang, yes. All the way down we go again on the dead one Apple. Obviously not good for the long-term account, but I'm not thinking about that right now. So happy with this trade. Looking to wet my beak on some more. If we can get something around 216 and a third, I'll look to go long for an area defend. There is an interesting area of defend, even though it's 2 16 and a third. That is the technical low of the day. I am very interested at this $0.50 level because we had a lot of hold up here. And this was a quick wick, and we reclaimed that. So the $0.50 here is quite telling. And we're only about 30 pennies away from that. So if we do dip into that $0.50, $2.16.5, maybe there's a quick scalp that could be had just off that quick level there. We'll see if we make newer lows, but it's been all sorts of weakness right now for the Mag 7. Nobody's excluded. And this is why I said I do not feel good about the future. Look at the future. It just printed a newer low, 18,914. I think we are probably going to touch 18.9. We'll see. I mean, that is a big drop down. Today we had a high of 319. Now we're talking about touching 18.9. So yeah, there you go. 420 points just like that. Super quick on the NQ September contract. All sorts of weakness. No doubt about it. Everything on the way down. There is no Mag 7 name that's that's being spared from this down move. Right, everything chart wise. The worst faring on the day is Nvidia, 6.57% in negative land. Second worst, the Cybertruck, 4.25%, 4.33%. The best on the day has been goggles. I'm assuming because Apple said they're buying their TPUs, so there might be a bit of a tailwind there. Third or second best on the day is Apple, up down 0.65, and then really Meta at that point as well. And anything come out yesterday from Zuck and what's his name? Jensen?
Yeah, Jensen.
Anything interesting come out of that?
Yeah, so I didn't see anything major from Zuck and Jenny. I know, I just called him that, sorry guys. He's Jenny from the block. But we have Zuckerberg. We did have that announcement with Meta. They had their AI chat bot or something, so you can make your own AI bots now.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Personalized AI bots. Didn't put in the watch list today because Meta wasn't really doing anything.
Yours would be punning up a storm.
Oh, mine would be punning up a storm. I don't know.
Can you make one once they're available so that we can see if it puns or not? Like,
Oh
let's
my
find
gosh.
out.
Don't
if it
tempt me,
actually does
Sharif.
that. Can you
I will
imagine?
make one. I don't know what I'm going to do with it or name it, but I want to make one. But yeah, so definitely read more about that because I'm just giving like the snippet of what I remember of that story. But yeah, stock didn't react too much to that, but that was the main thing I saw. I don't know if that came out though during the conference. I saw it came out around 6 p.m. We know that they were speaking at 6 p.m. Eastern time in their fireside chat. But yeah, that is my one update. I would say I want to look more into that. I want to watch the chat. I have not watched it yet. But yeah, I will. I digress. How is that going?
Oh, it's well, I wasn't in Tesla. I was in Apple. We covered. Yeah, all good. I knew your mind was. You were thinking of something else. So there we go. So we covered there. Now Apple finding a bit of a, I guess, bounce in this area. We'll see. I mean, the levels that I like are 216.50 on Apple, and then essentially the 20 exponential on the 5, which is 217 and a third. If we come into 217 and a third, I'm not going to have a resting order to go short at the 20 exponential. I want to see how it trades at that level. But it was the first breach of the 10 exponential, this area that I got short over here. Other than that, we haven't breached the 10 exponential on the day. That was the first time. All right, so that's enough of the Mag 7. I think, we've talked about them plenty as of late. Let's look at some other names, because these other names continue to bleed as well, guys. CrowdStrike continues to go down. This thing knows no limit, I guess, here. Where the hell are we in terms of down on the day? We're 12, essentially right now, we're 12 and a third% down on CrowdStrike. So let's load up this chart. And now we need to find where the bleeding could possibly end. Here's the 4-hour look. We're going to have to go, no, we won't actually. Here is the 4-hour look. Okay. So this area over here is of interest to me. Why? Because this is a gap right here. And you can tell based on the volume that this is an earnings day. Okay, now we found something, I think, over here. So this earnings day is going to be quite telling. This is a 215 top. 215 looks like top there on CrowdStrike. This takes us all the way back to November of last year. But this is the last time we were at these prices on CrowdStrike. Right now we're trading at 226. So this is about $10 lower than we are right now. And this is an earnings day. I don't even need to look on the calendar. I can just tell you by the volume and the gap up. If I was to remove pre-market action, this would likely gap. So let's move back now into current action. Oh, so there's really nothing here from where we are, 226 until 215. This is very interesting because if that level holds, this could be a nice little swing trade that I could take in my personal account there for a 10 banger or something like that. So this, because CrowdStrike continuing to bleed. And I want to show you guys something too. I think I showed it to you on the daily because we're talking up a storm about gaps. And let me remove pre-market action because you're going to see the mother of all exhaustion gaps or initiation gaps, depending on how you're looking at it. Let me remove pre-market action over here. Show pre-market data. Here it is. Remove. There you go. Look at this monster gap. Look at the size of this gap. Now, this, in my humble opinion, is the exhaustion gap. Why? Because we get up there and then within a period of days, we fill the gap quite quickly. Okay? And then this gap over here makes a huge move down. And you can tell, just compare these gaps. The gap over here on the way up and then the gap initiating that move down. We gapped basically 345 and the next day we dropped all the way into 288. Obviously that is not the gap size, that's just the distance from the closing print to the opening print the subsequent day. But I would say that this is maybe an initiation gap. Oof, that is not good. That is not good for crowd. Anyway, 215 looks like is that local area of support on the daily. We are, though, take your pick about which one we want to reject. It's either the 20 period or the 10 period here that we're rejecting on the day. A nice looking green candle coming in right into the 10 exponential on the 5, 228 and a fifth. Let's see if this gets breached. If it doesn't, that 229 and 2/3, that's where the 10 exponential is hanging out. See if we can get something off that. Let's keep looking over here. Merck absolutely continuing to, trend down. Yeah, it's getting merked. Exactly. You may be inclined to use the moving averages like I did on this, and I did okay with it, but in my estimation, it looks like it's a price action resistance, 116.5. That's where we bottomed out, double bottom over there. We come back into that 116.5, 117 area, we reject. We do it again with these two candles, and we start making lower highs and lower lows for that curl back down. So MRK doesn't look like it's done maybe bleeding on the day as it, reels from that earnings loss, high cost, crappy product pipeline, lots of different things going awry there. Pfizer still, very much at these levels. I don't know how you're trading this, Elon, but, if we get that break above that 30.75 there on PFE, this would be a higher low and a higher high. So, and this is not a bad earnings report either. We know that for a fact that this was decent. And we know that there's a bit of a tailwind with that GLP-1 coming in, oral GLP-1. So let me know how you're looking at this, Elon, because we held this 30-40 area, $30.40 area. Now we're curling back up to VWAP at around 60 pennies, though, with that high at around 75. So PFE still in play right now, dear.
Yeah, sorry, give me a moment here. Wow. I want to shout out Sherry for his trade there on the Merck one earlier and the Pfizer one as well. Those two pharma names going hand in hand there. Basically, I have some stuff I want to talk about. Clearly, I need to be implementing the tired trading rules a little bit earlier than 1 p.m. as of today because this happened. Okay, I want to talk about this here on Tesla. If it'll let me leave. Come on, Tesla. Hello, Tesla. Okay, this has not been the vibe here on TSLA, but I want to talk about it. Basically, I got short at Tesla. Come on now. Why? I just need to wait for Tesla to let me out so I can talk about why this trade went away. Wow, this is getting deeply frustrating here. Over? No, it's okay. It's just, it's not, I need this thing to just let me out. So there we go. We're out of TSLA. I want to talk about this. I got short initially at 221.50 and in retrospect, this is such a tired trade. My Lord, Adara. I got involved. I saw that we had the rejection, but I should have waited to short it if I wanted to short it at 222s. Didn't do that. Small position, whatever. Then I took a slightly larger position here because I saw we were having higher lows here on the book as we led it to the 222 breakout. I wanted that smoke. We got above 222. We came, and then we made another higher low in the book at 221.95. I got in. Slightly larger position. Did not go okay. We had kind of that move down there in the market, and Tesla felt that, and then Tesla would just not let me leave. So good times there on that here Cybertruck. Keeping an eye out, staying positive. You have to. And this is what I said. This is why the whole purpose of the tired trading rules, because that's how you get a little bit chopped up, right? So I want to be cognizant, just waiting to look at levels I like on stocks I love. Happy I tried the Tesla trade. I don't think my head was in the game, so shout out to High School Musical. Got to get your head in the game there. So shout out to Fugazi Bear for that 199 super chat about CrowdStrike short. Right now, I think CrowdStrike could be trying to bounce at 228s with these higher lows, potential SSR play. But I'm going to be sipping some coffee before I do any SSR playing because as San Telmo BA says, the Kudun King is real.
Yes.
But yeah, so are lessons.
All right, I just want to mention ISPO, ISPO, super quick before we get to the lesson. This is a small cap gapper, I believe, $57 million market cap, guys. This bad boy right here, it's traded about 21 million shares on the day, and the float is a gnarly 2.7 million shares. Let's check the short float super quick over here, and then I'm going to look at the price action, and then we'll do the lesson du jour. ISPO, 10% of the float is shorted. Decent. That's a good look. It's not the biggest we've ever seen, but it's something definitely we can take into account. Look, this is a runner from yesterday. This moved for whatever reason there at 220. It halted for 10 minutes. I can see that there, and then it zigged and zagged, but it did continue to trade in the aftermarket into 8 o'clock, essentially closing out at highs. Then 4 a.m. this morning came. We didn't really give up much of the gains. We consolidated, zig and zag, then the bell rung, and we are doing quite well. Look at this double bottom over here at the volume weighted average price at 750. We're continuing to weasel our way up. There are multiple topping tail candles. So what does that tell me? There is a whole bunch of shorting in at these levels, but right now the buyers are winning because we're making higher highs. That's very, very interesting here. The range per candle is going to be quite wide. That's going to have to influence your stop placement because look at the range per candle. This is the 5-minute look, and it's quite rangy on an $8 name. I mean, 920 here, 830 there. It's $1. You know, that's a lot. Anyway, so this looks really good. Keep an eye out for it, though. I'm looking at the spread right now. It's about 10 pennies. Not bad, but definitely not what you want to see, certainly on an $8, $9 name. ISPO absolutely moving to the high side here. Let's see if it can take 9 on a closing basis. Thought I'd give that to everybody who likes these small cap gappers. All right. Continuation gaps, a.k.a. runaway gaps. The topic du jour. Guys, du jour means of the day in French because, you know, we're Canadian over here, Dara. We can drop some French every now and again. All right, traders, today we're focusing on continuation gaps, also known as runaway gaps. These gaps often signal, a strong continuation of the existing trend. So unlike initiation gaps that start the trend, unlike exhaustion gaps that essentially end the trend, continuation gaps show that the trend still has legs and it's quite bullish or bearish depending on whether we're going long or short. So understanding these continuation gaps. A continuation gap or a runaway gap is a gap in the price chart that occurs within a trending market. Unlike breakaway gaps, which often signal the start of a new trend, continuation gaps reinforce the existing trend. So here are all the different types of gaps we've learned so far. Exhaustion gaps end the trend. Breakaway gaps start the trend, or you can call them initiation gaps, breakaway gaps, or synonyms. And then continuation gaps or runaway gaps, again, synonyms, are going to be found somewhere in the middle of the trend, reinforcing the direction that was already in play. So that's what we're going to be talking about today. And here it is, you know, kind of IRL. We're trending up, as you can see, higher highs, higher lows, a bunch of green candles. Then boom, something comes up overnight that the market loves, eats it up, and then we're gapping up bigly the next day. And then we continue up and to the right. That's the point. So we're already in a trend. We gap up, and then we continue the trend. We can have some pullbacks before we continue, but ultimately you need to see that trend continuation, and you do not want to see a gap fill here. We're going to talk about that in a second. This is the bearish look. We're trending down. We have rounded top. Shout out to the NOS boss who loves rounded top. Shout out to Big Spile who loves rounded bottoms. So shout out to him. He's not in the chat today, but we're going to shout him out anyway, Daryl. Yeah, and I know somebody else likes rounded bottoms. Shout out to Neil. All right. I don't know. I didn't see your left hand on the bang button or anything like that.
What was that?
No, I saw stuff. All right, so this is a continuation gap. This is obviously a bearish view. So some of the characteristics of these continuation gaps, let's talk about size. This can be a little bit of a bamboozler for as a characteristic because they come in various types and sizes. But what you should really understand is they should be bigger than common gaps and they shouldn't get filled. Timing. They typically occur either after a short period of consolidation or a pullback within a larger trend. So if you're up and to the right, obviously healthy trends have pullbacks, minor pullbacks on the way up. And if you come out of that pullback or you come out of consolidation area, totally fine. Volume, increasing trading volume often accompanies these continuation/runaway gaps, indicating that there is continued strong buying or selling pressure. And that's what we want to see, because these are supposed to be indicative of the continuation of the trend. And price action, the price usually continues to move in the direction of the gap, reinforcing the idea that the trend will continue. And the reason I included this bad boy over here is not to show you the breakaway gap or anything else, but I want to show you that runaway gaps / continuation gaps can occur multiple times within the existing trend. So for prolonged trends, for example, what's a prolonged trend that we can have? Yeah, look at Nvidia, for example. I'm sure there's going to be multiple continuation gaps. I'll look while Adira takes over to see if that actually is the case. But the point is to tell you that there's not just one of these ones, like an initiation gap or a breakaway gap or an exhaustion gap, where you only typically see one. Runaway gaps you can see multiple times within the actual trend. And this is what it looks like coming out of a nice little move up. You were consolidating, you dropped down, looks like you found support at 125, up and to the right we go, and boom, we pop up and we continue up here. This is on the dead one Apple, back when it was 155. Wow. I wonder if that's pre-split. No, that's February 2023. Yeah, Dara. Yeah. I have a little bit. Anyway, I'm not going to talk about my average price, but fine. Why do continuation gaps occur? So I'm not asking you, Ram. Take it easy. I love Ram, man. She always shoving herself.
She takes audience and / production participation to a whole other level in a way that we just love over here.
Absolutely.
Shout out to Ramin.
Ram. All right, so why do they occur? So increased investor interest, that we know for a fact. So a surge in buying pressure can quickly push prices away from these recent levels, creating a gap on what we know as a price chart. But there can also be obviously news events, catalysts that come out overnight, economic different numbers, like we have NFP coming out on Friday. We got the Fed decision tomorrow, widely expected to be a hold. These type of things can obviously have the effect of gapping on these individual names as they have overall market effect. And then there's technical factors that can cause them as well. Like if you're aggressively oversold or aggressively overbought, that could trigger on multiple people's scanners and have a whole lot of buying or selling interest come in. That could cause gaps. Less likely to be this one though. Okay? Just my opinion. So how do you trade them? Right? We're going to talk about two different types of trades for these continuation gap. One is going to be a pullback trade and one's going to be a breakout trade. Let's start with the pullback trade. So you're waiting for that gap to initiate. And what you want to see is it to come back into that level of support, specifically the breakout area for the gap. You don't want to see that area get filled, but you want to see it hold, right? Or generally come back into that area. It doesn't have to be exactly. So what you're doing here is you're waiting for a pullback to the gap, which can provide you a more favorable entry point. You're going to be looking to identify key areas of support and resistance. So after the gap, the previous support level often becomes resistance and vice versa. We know that from technical analysis. A pullback to these levels can definitely offer you a good entry point. And if it doesn't come back into those levels, like say it broke out of 100 and it gapped up to 120, maybe it comes back to 110. So where is that? You could use fibs for that as well. So if you don't have that entire move back down into 100, for example, use fibs from the 100 to 120 to gauge what the retracement is. So using Fibonacci retracement levels can help identify potential support and resistance areas within the pullback, right? For example, a pullback to 38.2 or 50%, you don't really want to see 61.8, but maybe that one comes in. These retracement levels might be suitable for an entry point. And here's what I'm talking about there. We get the initiation gap here. You can see that because there was a clear area of support. We gap up. We don't fill the gap. We continue to move up. Then look at this. We get a runaway gap. But lo and behold, we don't just continue from the high of the gap candle all the way up into the right. No, we have a couple. Oh, my monitor went out again. We have a couple of like red kind of or candles of indecision that basically hold this area of technical support. So this is where you would want to get in. And personally, I would have my stop either below the gap fill or below the candle from which the gap was initiated. Because we know if it gets filled, it's not a runaway gap, it's likely a common gap or an exhaustion gap, short-lived as this trend may be. So you don't want to see it get filled, and therefore your stop placement has to be quite strategic over here to make sure you're not on the wrong side of this trade. So keep that in mind. Now, the breakout strategy. We talked about the pullback strategy. Here comes the breakout strategy. For more aggressive traders, consider entering on a breakout of the high of the gap for an uptrend or the breakdown of the low of the gap for a downtrend. This strategy requires higher risk tolerance, and there's a chance, obviously, of false breakouts. Here you can help alleviate some of these false signals by looking at volume. You want volume confirmation. So increased trading volume accompanying the breakout can absolutely strengthen your signal. Stop losses, important areas here as well. You want to make sure your stops are objectively placed. Instead of placing a stop loss arbitrarily but below or above the gap, you can use support and resistance levels. For an uptrend, for example, you place the stop loss below the nearest significant support level before the gap. For a downtrend, you place a stop loss above the nearest resistance level for before the gap. So here's what I'm talking about. Let me just go back over here. So for example, if this was the gap that I'm going to trade, right, and I wanted to take a breakout trade, so I would have to place the stop below this area over here. I don't necessarily like that. I got to tell you why. Because if the price comes back all the way over here to this key area of support, this is a gap fill. And that to me says more common gap than runaway gap. So I don't like what the lesson is saying. I personally would not do it that way, but do it as you like. Right, I know you're looking, so I just wanted to say, like, if they want me to place a stop right here. But what's the point of placing the stop right here if the price action fills the gap? Because this is not supposed to be filled if it's a runaway gap, right?
So that makes no sense.
Yeah, so to me, it doesn't ring true, but, you're free to do as you like. So that's the objective placement. You can also base your stop loss on ATR, average true range, to base it on volatility, especially those times where the market's a bit volatile. So you can use ATR to determine stop loss levels based on market volatility. In case you're wondering how to do that, we have an entire week of lessons of how to use ATR, and one of those days was stop placement. So go back into the YouTube channel for Trader TV and just search ATR, and that lesson should come up. Profit targets as well. Do you have anything to say?
No, sorry. I was going to press the vote button because I thought we were done the lesson. Sorry,
Almost.
my bad.
I'm sorry. It's a little long-winded today.
No, it's okay. No, I'm just trying to get everybody hyped. Thank you. Yeah, shout out.
No worries.
Google.
So profit targets, right? Fibonacci extensions. We can look to fibs to gauge where to wet our beak, right? So these can be used to identify potential profit targets based on the size of the gap. You can also look to moving averages for a crossover. So for example, if you're printed up a storm and then all of a sudden the 10 crosses below the 20, that's a bearish crossover. So is that time to take profits? How about if the 20 crosses below the 50? So you need to be looking and making sure that you've got a set of tools that you're using consistently, and don't try kind of the freestyle there. You got to make sure that it's working within your system. Risk to reward ratio as well. What's going on over there, Katina man? Uber's tanking, says the Katina man. And I haven't had eyes on Uber the entire day, but yeah, it is at low of day. Just broke 63 right now. So whoever is following along with the Katina man's trade, he's printing up a storm on that Uber short, 64.77 high a day. Just broke 63 right now. Last but not least, Adara, risk to reward ratio. We don't want to tell you how to trade, but one of the more generally accepted risk to reward ratios is at 1 to 2 or better. So if you are looking, basically to risk $10 on your stop, you should be looking to wet your beak on $20 on profits. Again, that's for you to decide. Confirmation, lastly here. It is key. While continuation gaps suggest a strong trend continuation, it's crucial to seek confirmation from other technical indicators. You should be looking to the RSI or the MACD or whatever other oscillator you'd like to use, or even moving averages, to help confirm the trend strength and potential for further price movement. And I'll leave you with a bit of a bonus tip here. Pay attention to the overall market sentiment when trading continuation gaps. Strong bullish or bearish sentiment can certainly enhance the potential profitability of these trades there.
That's really interesting. Thank you, Sherry, for going over that lesson there. You want to be able to see, like you said, all of these gaps in context with what the rest of the market's doing. So I appreciate the comment there about sentiment. Also, with regards to risk to reward, I would say, and you even try this in the sim, but try experimenting with different risk to reward styles. Like I said, that's something I've been working on a lot because you want to see what are you comfortable with, but also what is your trading style compatible with, right? Because that might depend on the type of stocks you're trading. That might depend on the how you're trading, your style. So I just wanted to put that out there because I use different risk reward styles when I'm scalping, depending on when or when I'm scalping or when I'm trading a chart. Speaking of charts, I want to talk about CrowdStrike because I took $1 on half the position and $1.65 on the rest of it. It was $1 and 2/3 and $1.65 on the remaining third. Thank you, Sharif. I appreciate that. I want to talk about CrowdStrike because this was, and I want to shout it again. Sean was telling me earlier today, he's like, I was talking about my 1 p.m. trading rules. So, I do think it's less about time, as I've said, and more like, am I tired? Recognizing that, some people have either long bias or short biased. I have tired bias to worry about. So I know that I'm going to be a little less on my game. I was a little bit depressed when I last saw you guys because I was like, the Tesla trade didn't work well. I didn't read it properly, whatever. Then we get to CrowdStrike. And I said, one of my tired trading rules is only look at stocks when it's a little bit later in the day that you have been looking at for a while that you have levels on. I'd been looking for a bit of a base here in CrowdStrike. I saw these higher lows on the 3-minute chart. So I said, one of my playbooks for chart trades, and especially during the tired trading hours, is what else am I seeing? Am I seeing any confirmation at other time frames? Saw a higher low here on CrowdStrike on the 3-minute. Then I saw also a topping tail, not a topping tail, a couple bottoming tails here on the 5-minute. But also the 1-minute was giving me some confirmatory action as well. We were bouncing off the 9 EMA with these higher lows. So basically I had all that confirmation, and I also watched what we did at 227 on the book. We held it like a dang glove. So I said, if we get to 228 and we hold that, that's where you go long, Adara. We did. I did. The plan was to take out a third at 229, save a piece for the dream. I took a bit of a larger position too. I took a larger position than I initially took when I entered the CrowdStrike position the first time around because I said I like these levels. I owe it to myself, even though I was a little bummed out about the Tesla trade. As Opie says, where's the next trade? This CrowdStrike trade? Nothing to do with my Tesla trade. It's its own trade on its own merits. There was more merit for this. Happy I took it how I took it. That is the CRWD trade. Shout out to Jay Lee saying, remember when I told y'all crowd was going to dump past 300 last week and get much lower? Just saying, I wish I had more money on that, or I guess more on that and held it longer. Didn't think it would be this fast. Yeah, I think CrowdStrike's interesting because it's been such a developing news story that it has given you a lot of moves. Both intraday, as we get developments intraday on a wider time frame. I think with CrowdStrike too, the reason I was in the long for now, though I also was very hesitant and got out some of it immediately, is because Crowd is a bit of an SSR bounce move. I was talking to Neil about this a while ago after one of the market recaps. I want to shout out as well, Sean and Neil. I feel like I've learned so much more since starting here on the market recaps because you get to have those one-on-one conversations. Though, you're always going to learn a bit from different trading styles, right? And so one thing too that Neil was kind of saying to me is when when you see an SSR bounce. This CrowdStrike stuff, you knew it when you saw it. Was happy I was able to take it. And yeah, I just want to shout out Sharif for putting together those lessons every single day. I feel like I learned so much from being here on this desk and learning from Sharif's awesome pharma trades with the Mercked one and the Pfizer one. What are you looking at right now?
I'm looking at Crowded, Derek, because I'm very envious of your trade because I love how you took it. I don't know if you were looking at the same thing as I was, but I was looking for a 20 exponential pop. And
I wasn't looking at that.
Yeah, and there was a first breach of the 10 on, guys. Yeah, the first breach of the 10. What is this? Why is it not showing me pre-market data? I think I took pre-market data off. I have to put it back on. Sorry about that. Here we go. There we go. That makes a bit more sense. It was the first breach of the 10 exponential, essentially, since we rang the bell this morning on a closing basis. So this was a really good trade. I want to shout you out for that.
Thank you.
And you took a lot on that too, so that's even better. I'm keeping my eye now on NVAX because this doesn't look like it's respecting really moving averages so much as it's respecting these price action areas over here. So we double topped at around 1125 and 1130. We did that exact same double top at 1240 and 1245. What's going on? Uber? Well, yeah, Nvidia?
$4 down.
The Katina Man's now $4 in the money on Nvidia as it breaks 104. It is now negative 7% on the day.
Wow.
Eek, 100 incoming. Yeah, I'm good with that. So we'll keep obviously tabs on that. Let's have a look at the monster Nvidia. Yeah, this thing is tanking, bro. Jeez, I'm thinking there's definitely a reweighting here of how the market is assessing their dominance. This TPU headline, this is really interesting. I need to hear more though. It can't just be Apple buying TPUs and all of a sudden the market's going to change its tune, right? Like there has to be more big scaler, like these hyperscalers or sub-hyperscalers that get in. I felt it, Katina, man. The $100 was incoming, bro. It might come in today, straight up. It may actually come in today. Yeah, well, 7 1/5 round. I mean, it is on the way down. Wow, 103.42. It just printed the low of day. The Katina Man's printing up a storm on that side of the desk. So we'll keep tabs on Nvidia. What's this other one that I was talking about earlier? ISPO. Okay, good. This one's coming into VWAP now. It's time to look at this one right at this level. So time to load up ISPO. We'll keep Merck on because we're doing good on that ISPO. There we go. All right, so this is right at that $8 level. The volume weighted average price, though, is at 775, 776 on my chart. So I want to see right now, does it hold or does it weasel its way down into VWAP? It did come into VWAP earlier at around noon and held, and then we made a new high a day. I'm not saying we're going to have high a day right now, but it behooves me to want to get in something. I'm just unsure if it holds here or not. So I'm going to pack my patience. 3 pennies spread on an $8 name, better than it was earlier. Actually, 4 pennies now. It keeps zigging and zagging. So we'll see if this one holds up at 8. If it doesn't, I'm looking at 7 1/4 right there.
Yeah, interesting look on
ISPO.
all of these here markets. Yeah. I've just got a throat lozenge going on there. So, because long being able to talk, good times. No, so Tesla 221, I'm watching. Can it do something for me? I'm not really sure. I want to see what we do here with this Tesla, so I'm going to swallow this lozenge. There we go. TSLA, though, I'm seeing a bit of a rejection here at 221.20s with lower highs. I was going to get involved initially at 20s, but I wanted to wait to see that flip-flop. As I waited, Tesla was like, Adara, beep, beep, gotta go. And I'm like, do you have to? I guess you do. There we go. I have my order ready here. Bang. If we come back to that 220 98s and we come back, I'm not in it yet, but I appreciate the premature bang. There we go. Appreciate that. Yeah, bang. Sometimes you got to bang for the idea, for the conviction. To trade the idea. I'm not going to get this Tesla 221, but basically I was waiting for that breakdown. Like I said, these whole dollar breakdowns on TSLA have been indeed a little bit spicy. So let's take a look at that Tesla. If we come back to retest that 221 and we reject again, I'm interested in taking that short. I don't want to be too premature about it. I don't want to revenge trade it. I want to be calm, cautious, careful. All of those words that start with C. As Sharif once said, though, the biggest C word in trading is conviction.
Oh, yeah.
And so that's what I want to have. The other one that was confidence. Or confidence. And so you want to have that or be confidera, as shout out to Darwin in the chat said. The other thing that I want to keep an eye on here that I was looking at was the SPY. This spider keeps crawling down here with its little legs. Bit of a clear rejection area a couple times in and around that 541, 541.30. Lower highs, Kwadunk, indeed, Kwadunk, there it is. Shout out to Spy, Big Spy Albert. I know he was looking at 537. He might actually get that today, which is wild. I think he was looking at 542 to 537 thereabouts. So shout out to you, Big Spile, wherever you may be, whatever trade you may be looking at. I think that this call out from you yesterday was a really solid look. And I know you're looking at a 30-minute time frame. So good look there. Also, guys, if there's anything you're looking at here in the market that you want to see what the big kahunas have to say about it, as Sharif has clarified, the big kahunas, that includes Obi when he's at those desks as well. So if you want to see what anyone who is sitting at those two big desks is looking at, what their views are on this year market, get in that chat, exclamation point, join space, $, whatever tickers your fancy. Maybe it is the SPY. Maybe it's EWIM, the Russell 2000. Maybe it's Microsoft ahead of earnings. Maybe it's AMD ahead of its earnings. Maybe it's ipso facto or ISPO facto, I guess. Maybe you want to hear about Sharif's pharma trades. Whatever it is, guys, put those tickers in the chat. Exclamation point, join, space, $, whatever tickers your fancy. Thank you, Sam, for the kind comments. We appreciate you guys in the chat here every single day as well. SPY, if you want to come back and retest and reject 539.50, I shall scalp scalp short you, just give me the opportunity to do so, because as Bears versus Bulls said, the SPY is falling. So
I love it.
Little.
I love it. That's a good one. Shout out to Bears versus Bulls, man. He's taking a page out of your book. He's punning up a storm.
I love it.
Guys, Nvidia is in panic mode at the moment here if you're long, because, yeah, we just got to 102.82, put a nice little hammer candle over here. Looks like there's some buyers at like this one. I ain't going to punch the buy button on this one, though. Up into 103.24, trying to recover over here. So tough day for Mag 7. Tough day. Is the Russ up today? No, the Russ is flat. So the Dow and the Russ are flat. The NASDAQ is getting shellacked. We're almost 2% now in negative land on the NASDAQ. So yeah, keep an eye out on that. All right, I'm printing nicely here on ISPO. We're 25 pennies in the money. I'm looking at taking out more at 33s. We did get up into 33, Fabian, but we weren't able to print. Here we go again. Here comes 35s. Here's 30. Aw, come on, bro. Give me the print, man. So we didn't cross there. It's a bit of a spready name for an $8 stock, to be quite honest with you. I've been waiting at 33s for a hot minute. I still haven't been able to get it. We got up to 35 on the ask. The bid didn't cross, though. So as a result, we didn't print. That's the way the spread game works. So good look right now on ISPO, but, you know, nothing really to write home about. Nice 30 some odd pennies on money. Guys, everything is coming down on the Mag 7. Again, Nvidia right back into that 102.82 area. The weakness is absolutely palpable on anything Mag 7 related right now. Google and Apple faring the best. They had a headline overnight, with respect to tensor processing units. Nvidia, you know, obviously the opposite of that, getting hit the worst, because it's their GPUs that have been widely looked at by market participants as being, you know, the gold standard in AI build out. Whether you're looking for data centers, whether you're doing it locally, it has been the gold standard, but you haven't been able to get your hands on them. Back ordered, quite frankly, you know, it's a bit of a tougher look there. And now the market looking for an alternative. And lo and behold, these TPUs have made their way onto the market. So we'll have to see what kind of damage they can do to NVIDIA's business model in the long term, or, you know, permanently. We'll have to wait and see. But these TPUs is not something that we didn't know about. We knew exactly that Google was making their own processor. We know also that Amazon is making their own processors as well, okay, for AI. Now we know Apple's been making their own processors for a hot minute, the M1, 2, 3, but those are CPUs, right? So those weren't really the gold standard in AI. Anyway, back to the trade. The Katina man just let me know that Nvidia is 35% lower off its highs. And here's the look. So let's pull up the daily here on NVDA. Here's all-time highs. We printed, I believe, 141.5. There we go. Drag, 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 drag. And there you go, baby. That is damage right there. That's damage. But hopefully this $100 level holds and everybody gets the print, because everybody goes long and then everybody's rich there. So that's a look there.
I like that version. That's a hopium I will pop right there, because that would be a nice dream. This SPY, like I said, I was looking for a whole dollar. I wanted, I honestly should have taken 30s here. Couldn't get my 50s. Should have taken 30s, risked into 50s. I did not. I waited for 539s. But that 539 breakdown wasn't what I wanted it to be. Ended up taking, I think, around 10 pennies here as we got into 538 90s. We were making higher lows. I stand by my exit. I'm not getting back involved in this unless and until we see some lower lows here again on that S&P 500. Happy with how I took the trade. Happy I took the trade, not necessarily as happy with the execution, because now we're getting that bigger breakdown on the SPY, but it's all good, baby. I was also looking at Tesla here, but you had to choose your fighter sometimes, and the fighter I chose was the spider. Accidental rhyme? I like it.
I like it.
Go market, go Kismet, go sports. Let's take a look here at TSLA. Tesla continuing on this trend of making lower highs, lower lows. But like I said, Tesla for me is going to be a little bit less of a chart trade than it is going to be a trade based on what I am seeing on the book that I found is helpful. I don't think I talked about this trade. Also, I think I forgot to talk about this, but I did take a quick scalp long here at 222s. Took about 20 pennies on half the position, 10 pennies in the other half of that position. So that was at the same time I took CrowdStrike. So let's see what TSLA does here, though. If we break below 220s, again, you guys know what my rule for the whole dollar trades. Test, break below, like have that rejection, retest, reject again, that's when I get involved. So let's see what Tesla does right now, bouncing off 220s, but that doesn't mean it will bounce off 220s forever. 221 unfortunately could not do something for me in Tesla. I didn't get filled, but that doesn't mean 220s can't. If you believe in something, you have to go after it. You have to have the confidence, because a scared trader is a deficient trader. If you don't believe in something, by all means, do not force that move. But if you believe in the trade, if you believe in yourself, no one else is going to believe in you for you. You got to believe in yourself. That is step one. If you believe in yourself, then you can believe in your trades and you can make said trades. Can't believe it is already 1 p.m. There were no auctions today of the 1 p.m. variety, guys. We will, I guess, get that last lesson started here pretty soon. But yeah, just watching Tesla. CrowdStrike is well happy I didn't halt back in that long, because it looks like it was going to be holding at 228s for a hot minute. And then CrowdStrike struck even further to the downside. Can lightning strike CrowdStrike twice to the downside? I mean, it's, as Sharif said, this thing has been hit. And I think the timing of it's a little bit unfortunate too. I remember at one point there was an analyst, I believe Morgan Stanley, saying that they saw CrowdStrike 100 bill market cap by, I believe, 2025. And then we had its inclusion in the S&P 500, which should have been great, but then we had the outage there. CrowdStrike just keeps getting struck with bad news catalyst after bad news catalyst. So a little bit of a sad one. I don't want to get back into the long term because Sharif covered this one so well. And shout out to Fugazi Bear saying CrowdStrike's a short. Honestly, CrowdStrike, basically every pop has been short on the intraday. But if you're going to trade it intraday, just be aware again of the SSR bounce. That's how I've been playing this name, just because apparently I'm a little bit wary of them. But just be aware with CrowdStrike, the SSR is in full force. And when it comes, it can come with a swiftness and a viciousness. EWM short again, says Mahmoud. So let's take a look at this one. Trust the levels, says Sam. I agree. If you have levels you like, whether that's on the book, whether that's on the chart, depending on how you're trading, trust those. If you trust the levels, if you trust your trade, then you could start trusting yourself. Oh, EWM. This is beautiful. Shout out to Mahmoud. This is the first pushback. Because I think the pushbacks have been in my brain, Sharif. I've just been taking the trades based on what I like. But yeah, I mean, that doesn't mean the chair pushbacks don't matter too. We love them.
Of course they matter.
Lower highs, lower lows. Honestly, I don't have much to say here about levels. It's just been gorgeous. One level that, it's not even massive, but one thing that is kind of interesting is 222. I was watching the book around 222 as well, because look at all these wicks we had trying to break above it and continuing lower. We did have 190 EMA rejection here at 222 on our general pursuit to the downside. It was also a bit of an area here of support briefly in the pre-market. So just be aware of 222 here for IWM. But generally, downside, more downside. That's going to be my overall technical analysis of IWM as we get ready for our last lesson du jour. What are you looking at over here right now?
But Nacho's asking, when will we speak about the stocks that we submitted? So that takes place between 2 and 2:30, 2:20. However long it takes. It's called the afternoon rundown, and it happens right after the end of the show. This show goes from 11 to around 2, then from 2 to 2:20, 2:15. We do the afternoon rundown. If in case you don't know what that is, those are the tickers as submitted by you. And we're going to do it the old-fashioned way. We're going to get into the chat. You're going to type in exclamation point, the word join, space, $, and the ticker of your choice, whatever that may be. Make sure, though, to put in a space between the word join and the $. Otherwise, Streamlabs will not understand what you want to do. So, yeah, that's a look there. Shout out to Nacho148. I understand you wanted to know about that. Big Bob Dub also messaging me, NQ daily trend line from the beginning of the year here. Really? Okay, I haven't had a look at the NQ. The NDX is what I'm assuming you're talking about, because the futures contract rolls every 3 months. So I'll look at that in a second, but I'm interested in a couple of different trades right now. Number one, Affirm is coming into $27. This is important because Affirm had a positive catalyst. It's still up on the day, almost 1%, but you can see big time rejection. Now, why am I interested at Affirm at these levels? 27 is a whole dollar level above the closing print from yesterday. The closing print from yesterday is 26.85. So this is a positive catalyst. I have a bias that we defend the closing print from yesterday given the positive catalyst, even though everything has been down and to the right since the bell rung. The move up was in the pre. I get all that. But I'm watching. 27, if it holds, fantastic, we'll go long. If it doesn't, I'm going to be looking at 26.90, 26.85. So much do I like it. So if we do break down that level, I want all the smoke. So I'm activating an alert to let me know about that. So Affirm, I'm keeping an eye on that. Elon, also, look at this, Elon. Here we go again with Pfizer. Right back into the closing print from yesterday. That's $30.75. We rejected off there at 1140 and 1145, and we're right back there again. Now, it's a bit of a different story this time, right? Because we have a bit of a higher low. So, obviously the low on the day is 29.78. If you want to call that trough number 1, I would say this is trough number 2. This little middle part of this rounded bottom over here. Shout out to the big spiraled one. 30, 40 in and around that area. So we're weaseling our way right back up now, Elon, but we're still out. I don't mean just Elon to put you on the spot, but anybody who else is trading Pfizer. I'm looking at this level. I'm very interested to see how we trade here. It's been a key level, not just because we rejected off at 1140 and 1145, but look at these two bottoming tail candles right at 930, 935. We come into that exact area, and then we pop back up only to give away about half an hour later at this 1015 candle over here. So keeping an eye on this level. I like Pfizer for the long term from now on. I like this level. But intraday, I feel it's having a whole bunch of trouble breaking through. So if it rejects, I'll take a short. If it breaks above it and holds above it, I'm going to take it long for maybe a 31 touch or a 31.20 touch. That's where the high of day is on the chart. The other trade, a firm, I already went through that. It's holding 27 for now. Still, it's got to show me something here. Show me a second green candle, dude. Like, one measly green candle and not going to get me long at this level. Whether it's holding 27 or not, I need to see a bit more. Maybe a new candle to make a high or something like that. But that's a look. Let's flip back to some of the Mag 7s. Okay. So we got a bit of a bounce right now on some of these names. Apple coming back into the 20. You're also seeing Nvidia, Tesla, and some other names trying to weasel their way back into the 10. Again, I'm biased on this, but I feel that Apple and Google are the strongest on the day. You can see Apple touch the 20, no other one touch the 20. Google actually touched the 10. You're not getting many other touches at the 10 there. Bob Dub. Oh, sorry. That was an old comment. Bob Dub, I lied, November to now. Okay, I'll look at that in a second. Bob, thank you for letting me know about that. Trader CL. You trade the CL contract? You trade oil? Yeah, because that's what oil is.
That's
CL,
true. That's a good
right?
one.
Maybe he is, or they are.
Cl-
Let me give you free money. Long silver 28.10 to 29.10. I don't even have silver, or do I? I think I might have lied about that. I think I put silver on the big desk, but not here. I'll have a look at that in a second. But thank you again, Trader CL. Looks like you like your commodities over there. CL, silver. There's a whole bunch of shit. Jay Lee. One thing really up to date is Boyle. Really didn't have a look at that. More than 6% since open. Yes, my view is limited. I don't watch everything. I know you love your Boyle. Jay Lee will have a look at a sec. I met November. I got your message, Big Bob Dove. So shout out to you. Keeping an eye on these Meg 7 names here, Dara, as they did get a bit of a bounce. This could be an interesting area to get short on some of them.
Yeah, Tesla at 221 can in fact do something for Tesla again. I took a long off that bounce to 220.50s. Ended up getting like 12 pennies. I did get a little bit spooked out. Happy I stuck with the trade. Happy I tried the trade. But one of the biggest things I've noticed with my Tesla trades, and I've said this, is if I can get a bit more of a move, I should maybe be piecing stuff out. So stuff for me to keep in mind when I aggressively journal tonight. Also, someone saying here, who was this in the chat, saying, yeah, Jamlosi saying SPY seems like it's catching a bid. I was watching the book on the SPY. I heavily agree. We got to 539.50. That was a previous area of resistance we rejected. Then we came to 539.30, which was another area I watched on the way down, and then we bounced. So I would be keeping an eye on SPY here. It's nudging its little forehead towards 540, which has also happened to be in confluence with 9 EMA on the 5-minute chart. This could be an interesting look for the SPY. CrowdStrike also getting interesting here. I like that 228. CrowdStrike trying to strike 228 again. But right now we're going to strike while the iron is hot. Give you guys your last run around of this continuation gap lesson to continue this gap lesson over the last few weeks. I always want to shout out Sharif. Thank you so much for putting together these lessons.
My pleasure.
Because I feel like I learn a lot. I think we all learn a lot together as a community. And we're called How to Trade. So learning how to trade is fun. So we're going to do that. So we're going to today focus on continuation gaps, which are also known as runway gaps, and the way that these gaps can signal a strong continuation of that existing trend. So continuation gap or a runaway gap is going to be a gap in the price chart that occurs within a trending market. But unlike breakaway gaps, which usually will signal the start of a new trend, the continuation gap is going to reinforce whatever the existing trend has been. So here's one example. You've got some different examples of gaps. So common gap, you just have gap, then we go back to normal. Then breakaway gap is when you have a new trend forming. Then you can see the continuation gap or runaway gap. This is part of the same uptrend that we've had, continuing to climb higher, pushing higher. Then, of course, our exhaustion gap, which is when this trend runs out of steam, and then it continues to push lower. So here we go. Continuation gap. This is one bullish example. So we're in our trend. Then this runaway gap, hop, skips, and jumps to make a new move higher, continuing this trend a little bit. But here's one example of a bearish continuation gap. We're moving down in the market, then we've got a little bit of a gap as we continue to move lower. So nice look there for the continuation gap to the downside. But here are some characteristics of continuation gaps, in addition to just those examples we showed you on the charts. So size is something to look for. Continuation gaps can vary in size. They're usually going to be a bit larger than common gaps. Timing is something worth noting as well. They're usually going to occur after a period of consolidation or a pullback within an established trend. But you also want to be aware of volume, because you can often see increased trading volume accompanying these continuation gaps, which can continue that strong buying or selling pressure you saw starting the trend is continuing with a viciousness to have that trend run away in its continued direction. But price action is also worth noting, because the price will usually continue to move in the direction of the gap, hence the name continuation gap, because it's reinforcing the trend. Also, Trader CL saying here, apparently he's a lawyer who trades a lot of crypto, as well as some others' names here, so therefore he's a crypto lawyer. So I thought that was pretty cool. I wanted to shout that out there. Also, that's our lesson here. So here's examples of multiple continuation gaps within the trend. You have your early breakaway gap, but we've got a runaway gap. It's running. Oh, can it run further? Yes, it can. So we don't even need necessarily just one runaway gap. If the trend's continuing, if we have a gap up, that gap can run away. Nvidia hasn't made its way to 1,000. We saw quite a few runaway gaps in that name. So just want to shout out our pal Nvidia, not like it doesn't get shouted out enough, Sharif.
Honestly.
But here's an example, too, of a continuation gap in our friend Gapple. We have this bullish engulfing here. It's one signal here in a candle that we have these gaps on their way. Then we've got our exhaustion gap signaling the end of a downtrend before we get a gap fill and our runaway gap. We run to the upside. We're running. And, as Jesse McCartney might say in a song that probably no one else knows than me, we're running away. So we have this one running. Shout out to Jesse McCartney circa 2008, because he still makes music and he's pretty cool. So nice little runaway here for Apple. And as you can see, we get it with volume too, guys. Look at the volume we get as we get this runaway gap. I think that's a great look, and I think something to keep an eye on here. But why do these continuation gaps occur? As we said earlier, they're going to signify a continuation of the trend. So basically, they occur because that trend is still, say it with me, continuing. They can often happen due to, I know, right? I'm saying profound stuff over here. No, all jokes aside though, they continue because we're seeing some increased or continuing, I'll stop saying the word continuing, investor interest. Actually, Ramin would like me to keep the joke, so thank you, Ramin. I appreciate the endorsement there. Shout out to Ram and Fabian, Ramin and the Chilean neighbor for everything they do every single day. Go team.
You don't do anything? Yeah, right.
Ramin's gone from trolling us to trolling herself.
Yeah.
Question mark. So
they're the hardest working.
They can do everything over there. Wrong one. Shout out to Ramin. But yeah, basically, we can see this increased investor interest, which is reflected on the chart through a continuation gap. A surge in buying or selling interest, buying if you're in an uptrend, selling if you're in a downtrend, can quickly push prices away from recent levels and create a gap in that existing trend. News or events can also be worth keeping an eye on. Positive or negative news related to the asset can trigger a rapid price movement. And again, usually with a continuation, it's going to be continuing to happen in whatever direction. What about technical factors? So overbought or oversold conditions can lead to a sharp price correction and a subsequent gap. But now we also have to talk about where you might want to enter these continuation gaps. Now that we've talked about them, how do you play them potentially? So here's one example. If you're looking for entry, you might want to see pullback confirmation. So wait for a pullback here to the gap, because that can provide a more favorable entry point. It can help you identify support and resistance once you've had this gap. So after the gap, a previous support level can often become resistance and vice versa. A pullback to these levels can offer a good entry opportunity. Retracement levels are worth noting as well. So using the Fibonacci retracements, for example, you can help identify potential support and resistance areas within the pullback. For example, a pullback to the 38.8 2% or 50% retracement levels in your fibs could be a suitable entry point. It might be fibbing, but it's just one level for you to keep an eye on. So here's one example of a continuation gap pullback entry. So you can come back here. Look where we're bouncing to. I'm actually going to give a pushback for this chart as the example because we have a runaway gap. And look, we're bouncing off that previous chop churn area and we push higher. So just one example of using a runaway gap as an area for support and resistance. But here's another way of looking for your entry for your continuation gap. What about stop losses? Or sorry, we're still going with breakout strategy. I apologize. So for a more aggressive trader, if you're looking at a continuation gap, you might want to consider entering on a breakout of the high of the gap for an uptrend or a breakdown of the low of the gap for a downtrend. So that's going to be entering near highs or lows. It's going to be more of a Katina man type strategy, a bit more of an aggressive look at these here markets. This strategy will require a higher risk tolerance, as implied, I guess, by the Katina man reference. You want a higher risk tolerance because there will be a chance of a fake out breakout, which we don't want any of that smoke unless you do. Unless you have the risk management to keep that in mind. So volume confirmation is worth watching for this as well. Increased trading volume accompanying the breakout can strengthen your signal. But let's talk about stop loss with regards to continuation gaps. Objective placement is one option. So instead of placing the stop loss arbitrarily below or above the gap, you might want to use S&R, support resistance levels. So for an uptrend, you might want to place the stop loss below the nearest significant support level before the gap. In a downtrend, you might want to place the stop loss above the nearest significant resistance level before the gap. Volatility-based stops are worth noting as well. You might want to use ATR, average true range, to determine a stop loss level based on market volatility as well. I'd like to opine one thing that Sharif has told me that I think has been huge. Whatever you're using to enter the trade, you might want to consider using that to help you exit the trade. That's why I started using the book as my entry and exit points when I'm doing my Tesla trades. Because if I'm trading based on the book, how is the chart going to help me? What does that even mean?
Agree.
If you're going to take chart trades, that if I want to use a specific level on the chart to get in, I might also want to use one to get out, but whether that be for profit or loss. So I want to shout out Sharif because that advice he gave me right when I started on the show, and I think it's huge, and it's something worth noticing as well. If you're seeing support and resistance near a gap, maybe you might want to use that. If you're using ATR with that gap, hey, if that gets a little floppy jalopy, that might be something worth playing. Why did I say that? I don't know. That might be something worth looking at as well for market volatility. So thank you, Sharif, for affirming, just to reference the trade you're in, that thesis, and I cannot wait to hear about this trade. I just see that on my side chart, and I say chef's kiss. But profit targets, which I know Sharif's looking at for his affirm, are worth noting as well for continuation gaps. So Fibonacci extensions might be helpful. They can be used to identify potential profit targets based on the size of the gap. Moving averages are also worth noting. You might want to look for a moving average crossover. So, for example, the 10 to the 20 over the 50 over the 100, etc. And also risk to reward ratios. Ensure that the potential profit target justifies the risk taken. A generally accepted risk to ratio might be 1 to 2 or better. But again, it's really going to depend on what type of trader you are. Also, shout out to Darwin putting a snap in the chat. I don't know who that's for, but I'm going to snap for Sharif's affirm trade because I cannot wait to hear about that. But confirmation or affirmation is key because I cannot stop referencing that trade. While continuation gaps can suggest a strong continuation of the trend, it's crucial to seek confirmation from other technical indicators. Indicators like RSI, MACD, or moving averages can help confirm the trend strength and potential for further price movement. Also, seeing someone in the chat, I just want to address this. Sometimes we'll take a few less trades because it is a bit more of a subdued period of the day. I scalp a lot too, so I might be in a trade and I might be in and out in a split second. Doesn't mean I'm not taking the trade. It's just my style of trading is a little bit different. So I want to shout that out. No two traders are alike, much like no two snowflakes are alike.
No.
But I can affirm that. Sometimes there will be a little bit less trading, but it's just because we're waiting for the right opportunities. Speaking of which, affirm?
Yes, thank you for that, Adara. Look, I thank you for the shout out. Obviously, good intentions there, but I got to tell you that I missed the best part of this trade. And the best part was a $27 dip. And I was waxing poetic, to use a phrase that you use often over here with respect to that level. And I had my alert down at 96s. I wanted a 27 breach. And the reason was because the closing print was at 26.83. So I was like, oh, this is going to be fantastic. We're going to weasel our way down into the closing print and I'm going to get a wicked bounce up. We got into 27s and we kept putting in higher highs. I kept saying, look, wait a little bit more, and then it kept going up. So the reason I got short here was a 20 exponential retracement, which it did exactly there. So if it breaks above my 51 level, I'm out of this one and I will be looking long. This is an interesting area here because we have this double bottom area trough, 11 o'clock, where we held up, bounced into the 10, then tanked again. So I was looking at it not just for the 20 exponential, but based on the price action that we have been having earlier, it made sense to me. So a print above 51 pennies, I'm gone, and I will be looking a little bit differently at this one. Again, this is a positive catalyst, guys, right? This is a name that was up on the day. It got an upgrade. I forget from who, Dara, you know?
Oh my gosh.
Bank of
BofA
America.
Securities.
Yeah, thank you. BofA Securities.
I'm yelling.
Yeah, I know.
Got excited.
We're like on our game show, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, they liked a lot of what this company had to say, so it was a good catalyst, and then we ended up really giving back a lot. Now we're still up 2 1/3, so nothing bad to write about there. If it breaks 51, I'm gone Zeno on this one. So we'll pack our patience, see if this one does print 51. It's already printing another higher high there from this local area crest that we got into about 48. So I'm keeping my eye on that one. Very interested. There we go. We got stopped out for the remaining amount. That's okay there because I didn't have much left to begin with. Now I'm very interested in how this one is going to trade, right? So this area at 2760, if this breaks, I'm going long aggressively because this is an area crest that we rejected off. You can see quite aggressively there. We went from 27.60 all the way down into that $27 hold. For now, it looks like I did get stopped out prematurely because it dips back below 50. But that's all right, as Dara likes to say. I'm looking for something a little bit more on this one. But I see some winds of change here, possibly on CrowdStrike. Uh-oh, this is interesting here. Something's afoot with CrowdStrike. I'm going to shout out Big Spile's levels in a sec. Big Spile sent me some levels there on the SPY, and I want to shout them out to everybody else over here because Big Spile always trading up a storm on the SPY. So
hence the name Big Spile.
Yeah, right. Which you endowed him with, Adara. 1240, 1245. We weaseled into the 20 exponential on the 5. We got into 230.47. Technically, I think we did breach that 50 penny level. We got into 59s. All right. So now we have a new high here, 230.99. So we're at that 231 level. We're above the 10, we're above the 20, we're above this area crest over here, but I want to see what we do at this 232. Now, you're telling me 231 is the level, we're rejecting off that. Well, this area trough over here rejected at 232. And it looks a little bit cleaner when you zoom out a little bit. So if we work up at 232, I wouldn't be at all surprised if we were rejected at that level. Right now, though, it does look like we're rejecting at 231. So maybe I should stop looking for longs on CrowdStrike because such beat up name. Anyway, if it works its way up to 232, I'll look to get short. So I'm putting that alert there now. And I want to have advanced notice because it's super spready and will probably takes me some time to get into that screen. So let's put it at 69s because what's life without Wednesday? And we'll see what we get there. But topping tail candles right now on Crowd. So maybe I spoke too soon saying the winds of change were coming. Maybe we will get winds of change if we take 231 on closing basis. That hasn't happened yet. Now, I yelled out to Neil that PayPal is above the volume weighted average price again. So this has been zigging and zagging a little bit. It started out the pre-market at 7 a.m. when it reported, not even thinking about VWAP. Then all of a sudden that bell came and we're zigging and zagging with VWAP. That's because the market's down aggressively on the day. So even though PayPal, obviously up big 8 3/4 right now, really couldn't, sustain that move up. We're still off day high. Basically takes us into that $65 area. We're inching into it now. Here comes 64 1/4. Oh, baby, could PayPal work its way up into $65, maybe even break that, while everything else in a bit of a holding pattern? I don't know. Right now, it feels like everything's coming down. Let's flip back to the Mag 7, see what is up here. So, anemic bounces, if I can say anything right now. We are getting some green candles, but definitely not at all outweighing the move down that we got. All right, Big Spile, shout out to him. Here is what Big Spile says. Level finally came in. I'm long the SPY at 539. I'm looking for a 541 plus retracement. Let's load up the SPY and see what Big Spile is talking about there. SPY, let's see. So he's long at 539. The dude's printing up a storm over here because he got long at 539, which was literally 50 pennies above high a day. I don't think you got your 541 yet, Big Spile, because it did weasel its way up into 540 and 2/3. Didn't get that 541 though. I hope you print. Hopefully we get a breach of that 20 exponential and you're able to get somewhere into 541. I think your 541 level makes absolute sense because it's the consolidation area top that we ranged at from essentially 1140 to the big boy breakdown at 1250. So the better part of an hour was the high end of the range. I hope that range comes back in, obviously, so you can print up a storm there. So shout out to Big Kyle Burdett. It looks like we may be getting a bit of a downturn, though, now on some of these names. Maybe it's time to look short after this dead cat bounce here, Dare. I don't know. What do you look?
I mean, I think that's a really nice transition into what I was going to say about the SPY, which is I think it did give you a fake bounce. Now, should I have been scalpier? I should have. I had 540.35s. Had I gotten out as we got to 540.60s, which we did, could have had 25 pennies. Instead, I was like, no, we can go higher. No. Didn't. Ended up losing 10 pennies. I basically got out here because I was just like, Dara, you're seeing lower highs. You're going to kick yourself if you don't get involved. I chased a bit anyway because I initially wanted something closer to 540s. I got 540.35s. To be clear, probably closer to 540.15s, 540.20s, but still, a chase is a chase. Doesn't matter if it's a Sprite chase, a Coca-Cola chase, it's a root beer chase. A chase is, in fact, a chase, so I have to address that. That being said, you guys know I like my whole dollar scalps, and this time I mean scalp, I promise, SPY. Don't worry. If we break decisively below that 540, I am qualmless about taking this short because also it is involved here with that 9 EMA. It is doing the dalliance with one of my favorite levels. So let's see what we do here. If we can resolve this to the downside, I'm interested in taking this short. You know what? We're trying to get 96. I don't think I'll get it. But if there's any tickers you're trying to get right now, if there's any tickers you want to talk about, get in that chat, exclamation point, join space, $, whatever tickers are fancy. Maybe it's TSLA, Nvidia, maybe it's a ISPO. Maybe you want to hear about what Sharif did with those pharma names. Whatever ticker you are involved in, get in that chat and make sure your voice is heard. Exclamation point, join space, $. Whenever tickers are fancy. I want to shout out as well Bears versus Bulls for always, doing the most in a good way, as Sharif says, to make sure everyone's voice is heard in the votes. If we keep bouncing here off 540.10s, I want to get out of the SPY. I think I read the SPY all wrong here. A little bit disappointing. I had some good trades on this earlier. Undid it a little bit with these last two trades. But if you see stuff you like, you have to go after it with the confidence. As long as you manage it appropriately. As long as you manage things appropriately, and I feel like I did with both these trades, I'm okay with that. Sorry, guys, I could feel myself speaking a little quickly there. These markets get me very excited indeed. But you have to have, the excitement for these markets because that is, there's so much happening here every single day. Also, I can't believe there's 30 minutes left in the show. I feel like time has been flying and going really slowly at the same time in a good way because there's been so many great trading opportunities here in these markets.
Absolutely. And I want to remind everyone to get your vote on, guys. The entire segment between 2 and 220 really relies on you to get your vote in. The big kahunas, they're going to be locked and loaded, and they're going to be ready to look at the names as selected by you guys on this How to Trade Midday show. Get into the chat right now. Hit that exclamation point. Type in that dollar or the word join, space, $, and the ticker of your choice. If you want to see Pfizer fly up through the volume weighted average price, shout out to you, Elon. This is a great trade by you, my man. I don't know where you got in, probably around that 29 and change, 30 and change, because you've been holding this for a hot minute. And here we go. We are literally 10 pennies off that high a day that we printed right at 945. Obviously, that pre-market high still eludes us right around that 32. Looks like it's at 31.98. So great look there for PFE. It's working its way up. It really did get that big boy candle at 25 after 1. About a million some odd shares there, I think we printed. Yeah, 1.1 million shares on that 5-minute candle, really thrusting that one up through VWAP. It was dilly-dallying over here. It kept, showing that there was resistance at that $30.70 area, which is yesterday's closing print. But most notably, it was putting in those higher lows, and that did really well there. So good look. I'm back short on Affirm at this level. We got multiple topping tail candles, and I'm looking to weasel my way into the short on this again. Hopefully this cooperates. We're about like a couple of pennies in the money, nothing to write home about. Looking for this one to give way and wet my beak at around a quarter. But Pfizer is continuing to go. It just took 31. Where the hell is my Pfizer screen? There it is. All right, so Pfizer took 31. Now I want to see what it does at this whole dollar. We know 31.20 is the high a day. Great. All right, well, now we have that. But do we hold 31? That's going to be the question here. Do we continue to hold this level and work our way back up? I mean, we're only 1% up on the day. I mean, that's not that much, right? I mean, this stock has been absolutely shellacked this year and even going into last year as well. So it's due for a bit of a bounce. It looks like their earnings report was really good from what I gleaned, but I'm not an analyst. It was, right? I mean,
From what I saw.
Likewise, same thing that I echo there. So we'll see. We'll see what we get. We will not get upset, but 31 doing the dance right now. Now you could get in and give yourself, to 30.95, whatever, risk 10, 15 pennies over here. Obviously, that 31.20 might act as resistance. That's only 13 pennies away. Here comes 31 again, Adara, and we come back down into 31. Do we break it, Katina Man? Shout out to him. He's printing up a storm on Nvidia and Uber. Go have a look at More Trader TV live. You'll see all of Neil's trades, all of Sean's trades. Yeah, that's what he's doing right there. He's reloaded Nvidia or Uber. He reloaded Nvidia at 30s. So he's printing up on that. I don't even know what are we, 103.30s? 105.30s. So shout out to him. You're doing real well today. Katina Man, #1 trader on the floor today, baby. Get it, Adara.
Nice. Yeah. I want to talk about the SPY because I did a thing here and I was like, the long didn't work, the short didn't work. Did someone try to take a little bit of to borrow an obiism, a cheeky long on the SPY again? Yes, I did. Took 5 pennies. Again, not the trade of anyone's life. I need to work. I don't want to call it a revenge trade because I still saw levels I liked. We were still bouncing at the time. I was like, Adara, we're seeing lower highs, get out. Got involved at 33s, got out at 38s. Obviously, I'm not going to be like hooting for the hills about a cool 5-cent trade. But I think sometimes it's like, if you want to get out, just take out for profit, understand when you're wrong, and be wrong. And that's okay. It's not, as Neil says, it's okay to be wrong. It's not okay to stay wrong. Exactly. I would have felt like I was staying wrong and I stayed in that trade happy. I got back in, but was like, I'm not going to be happy if I stay back in. So I left. Also, Tesla, I don't know why I said it like that. I know I've been generally trying to look at Tesla less as a chart play, but I am seeing a little bit of a move, I guess, almost a reverse Christmas trade. Like a V-shaped recovery here, right? And also, we're seeing a level I like in the book, which is 223. I like these whole dollar levels. If we bounce here at 223 once again, I'm going to watch a couple more times. I'm willing to take Tesla with some aggression, with some size, with some motion in that here ocean, because I want some smoke here. That is honestly what I want. I want to get involved. I want that viciousness. Let's see what we do here. Like I said, these 20s, for whatever reason, these 20-cent levels have been a bit of a thing on Tesla. So I'd honestly be willing to enter at 21s, not just because of the song, guys, I promise. And if we bounce there, if we come back to 23s and bounce, I'm willing to stay in the trade. I want to see us have higher lows, though. I need to wait a little bit to let this trade percolate. I'm not even in it, so it's not even a trade. But I like this level. The other thing, though, I want to be cognizant of is Adara. This is pretty massive resistance earlier. Getting long at previous resistance is not always the move, so maybe you want to wait to see if it forms a support. Either way, I like what I'm seeing in the book for right now at TSLA. We're holding nicely above that 223 level, but no rushing into trades. That's what I say. CrowdStrike. Hi, I'm still looking at you, CrowdStrike. Had a couple of trades on CrowdStrike here, was profitable on 1.5 of them. And I say 1.5 because one of them, I took profit on half the position, added back in, lost 30 cents on that. But I mean, net positive for this, that is for sure. I again haven't been looking at my P&L, but sometimes it's just like, if the math, right? The math is mathing. So CrowdStrike coming into not only that 230 level that Sharif was talking about earlier, that I think has been interesting, but it's also coming into the 90 MA. If I see something I like on the book, I might take a smaller position. I took a larger position with that move because I felt wildly confident about that 228 bounce. Sometimes you have to have that confidence if you're looking at it for a long time. I don't think confidence is a bad thing either, as long as you're playing it appropriately in a way that makes sense. I'd been staring at it for a long time, so I knew where the bounce was. This CrowdStrike, I might have to bounce a little bit, or been staring at a little bit more crowd into the book before I strike. So that's going to have to be what happens here. Let's talk about QXO. Adam DeLuce says, get back in that SPY. I honestly don't feel like I have a great read of the SPY right now, so I'm going to wait till I see something I like better in the book. But thank you, Adam DeLuce. I appreciate that. Hopefully you're having a winning session. Also, this QXO I've had my eye on all day. This is that Jared Kushner backed stock. They had that 80% down move because they had the SEC filing. And so there's been a bit of an flux of shares. But I want to talk about Pfizer because that looks amazing. Shout out to you, Sharif.
Yeah, thank you, Adara. I appreciate you. I waited for that 31 break. It came back, it retested 31, and the buyers came in plenty. We just took a nice 20 penny winner right now on the blue-pilled one, but it's still going, baby. There it goes, 31.30s incoming. This has been a strong name, and now it looks like the buying is on this bad boy over here as it blew through VWAP like it didn't even matter. And now look at this tape teleportation. This is, I think they have over 1 billion shares in the float. So for it to move requires a lot. I'm looking 1 second. Yeah, it got 5.6 billion share float. So to move Pfizer, you need big boy money. So there's a lot of pumping right now. Good look there. I took it out way too early. Look at this thing go. It's at $0.33. Looks like it's going to the dang $0.50. We talked about that $0.50 being that area of local resistance from that pre-market pop. Let's load up the Pfizer one and have a look real quick here. So there was, yeah, well, it's a bit convoluted, but there seems to be some resistance at this 31.50. It's not exactly 31.50 either. These two candles, again, this is pre-market stuff, so on lighter volume, you get the 50 penny rejection there. You try to weasel your way up, you get the 45 penny rejection there. So I'm all eyes, ears, and whatever sensory other perceptions I can look. 31.50 is going to be on my radar. I want to see if it gets breached. Let's put the notification on the other side of 50 so we see if it does breach that 50 or whether there's going to be a whole bunch of selling coming in at around that level. Great afternoon for Pfizer as it goes over 2% on the day. Now the other trade that I've got on here is boring me and lulling me to death. We're about 5 pennies out of the money on this Affirm short. The reason I'm still in it is because we really haven't gotten any higher highs. This is what I'm seeing on Affirm. I've lowered down my stop from 55s into 45s because I don't like what I'm seeing. I'm seeing a hold up right now for whatever reason at this, 30 penny level, and now I will get stopped out as it's at 46. It has to cross though, so I didn't see exactly if it crossed. Let's go back. Now we're stopped out. So this is like, yeah, the first L really we've taken on the day on this one. Let me see, am I still positive on it though? That would suck if I'm negative on it. Yeah. I'm negative on Pfizer now. That sucks, but that's yeah, that's the way it is, right? And that's kind of how Affirm. Sorry, not Pfizer. Affirm. Negatory on it. Am I out of this? Yeah, I'm out of this. So we'll keep an eye on this 50 to see if it rejects. If it rejects, I'll get in again. I swear. So we'll see exactly what we get over here. Now this is what I'm looking at. I want to see. I hear about Adara's trade in a second, but here's what I'm looking at: high, lower high, lower high, and if we reject that 50s. That's going to be a definite lower high there. So I will be very interested if we do reject that 50s and at the most 53s. Tell us all about that trade, Adara.
Thank you. I will, with pleasure. I want to, like I said, I am a little bit more cognizant when I trade after one or when I'm more tired. But that doesn't mean I won't take trades. It just means I want to take trades I feel great about. Trades I've been watching for reasons I like. I was talking about that Tesla 223. I said, hey, you know what I like about this? I like that A, the book is shaping up pretty nicely. B, we had that nice Christmas tree retracement. C, we had this level, but I wanted to see us bounce. Will it come back? The book is still looking mighty fine. We're still holding that 223 generally pretty well. Look at that bottoming tail candle. All signs to me point to long. So I wait, I watch, I plot, I scheme, plot, scheming, getting money. Shout out as always to Drake's Furthest Thing, which is I think one of the more underrated Drake songs. But basically what I got here is I saw the 223.25. I said, Adara, if we break out of this in any way, just get out, watch, see what we do with 223s. I had a beak wetter set here for 223.49, so took out 25 pennies. Then I waited to see what we did. I was eyeing 70s. We kind of had a little bit stagnation heading into the 70s, so I got out at 69s, took 44 pennies with the rest of that TSLA position, which was half, so half out 25 cents in the money, the other half out 44 cents in the money. Please does punch with this. Shout out to Adam DeLuce, who was telling me get back at that SPY, and I was busy looking at Tesla. Wow, shout out to you, Adam DeLuce. I guess the long here was the right idea that I had on this, wasn't playing it correctly, but man, if you were long the SPY here, shout out to you. I want to shout out as well. Big Spile per dad, who would be a cool $2 in the money because Sharif was saying he got involved at 539s. Great look. If the SPY bounces here at 541, I actually would be a little bit intrigued by a long here. But again, my read in it's been a little bit shaky, so it would be a bit of a scalp, and I would probably use less size. If there's any tickers you've been looking at, though, in whatever direction, you guys only have 10 minutes left to vote. Get involved in that chat, exclamation point, join space, $, whatever ticker you want. The top 5 tickers will get looked at by La Big Kahunas on that big desk with the green screen being covered by Sharif. He'll take you through the news stories. Sean and Neil will take you through the trades in this new segment that's brought to you by Real Trading. But the only way you guys can vote is to be in the chat. And the only way to be in the chat is be a subscriber. So make sure you like, make sure you subscribe. Yes, Sean, I did not make the nickname. So, but when Sharif returns, we can have a chat about that here nickname, I suppose. SPY getting your 541s. What do you want to do here at 541 SPY? Let's find out what's going on here. Let's Tesla long together, says Mark Bergman. Yeah, I already hopped out of that Tesla long, but if it keeps bouncing, specifically 223.50s was an area I liked. That could be of note. But Sharif, Sean says that the Big Kahunas need a new nickname.
Oh, wow. Sean, you're putting me on the spot a little.
You're muted. You're muted. Sorry,
I'm not.
Ramin was telling me.
Oh, okay. All right, I have to look at this for a second here. CrowdStrike got to, oh, come on, bro. 231.50 and it tanked $1 and I completely missed it. I had this set up. Come on, dog. Yeah, I know. Sucks to be me. Had to use the bathroom. All right, so here we go. CrowdStrike, this was an obvious level that we talked about earlier from 1105 to 1110. It came into that 231.50, 232, and this was an area that we talked about where we had the alert. It comes in there and it drops $1. So I'm a little disappointed there. Let's see if it continues to hold down, to come down, because still we're getting higher highs and higher lows. So we're getting that 226.5 low, then 229.5, and now if we hold up above 229.5, that'll be a higher low. But right now, we're well below $1 off that 231.50. It is a bit of a spready name. So right now, we're looking at about a 20-penny spread, but you already knew that because Adair has been trading and talking about how spready it is.
I have.
Giving Meta a bit of a run for its money right now. So what I'm staring at on the screen is to see if it makes a new low below 229.5. If it does, then its higher high and higher low kind of sitch is not in play. And this will actually be an interesting long if it can take, yeah, call me crazy, but if it can take that 231.50 level again, that'll be successively higher highs and higher lows, and definitely an area take that we talked about, that 1105 5-minute candle and that 1110 5-minute candle all holding up at that particular area. And here it goes again, right back into 231. This thing looks like it wants to take that high. So the crowded one, a lot of buying and selling, into this name as well. Keep in mind, I'm just going to give you some different levels that I'm going to have my eye on. 233 and 2/3, that's a 50 exponential on the 5, and 235 and a quarter, that's a volume weighted average price. That's where they are right now. Doesn't mean that's where they're going to be if it is to work its way up into those levels. So fantastic look here for CrowdStrike. It gave you a nice little short there, but I was slow to the punch there, to be quite honest with you. Still looking for that Pfizer top that we put in at 31.50, because that's a bit of an area top. We got the 43s, still haven't broken that level. Very interested to see whether or not it can work its way into that level. Let's look at a firm over here quickly. Yeah, happy I got out of this short on a firm because it worked its way right back into the 50. So I think I had the right idea with these 3 candles over here doing this topping kind of pattern, but it comes in and it holds a level multiple times, 3 times on the 5-minute chart. That was kind of my cue there, that you probably have the wrong idea on that, Sharif, and this is going to head back up, and it did. So good look there and good stop out. Let's flip back to big tech real quick here, see what the look is. All right. So it's not the mother of all recoveries by any means, but we are definitely off the lows. Case in point, 456.70 low for Meta. Now we're printing 463. So we're, almost basically $5 off that low. Same thing with Amazon. Basically looking to break 181 right now, breaking through the 10 and the 20. 182.50 is VWAP. Apple only down 0.33% on the day, as it and Google have performed better as a result of that TPU, Tensor Processing Unit headline. And it's definitely having trouble with this area over here, this 217.50, where pivot points is. It really hasn't been able to take that since basically 11 this morning, so right when we started the show. So AAPL, even though it's recovering, it seems like a bit possibly here of a dead cat bounce, but time will tell. Google, the best faring name in Mag 7 world on the day, and I'm not really surprised there. I could have told you that probably last night, that it would do the best given this TPU headline. And there it is. It's up 0.05, but it's the only one that's not negative. GOG and Goggles are both positive at the moment. But for how long? They just
GOG, I like that.
Yeah.
It took me a second to realize you said GOG.
Yeah,
not
Goog.
I like it.
I don't know why I said it like that. I should have said Goog. 169.75 is where the volume weighted average price is on GOOGL. It came into that general vicinity and putting a bit of a red candle right now, but we're going to have to watch to see if this market can recover. But if you asked me just to guess, and that's all that it is, a guess, I don't think we recover today. I think it's going to be a tough, couple of months until the election. And we have this cyclicality, election year or not. Go and look at what the market did last year. Go and look at what it did the year before. It typically sells off during this time, and then we don't really catch a bid until like sometime in the fall, depending really when. Sometimes we get an Uptober. We didn't get one last month. We got a good November. We didn't get an October. The year before, though, we did get an October. So,
And either way, you have an Uptober animation, so you're prepared if there is
ready.
an October. Shout out to Fabian for making that fun little Uptober.
Yeah, of course. Shout out to Broad Street Wolf Sharif. What do you think about the Fed tomorrow? I think we don't get anything, but I think you're going to really have to look at his posturing to kind of read in between the lines. I mean, a lot of people talking about a September cut. That would be the next one after this one. So if he's going to tip his hand a little bit, maybe he does it tomorrow. I'll listen to the dovishness or lack of dovishness in his speech tomorrow. Again, obviously, the more telling time typically comes out when question period comes on. So hang on your hats there. It usually starts around 2:45. Adara will have all those headlines for you at the big boy desk. Freddie, the friendly guy. I have cats, live ones, LOL. Y'all make our days awesome out here. I think you're right. Shout out to you, Freddie, the friendly guy. We couldn't be more pleased that you're joining Adara and I. Obviously, no point of us being here without you guys. So shout out to you. Trader CL, bet you a beer that the ES closes the day in the green. Dude, I'll bet you that all day because it only cost me a beer for the profile, for the portfolio to be up. I'll take that bet any day. Shout out to Trader CL.
That's a good one.
Trading up a storm on silver apparently today.
Yeah, apparently trading up a storm in silver. Shout out to you, the crypto lawyer.
Woo!
Because that is my button I've been pretty responsible about, but sometimes you got to press it. Tesla rejects here of this 224. We get to like 223.90s, and it's like, do I have to? No, Tesla, it's okay. You don't have to get to 224. That's all right. I have no reason to get involved in Tesla right now, so I'm not going to rush anything. That being said, this 223.70 bounce, I don't hate. Why do I not hate it? As I said, I go down to Tesla 223.69s because that 70 area was a bit elusive at the time. So if we're bouncing now of 223.70s on the book, I don't mind that at all. I want to clarify as well why I'm trying to book trade Tesla specifically, because I know some people rightfully in the chat were like, that's kind of an interesting one to choose to learn how to book trade, right? I think that's why I like it, because it's so bamboozling, but there are still within the bamboozlements moments of clarity, and it's up to you to listen to those moments of clarity. Sometimes I do, sometimes I listen to them inappropriately, and sometimes the bamboozlement is just bamboozlement, but I think it's really it's been a huge lesson for me to try to learn how to book trade with a stock that can be so darn bamboozling. So I just wanted to say that's what I've been doing more. And as Sharif said, I do have the Tesla book up at all times. And sometimes I do talk to it. I'm like, yo, Tesla, how you doing? What's going on?
She taunts it, though, to be fair.
I taunt it, or I'm like, hey, like if you don't do that, I'm going to short you. Today, though, I was nice. I said, Tesla, don't have this move till I get back. And then it had the move. Also, I took 10 pennies or 11 pennies on the SPY trade. I got out of this clearly early. I wanted to shout out Neil Roberts in the chat. You'll see Neil Roberts pretty soon. But Neil Roberts in the chat saying something I want to echo, just that he said, trading's been okay, but sometimes I just feel like I haven't had enough confidence in the move and I've gotten out too early. That's what happened to me on the SPY. So I want to echo that. And I always want to thank our community for being so open and honest with us in this chat, because that's what makes this community what it is. I got long here at the SPY at 541 because we broke below 541. You guys know I always watch whole dollar breaks in the SPY, or I should be. I'm trying to anyway. But I saw that we got to 540.90s and bounced right back up. I said, Adara, get involved at 541, risk into 540.90s. That's what I did. We ended up getting that bounce back off 540.90s, but it was a little bit of an anemic bounce, to borrow Sharifism. I didn't see the motion in the ocean I wanted. It looked like we needed a burger. It looked like we needed some iron. We needed some ferrous gluconate. So I was like, maybe this bounce isn't going to be what I wanted. I had a resting order ready to get out at 541.11. The resting order was taken. I got out and we continued to push higher. I'm happy with how I executed the trade to some extent, but I do think I need to be more patient. And the reason I didn't get back in the long, even though I noticed it bounced at 541.25s, is look where we had a little bit of support earlier. That's right, around 541.50s. I want to be very cognizant of what we do here in the SPY. As Sharif has said, and I want to echo this, a lot of times you're not going to see those futures levels actually play a role in the chart, but sometimes they do. And so I want to be cognizant when you have support, resistance, flippity-floppities like that. That's something I want to be aware of. So I want to shout that out. Also, CrowdStrike, shout out to you, because CrowdStrike trying to strike that level. I have been keeping my peepers on here, and that is 232.
Nice,
Look at this 232 support area. That's why I took that long when we bounced off that support initially at 232, though obviously got involved a couple dollars later. But look at that level here. If we come and reject there, I don't know if I'll take it short. I might not be at this desk when we take it short because I only trade during the midday period. I'd be lying, though, if I say I'm not watching it. I know I'm cognizant of the fact that we've had the dead cat bounces. There's an obvious double bottom here at 227s. I want to be aware of that. But I mean, man, sometimes you get a support resistance flip-flop like this and you can't ignore it. So I'm going to keep eyes on it, but I'm not going to force myself to trade it unless I see something I'm obsessed with, in which case I might take it with smaller size, depending on the quality of the move I see. So there we go. What classifies a big kahuna, says Sean. I'm not really sure, but we'll find out. How are you doing over here?
I'm good.
It is a reference to Pulp Fiction. That is true. The Big Kahuna Burger. I heard Neil say that.
I've never watched
That's
Pulp
where
Fiction. I know.
That's where they go to get the burger. When they go in the house and Jules is like, "Oh, Big Kahuna Burger. What'd you get with your Big Kahuna Burger?" And then he eats it.
Oh, I know. I've been berated for not watching that movie before. I know it's a classic. Obviously, maybe one day I'll get around to it. But man, Crowd, what? I love your level on that, but it keeps rejecting off this 231.5, and here comes 230.5 already. Yeah, tough there. I wanted to mention one thing before. I had something to mention. I completely forgot. I was looking at CrowdStrike, obviously, but that wasn't the one that I was looking at. Oh, let me flip back to oh, yes. It feels like the winds of change are coming on these Mag 7 names, but then you get this stop right there at this 18,950. This was a bit of a consolidation area top on the future because we were watching the future make a great recovery there. And now we come into an obvious level that we rejected off before, 18,950. Generally, a few candles rejecting off that level. Let's see if we can take it. We've got a few more minutes left on the show. Not really a whole lot other than trading, like usually, and Adair and I will chat about, some non-trading related stuff, but nothing really comes to mind. Anything happen interesting in popular culture yesterday that we can talk about? Anything?
I don't think so.
Not really.
It's my sister's birthday tonight, so I guess that's something interesting for me.
Okay.
It's not tonight, it's today. So yeah, shout out to Melody.
On. You went out on the weekend though for her birthday, no?
Well, okay, yeah. So part of that was for because she was in town, but that's because she was in town.
So they're gone.
But yeah, so they're gone. They are gone. Yeah. Saw them off. But yeah, so I don't know what those hands were. But yeah, so shout out to Melody, and yeah, it was my sister's birthday. Good time.
That's awesome. How old did she turn, if you don't want to tell me?
22.
Ooh, 22. So she's young. Okay, so you're the big sister.
I am.
Here.
There's just the two of us, so I'm big sister. Yeah.
Love it. Sounds good. Yeah. I get bullied by my big sister, so it's I know how you guys roll. Yeah, and I know you're the big sister too. Yeah. I know you're the big sister, Ram. Yeah. Ram's a bully, bro. Just natural bully. Like natural bully. Yeah.
Oh my God.
What's going on over there, Katina, man?
Me and Ram have a lot in common. She bullies her sister, I bully the market.
This is what the Katina man said. Ram bullies her sister. He has more lofty goals, though. He bullies the market, baby. Get it, Katina, man. There's about 6
Darwin's
minutes
in the
left.
chat.
Well, Darwin?
Now we know why Sharif pumps iron.
I know. I agree. No, in all seriousness,
That's
come
funny.
on now. I'm not gonna touch my sister, but yeah, of course, we gotta stay in shape. What's the point of trying to make any money if you're not gonna have the health to enjoy it? So that's just kind of my little philosophy there.
Health and wealth.
Adara, I like this level here that came in on Meta. This is really interesting. There's a lot of consolidation with a top here at 436 1/3. We also rejected off that level 1105. We consolidated there as a top, and now we're at that level with the topping tail. So interesting look here as the Zuck train definitely recovering off that low. A couple of more dollars here, and we're going to be $10 off the low. So great move back here for META, volume weighted average price sitting around 465 and a quarter. I want to see if we reject this candle of indecision. The doji was, the first thing you want to see. And then let's see now if we get the move down, because this would be a gnarly retracement here on Meta and on all the Mag 7, because we're putting in that 18,950 rejection on the NQ September contract. So we'll see if that kind of rejection translates into some weakness here on the Mag 7 names. I should probably tell you guys that I was saying that all the futures contracts were in negative territory. That sense has changed. The Russell's up 0.12. The Dow faring the best today in futures world, up over 1/4 percentage point right now. So the Dow recovering a little bit there, Adara, as it was negative. Any fine? Oh, I got some tags in the chat here. Rob EV, LUMN, big, fat, rounded bottom. I saw it, sir, because this one is weaseling its way back into the volume-weighted average price. Neil called this one out earlier. We were unsure exactly why this thing was moving, because this was one hell of a buy program. If you want to see what a buy program looks like, this is it right here. There is no green volume or no red volume candles there, Adara, until the buy program got turned off. And then 345 or 344 was a high. We hold the 50, and now we're curling back into this 269, 270 area, volume weighted average price. A good recovery, rounded bottom. We'll have to see if it can take these technical levels, though, guys. Trader CL, and you have a 0.65% left in the S before my beer gets served. I'll give you that beer any day, my man. I see the ES, though, as down as 0.7, so another 0.5 for you. Got to add a little bit on that tally here.
Nice, yeah.
I'm going to take off.
Oh, thank you so much to Sharif for everything you did today. I want to shout out his awesome pharma trades there, using his pharmacological knowledge to make some trades there with the Pfizer one and the Merck one.
The Merck one, yeah, as well.
There's 2 minutes left.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, so that's why, yeah, so shout out to Sharif.
Okay, so I will see everybody very soon at the big screen. Kill it, Adara. Hope everybody prints in the afternoon, and make sure to catch the afternoon rundown. The Big Kahuna is going to be looking at your names.
Yeah, shout out to Sharif there. Thanks again for everything you do. Crowd not even wanting to get to my 232. As Sharif mentioned, that thing took 231.50 and dropped like a stone, so I didn't short it because it didn't come into my level. One stock, though, I kind of have eyes on as we get to the end of the session, and I'm going to shock everyone because it's not Tesla. Though Tesla is at one of the levels I liked, it's actually going to be the SPY. SPY making some lower highs here. That being said, we're still bouncing off 541.10s-ish, 541, so I don't want to get involved yet. But I am seeing a little bit of a hesitance to reclaim that 541.30 area. I've had some eyes on this throughout. I don't want to rush into a short because I'm not seeing the ferocity that I want to see with this one heading to the downside, but just keeping an eye on the SPY. Also, though, keeping an eye on earnings. Someone was asking about the earnings board. I can give you the earnings I know off the top of my head. Tonight, we're going to get Arista Networks, First Solar. We're going to get Pinterest. We're going to get Microsoft. We're going to get AMD. We're going to get Starbucks. We're also, there's some other smaller ones, but those are the main ones you're going to be getting there, the big six. But Microsoft and AMD, 2 to look at. And it's interesting. I want to shout out Sharif. Thank you there for the earnings board. I appreciate that, Ramin. So tonight we do have AMD, Live Nation as well, Arista. We've got Microsoft. We have Pinterest. We have Lemonade. We have Electronic Arts. So lots of things to keep an eye on there with regards to earnings, and also Starbucks. So you can sip on those results. You're also going to, I was sure, hear about Starbucks trade from Sean pretty soon because he was involved in that one, I know. For the long side. But Microsoft, it's interesting. I want to shout out to Sharif for pointing out that pattern on Meta. Microsoft, pretty similar. We come into a previous area of resistance, then we kind of coil. And I think with Microsoft, we're trying to reclaim that 420. I mentioned that 420 earlier. Should have had better eyes on it because that 420 Huadunk was beautiful. And we got it on Microsoft. Let's see if we can come back to this area. Now let's take a look here at Meta, though, because as Sharif said, the pattern on Meta, I would say it's coming very similar to Microsoft, though Microsoft, you actually have the added confluence of a 90 MA bounce. So both Meta and Microsoft looking kind of similar here. Amazon sort of resembling both of them. Nothing on this chart that I would think would make anyone say, oh boy, here. It's just kind of continuing to have a bit of a recovery, still down about 1.21% of the day, but much like Microsoft and Meta making this recovery, and here bouncing off the 90 MA. But we're going to bounce off to the big kahunas, or I'm sorry, Sean and Neil and Sharif, and that new segment. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. Let's go.
Oh, wrong one, Ram. All right, guys, welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every day. Neil's here, Sean's here. They're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you, so make sure to check out the Midday How to Trade show, the Dare and I, and get into the chat and vote for the tickers as decided by you every day. Yep, here's a look at the T or the triple Qs, 1.4% in the negative. We breached that 19,000 point mark on the NQ September contract, and we continued to move down. A lot of weakness today in the Mag 7, trying to recover a little bit right now. We'll see if that continues into the afternoon. The biggest loser on the day in Mag 7 world, and you don't really need me to tell you that. You can see that chart. Huge move to the downside. Nvidia selling off aggressively as we got news yesterday that Apple chose to go with Google's Tensor Processing Unit, TPU for short, instead of getting Nvidia's GPUs, and that has Nvidia selling off aggressively, guys. I know you guys traded this one today. What's a look?
Apparently, I don't know. I was muted a second ago. Thank you, Ramin, for reminding me there. You know, it is what it is. We haven't actually had one of those incidents all week.
Yeah, what's up with that?
You know what? Just for that, tomorrow morning I'm going to be disconnected from. No, I'll be muted just for a couple of seconds.
Yeah, all right. No, do it for a couple minutes. Do it for a couple minutes.
Oh,
it's all right. Yeah, just let's go the full way right there. Look at this long that we have in Starbucks right now. We have one long today. We talked about this one here coming into earnings. This Starbucks trade, 77 cents in the money, and still have 20% on.
Actually, I think
right now.
if you're offering, I can get a water.
A water?
Yeah. What's wrong with water?
Did I ever bring a water?
What's wrong with water? It literally gives us life. Water is important. You got to stay hydrated, man. Like, what's wrong with water? Okay.
I'm
getting grief. I'm getting grief for
Starbucks. I went and got $1 coffee here as the dollar drink days kicking in. Oh no!
Good deal.
We just took $1 again on Nvidia. All right. We talked about. Remember when we left? I said that okay, we're negative on the day, and we've had 3 negative days this month. I checked; it was more than 2. It was 3. And then we came back right now. Dun, 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 dun. You know, it's just you got to stay positive. You got to stay in your zone. We talk like the midday show is great. Lots of lessons. It's absolutely fantastic. And by the way, Adair and Sharif killing it right there. So I mean, very, very proud of all the changes that I've seen there.
Oh wow!
But look, we went long and then we just went damn short. Flip up your games and let's go. So there's Nvidia. Boom! We just did this right now. Here now, Nvidia from being the worst name today to number 1. And I mean, that's what it's all about, you know.
Thanks, Randy.
Find the trends, find who you are, and get right back in that damn seat right now. It's like, Randy, it's like when I'm teaching and coaching these girls, you know, they strike out, whatever, it's all good. You know, get back on that horse and boom it out there right now. Was really proud of my daughter. She hit her first home run, and she got the player of the game. And now we're ready to rock and roll. So thank you so much, Frank S. You probably mean Neil is the best trader of all time because you did not tag anybody. So Neil's right there. We're both right here all the time. And yeah, just thank you so much for all the support again. On the show, man.
You didn't say she hit the first home run. That's a big one, man.
I think it was. I mean, it was during a rep game. It was during the Ontario Mega.
Oh, you're saying she might have hit one in the house league, but hadn't hit one in rep. Well, obviously,
maybe a T-ball or something like
hitting
that.
one for the travel team is obviously a bigger deal than hitting one in T-ball.
Aaron
nothing wrong.
She'll be hitting some bombs.
Dude, the one kid there's this one kid on my daughter's team who's like a couple of years older than her. He's a big boy.
Yeah.
Like he hits a jacket game. And he comes up.
T-ball, it's about size, right?
He comes to bat, and like before I was still pitching, he would come to bat, and he's the only one. I'm turning around. Does every kid on the other team have their head up?
Yeah.
And are they paying attention? If they're not, I'll say, hey, everybody pay attention because like he almost took my head off one time.
Last night at practice, I was like, dude,
too.
You can't stay in the infield because we have some small kids. You got to get them out of the infield.
Yeah, it's just a safety thing. Because at that age, 7, 8, 9 years old, the gaps can be huge. Before we get back to Nvidia, Tenable is exploring a sale. This is TENB. Just came across the old Benzinga in the ear. Check them out. So didn't hear any specific details in terms of price, but exploring a sale. Obviously a big volume spike on Tenable here. Breaking it out. Until you know any firm details, just sort of play it with, hey, you have resistance that's 46, 46 and a half. If it can try to bounce in that range, I'd look for a little something I guess like we're talking about Nvidia. Nvidia is at VWAP. Sean already mentioned this. So Nvidia is bleeding. Nvidia is at VWAP, short VWAP, I guess. And we're going to get AMD aftermarket tonight.
Yeah.
So that's a big one. AMD aftermarket tonight. ARM on Thursday. You're going to get some really big chip names that have to put up or shut up because they're even more expensive on a PE basis than Nvidia. Believe it or not. Most people think Nvidia is super overpriced. ARM and AMD, same thing. Same thing.
We're also short on AMD. Oh. Remember when Obi wore these, man? Obi made me look like a fool when Obi was wearing these, man. Obi is something else. We're also short right now AMD. So we finally put AMD. And again, there's AMD. Just put it on. Boom. Right back in there, man. All right. Back over to the big kahuna himself.
I got to get you a new name, Sean. Just give me some time. I'll have one for you. All right, triple Q's up next. You see that down 1 1/3. It's been a tough day, or it's been a tough couple of weeks for these tech-heavy names. Then NQ, the triple Q here, the ETF derivative. So we're expecting Microsoft earnings tonight. We're also expecting AMD, Starbucks coming through, First Solar as well coming through. That's been a very interesting solar trade as they make local North American solar panels. Wouldn't be subject to that 100% tax coming out of China, as well as Pinterest, social media on watch today. And we're kind of holding our breath here for the second largest company in the NQ, guys.
Luna ad. I got to talk to this guy. We got to get our Benzinga thing popping off here.
He's coming back on.
It's coming back. It's coming.
Today's Tuesday.
Oh, does he come on every week now?
Is he coming? I don't know.
Is that guy moving on up or what? All right.
Not today. He's not on.
Yeah, he's not on today. Okay. All right. So Q's. Oh, please! I almost threw up in my mouth there. We had missed the best trade by literally pennies. I mean, it was right here today on the TQQ, right here. So it already showed us its face that it wanted to go down. Then for some reason, it dared us to short VWAP. And I just wasn't on it. I came across my scanner. I went right over there. I offered. I missed it. I stayed there for a couple seconds. Then it started to go down. Then I offered 79s. Then I offered 76s. Next time I'm punching in. When these levels evaporate like that, you cannot get shares. So we should be short right here. And man, that would have been epic. But we're not. So it doesn't really matter along end of the day. But I feel like pullbacks into VWAP is what we're looking for. And right there, like I said, man, good day trading. I bought, so the only thing I did here during the afternoon was I bought more Nvidia. I bought more Nvidia in my account. I'm not going to buy the Qs or anything like that.
It's funny you say that.
I do think that, I do think that it's, hold on a second. I just want to look at the weekly chart here for the NASDAQ. So I don't do the whole dollar cost averaging thing. Like, we'll wait. I don't actually own any NASDAQ. I don't actually own any indexes really other than some of the ETFs we talk about. But if I was going to do this is a weekly chart. I just think that there's a lot of movement in the NASDAQ for sure, but it's not like a slow grind, right? So, I mean, I feel like this could easily grind back into this 420 area. And realistically, I don't want a dollar cost at anything until we're at the 50-period moving average. So I feel like there's a lot more to come here for the NASDAQ. And I do understand buying these dips. And I think if you like the basket of these names, I mean, that's what the triple Qs are, right? The NASDAQ 100. So if you do believe in some of these plays like Apple as a basket, and I feel like you could start to nibble right now. For me, like I said, we already kind of went through this AI kind of bubble phase, obviously, as our daily charts don't split over for Nvidia. But I just want to say, like, you're down now 35% from the top in Nvidia, right? Bear market on a stock or in anything is 20%. So you're almost in 2 times bear market territory right now for Nvidia, which is supposed to be the best name on the block. So let's just,
Is it though? I mean, yeah.
You tell me.
It's supposed to be.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's
it drags
supposed to be. So,
yeah,
that's all good. I mean, I wish I knew what the best name was. But, I mean, for right now, I just feel like if I'm going to dip by anything, it would be this. And the reason why I'm talking about this with the Qs is, I mean, it's such a big part of the NASDAQ. So, yeah, missed opportunity there today, but we'll be back. And I ran the numbers, baby. I ran the numbers. So TQs is number 1 for me. Then it's Nvidia, and we came to promise that. And now I've slipped my mind what the third one is. I think it's Apple. So it remains
probably.
a lot of the bigger names there. And surprisingly enough, my worst stock by far, thanks Obi, is Amazon. So there was 1 or 2 days there when I know that we got ran over there on Amazon. So I remember that. I looked it up. Those are my two.
Amazon was good for the 200 Bezos sell, and everything else has been bamboozlement.
There's a couple of days where I was oversized. I think we talked about that. And again, I have no problem telling you guys all about that. Yeah, and just real quickly, the other name was to my surprise, I'm running perfect on Intel. I don't have any red days on Intel this month. And this month, and you can ask us in the chat, I'm 11-3 so far this month. And hopefully today, knock on wood, we can go 12-4 and put a bow on this month tomorrow. So far, so good here this month. And a lot of it has to do with the triple Qs. So that's why we talk about that. My number one stock.
I do pick up at least one index. There was a point where I actually pivoted away from the Qs when I thought things were top heavy. In a couple of months, I bought the Dow. I was buying the Dow instead. Yeah. It just felt like a little bit better. But this was the first time I went and went back into the Qs. So this time I did, just because it was at that level, and it was a time of the month for me. It had nothing to do with the Qs being at the bottom. I was buying one of the indexes on Q for the same amount every single month, and I just kind of figured, okay, let's go back to this and not buy the Dow again. But that being said, if you look at what's happening, it's a V-shaped recovery from the bottom. Not all the way, but into like this last close on Thursday. And so resistance here at like 458 or so. Man, if we don't take that out, I feel like you could still see a bit of continuation. Like, look at this go sideways from here. Like, if it's not taking out this 58, pretty obvious. I think you get to VWAP at that point and then work to something else. So anything that was this is a short name, this is a weak name, I think you're leaning back towards some of those. I think CrowdStrike's in play if it can get back to 232. That one's been trending down the entirety of the day here. But the Qs, they're at a resistance spot. Maybe not VWAP or not a huge level, but they're certainly at one right now. Let's move on over to SOUN.
SoundHound next, guys. Good day for SoundHound. About 2 4/5 right now into the high side. This is not from today, but they are trading higher as a result of the deal that they launched with ChatGPT to launch, or OpenAI to launch ChatGPT, in Alfa Romeo and Citroën vehicles out in Europe. We know Nvidia has taken ownership into this company. A good day for it today, trying to come back into local highs, still off that high of the day.
Which stock? Oh, sound.
So there was a question from Mark Knight in the chat here that I wanted to get to because we were just sort of talking about indexes. I don't own any small caps. Like, do you own any small caps? I don't own IWM or RUT. Like, I'll be in and out sometimes in my TFSA, which is kind of like more like like the long-term accounts, the RSP, and then TFSA is your tax-free savings account. I'm in some small caps there. I have some Rivian, like stuff like that, but I don't own IWM. And I've been thinking about it, but it's so close. I feel like if it fails those highs, we talk about it every single week with Chris Brecher, how you're right at that top, and the IWM is the last thing to try to get there. And if it fails the high, the market a lot of times has made a big turn. So I'd like to see that resolve itself first. But SOUN, it feels like the airs come out of this one a little bit. So it's up 3% today, but when you zoom out, it comes right back into the 50-period moving average. It's got a new downward channel it's trying to break out. So if you look at it like here, so like if you look at that channel, like it's holding the line, a higher low off of that channel, but I think the bigger one is going to be when it tests in from there. So you got the 50 period, you've got this 480 level, which is currently clearly your Alamo, because if this loses 475, forget about it. Stocks like this, when they lose the support level, you're probably filling in at least a good portion of that gap. And your lower highs into this bottom. If you get a retest of 480, maybe there's a quick little bounce scalp play on this stock. Volume has been dwindling. However, if we're looking at these small cap runners or movers in the afternoon, you want there to be at least maintaining volume, if not growing, not still declining. Like, it's still declining in volume on the day. And when that's happening, I don't think those are the ones that you want to gravitate towards. That starts curving back up on the volume. There should be some kind of a trade here in SOUN. A lot of times you're going to see them go with Nvidia. So the fact that it's up and holding support is a bit of a decent sign when Nvidia is bleeding today, but unfortunately, volume not good enough for afternoon trades yet. Anything can happen. Where'd he go?
I was going to comment. I was waiting for Sean to comment on that. All right, so SPY next, guys. We already talked about the triple Qs. A bit of a tougher day, obviously, for the tech-heavy NASDAQ. The ES, though, faring a bit better, only down about 0.5%. Don't forget, we have Microsoft after the bell. We also have AMD, Starbucks coming up, Pinterest, First Solar, a lot of big names. No real headline today as the market awaits the FOMC decision tomorrow, guys, at 2:30. What's a look? Or 2.
Yeah, I think, I think the look here for the SPY is just to chill out. Oh, hold on. Microsoft, something about Bloomberg here. Ah, okay. No, they're talking about an unexpected user spike in Azure. Yeah, it's probably a good thing, right?
Yeah, too many people using it caused
user spike. What are these guys even talking about? Okay, as Microsoft comes tonight, that should be real fun. Join myself, Adara, and Brian Shannon on tonight. So that should be a lot of fun as we'll do that. Look, I mean, I think that we've already talked a little bit about this before. And that is that it's like, I feel that some of the selling that's been happening over the last couple of days, especially when we're going to talk about the spiders, is anticipation of tomorrow. There still is that 5% chance that they do cut the rates tomorrow. Based on where the markets, I know Powell's not supposed to be looking at the markets and the decision's already in, so they've already made the decision. So yeah, I think you let the SPY continue to bleed down a little bit, to be honest with you. If there's anything, and we'll talk more about specific sectors and all that kind of stuff, I like the banking sector. If there's one that I really like, I like healthcare and things like that. But again, today, I feel like, I don't see when we go over these rundowns, like, I don't know, do you want us to talk about like the trade today? Because again, I feel like you're getting close to being able to short this thing again. You're getting close to VWAP right now. If it wants to go, it could easily go right now. And so I think that, I'd still prefer the shorts. The SPY's only down 0.44 though. It's like, this is kind of like a run of the mill. We finally had that minus 2% day in the SPY last week. And it was 384 days or something since the last time that happened, or 379. I remember we were doing the recap show, and yeah, Brendo messaged me the date there, and it was just like, okay, so today downside move, and then bought right back up, and like bought at 538. So like, let's just go see here if that's an area, right? And so if you come back in, these could be the bottoms for the SPY for today. I'm not sure we're going to get so much movement here into the close, other than maybe a retracement back. Like, I don't...
Softy's actually moving a bit more after that news came in.
Really? Which way, though?
Up.
Up, right, okay, yeah. So, but the market's going. So
Yeah,
I don't know. What since that news? That news was like a minute ago, though. Yeah, okay, I guess it's still right here. But yeah, so anyways, just back to the SPY just real quick. I don't know. I'd rather be hands off on most of the major ETFs right now, especially if you're trying to position yourself in them. We don't know. We know that Jerome Powell, if they do keep them rates as expected, zeros, no cut tomorrow, no raise tomorrow, nothing, then we wait for the speech, right? And then after that, then there's the Q&A, and then we'll react. So I think today at this point, tomorrow at this point, we'll be looking much more at some of these indexes. I think for the rest of the day, this trend right here in the NASDAQ and in the SPY, if we zoom, is one not to really be denied. You're above the 200, you're above the 50-period moving average, which is really nice. So the last line of defense for SPY is right here at 543. So I think if you break that 543, it was right here at noon, and it's right here right now again, protected by VWAP, which is volume weighted average price. So let's see, man. The bulls will want to get it above so they can say, hey, we bought down here and now it's above VWAP, so we're better than the average price anyways. And the bears will want to try to hold this underneath, right, to make sure that their shorts that they have all in here are still profitable on the day. So it'll be a battle into the end of the day. But what isn't a battle is Starbucks. I don't know. This name, we have the bottom of the day there on Starbucks. We knew we wanted this name. It was the reason why we went over here. It's on my radar. I have like 20 or 30 names on the radar. Starbucks is one of them. Came into the bottom of the day right there. I actually noticed it late. Like, we had gotten back. We went out for a little bit of a walk, and it's like so warm out. I came back, and was like, okay, let me see what's going on. Put on another trade, put some outs, first out 50 period, next out's 200 in VWAP. And then right now we come back and we're like, huh? That's a nice little mocha latte, frozen frappuccino, cold brew, matcha foam, whatever Ramin wants on there. A couple double pumps of this or that. That's the biggest runaround for Starbucks, man. It's like my kids go there. It's like, why does a pump of strawberry sugar cost 75 cents? Like, I don't know. But at the end of the day,
shareholders got to eat. That's why.
Yeah, exactly. We're happy with that one. Oh, we recently bought Starbucks at 72 and change. So far, so good on that swing trade. I'm going to talk about this with my guy, Raider Trader, on Friday.
Yeah, it would be fun to have him on the after show, get a little bit of action there. Look, the SPY, you already talked about one level. I'll give you just one more, maybe to watch for tomorrow when we don't get a rate cut.
Right.
Nothing's going to happen. But look, it's the same high every day in the SPY. Well, okay, not every day, but you can see the last like 4 sessions here.
Shorted more.
547, 547, 547, 547, 547. So I think tomorrow that you got to watch out for. I look at the big levels. Everyone looks at the big levels on a Fed day, whether they're raising or not. And if we come into that until it breaks, resistance is resistance. But it's, okay, so Microsoft's getting into VWAP in here. It's been grinding higher a little bit, but I wanted to go to another name, which we keep talking about the breadth of the move. So Pfizer has caught a bid. Pfizer was dumping like everything else. Then Pfizer kind of broke out. This is not a random price. 30.75 or 72 actually. Close price, resistance, breakout. Like a lot of times you'll see an obvious level, and then when it gets to that level, it breaks it out. Now it's trying to break out the top as well, above 31.5. I think we want to look dips first into here, like about 31. Call it 31 change. I think you got to get into this level, maybe the quarters, or just down into 31 even. But if it just starts holding up here and it takes another leg, Pfizer has been a dog for, I'm not going to count months, but let's just say a really, really long time. And now it's breaking out of this channel. So here you are breaking out above 31, a bunch of lower highs, a couple of higher lows, and you're likely to close above this breakout channel. This is a name I want to favor the longs in, especially after this beat. So, if other things like the chips are going to the downside, sometimes you get a little bit of a, 3M kind of came out of a bottom like this. Now you're getting Pfizer getting some love. Let's go see what's going on in EV land.
Yeah. Last name on the board here, and it's the second worst performing Mag 7 name after Nvidia. This is a headline over here, recalling, and I put that in air quotes for a reason, 1.8 million vehicles over concerns of an unlatched hood opening while driving. We all know that with Teslas, most of the recalls are basically over-the-air software updates. They're going to have to get that done, though. Still 4 1/5 in negative, guys. It tried to go a little bit there, but selling coming back in.
Just when we left, I said, there's some cheese going around here. There's always this cheese things happening around here. All right, so we just shorted AMD again right there at O's, 138, now 30 cents in the money. So, it continues to go. All right, Tesla, we talked about our only red stock today. It will be Tesla. And it kind of sucks because we were short. Like, we were long, and then we lost it, and then we were short. So, yeah, definitely a missed opportunity right there. 231, 232 was the trade. 231 is sort of where it started to drop out from. But that top right there, 232. So let's get ready here. 220 or so could be something to the downside right there for Tesla, all the way back down. It's not nice. We're coming up to the 200 period moving average. This could also be a short if you wanted to play a short. You have this guide right now. So, this is giving you an out. If you go short right now, I think Tesla out 223.37. So, yeah, man. We'll be, like I said, we'll be red on an idea today. And to me, that's really fine. We tried it. We liked it. It lost it. So now it's nothing but love for you, Tesla. And I still feel pretty good about selling some of that at 265. And I don't know where we're going to be buying this again. But honestly, this is not really one of the tech names that I'm super interested in. I think we've explained where I'm looking right now, and it's not to dip by Tesla.
It's not like, Tesla's chart hasn't been like the other ones in quite some time, right? Like it was different a couple of years ago. Let's be real. But Look, Tesla today, I like 2 levels for dip buys. Obviously, when it's trending down like this, it did work initially. If I had just taken the 230 and then that was it, didn't. Try it at 226. It tried to go. The reload was no good. Now you're underneath all of that. I thought we'd wait for 15, 16, or well, it's more like 16 down here, and it closed. It went all the way down to this previous close at 220. This is just missing some of yesterday's data, but that 220 level was just a close 2 days ago. If we lose that, I think you're under some pressure here on Tesla. There was a question in the chat: why is Mullen going up? There was a headline yesterday, but I don't see any specific news on Mullen. If I had to guess, well, it held $1, and people are excited about the fact that it held $1. So therefore, Mullen is up today. I haven't seen any new news on Mullen just yet. So I want to get on that Pfizer bid. If we can catch a bit of a move here to the upside. Still, you're at VWAP right now. Actually, you're going to break VWAP on Nvidia, which is now on the NASDAQ, which it always is. Hit enter too fast, and I'm on a New York stock. Oh, got some dark pool wicks on Nvidia. It's right
Here we go.
It's right at this VWAP. Seller just came in at 106.
Yeah, my bad. That was me. All right now we are short 106.20 right now. There it goes to the downside. I saw everybody in the chat. They're like, be careful, my guy. I'm like, I'm right here, man. I'm not putting on this much risk and not paying attention. So there it is, man. We just shorted again at VWAP. We know exactly who we are and exactly what we're doing. And that's a bang and a bang and a bang and a good idea. So here we go. Let's go to the downside right now. Here we go. A nice little 30, 40 cents here on AMD. And trust me, when this starts to go, this will start to go. So let's take one more piece out right now. And there it goes, man. We talked about this. Let's just start stacking and stacking and stacking. And I mean, that's what we're doing right now into the afternoon. We're at the highest spot we've been at all damn day right now. I was a little off kiltered being red there in the morning, but we came back, battled back, and there it goes. So today is, yes, sir, a big day, and thank you so much for that one, Nvidia. We just shorted this right now. I mean, this is 50 cents right back in. And look, whatever, man. Like I trade these names with just sometimes reckless abandon because I find the levels that I like, we put it on, and then we go. So, I mean, it's been working out. When the strategies hit, and the levels hit, and then that's what it's all about, right? So, I mean, this is what we're doing. We're trying to put on here. We're trying to put on the diamond. We're doing it all, man. I mean, we're here to win every single day. I mean, that's the point. And then when you're not winning, you try to minimize the damages, right? I mean, again, I don't think anybody talks the way I do. And I've already showed you, we talked about this. I opened up my P&L right there for Obi, and I showed him. We had our worst day. We came back with our very best day, right again, back-to-back jacks. It's like you got to be confident. You got to have what you have. And I already just said this already, that I thought that we were going to play off that short in the SPY right there. And I mean, that's exactly the trade. So, I mean, I don't, by the way, I switched chairs. I put on this. Thank you very much.
I don't like those chairs.
Yeah, I switched over to the Herman Miller chair.
They're expensive chairs. I just don't find, for whatever reason, I don't find them better. It is what it is. We have a bunch of them around here. I remember when we considered getting those for our office. I'm glad we did.
They way too damn expensive.
No, when we opened our office, we got a bunch of chairs for free.
The problem is I hurt my tail money. So.
Oh, well, that's, yeah.
That was this. We didn't. Yeah, these guys got it for free. Yeah, when we had our office, we paid for them.
But there was a question in the chat. So JAG 3, we're not showing the FOMC. I know there's a 2-day meeting for the Fed, but Wednesday is obviously decision day when you're actually going to get the no rate change, and then you're going to get Powell answering the questions. That's when we're going to be focused to the extent that it does anything tomorrow. So good question. No such thing as a bad question, but we will not be showing anything related to the FOMC. Tomorrow is going to be that day. You have a host of earnings to get to. So I'm only in one thing unless Pfizer decides it wants to give me a dip buy. But there's the wick. I like to, the last couple of times that I've been in Nvidia, just quickly, so there's a resistance. It wicks it. Then I want to try to get short after the sellers come in underneath. And so did sort of the same thing, like getting it in on the other side of the trade. If it does it again, I'm going to try it one more time. But back over to, Microsoft in here didn't quite get to VWAP for a rejection. Close, but no cigar, and already putting in a lower high. So that's what we like to see. see that lower high, see the weakness come in. It was a steady grind higher. There was some kind of a story about Azure that didn't seem like it was that big of a deal, but the market was running in. Now a nice lower high there in Softy. I know they report after market. I'm not hoping they go down, but I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on big cap tech to get it exactly right. I wanted to, and oh yeah, Tyler, I think we talk about this all the time. He said, thanks for the advice this morning on shorting pops and down trading names. I think that's something we should say every single day. If something is just going in one direction, short the pops, buy the dips. In a general sense, it doesn't always work. I'll give you an example of PayPal. Like PayPal, most of the morning was like, okay, it's going to go upside. Buy the dip. Okay, that worked. Try to buy the dip again, doesn't. It starts trending into the downside. But you know what? Eventually, it catches a bid, higher lows, higher low, scalp trade it. Now it's trying to put in another higher low. In a general sense, if you can find a trend, observe the trend, and then try to get in when the getting is good to the best of your ability. You're not always going to be able to immediately determine in 20 minutes at the open whether a stock is trending up or down. But it's your best guess at all times. Sometimes it's an inside day. Like I didn't expect PayPal to be as much of an inside day as it was. It didn't end up trending. And other times, CrowdStrike just continues to dump like it has for most of the day.
All right. I feel, yeah, I mean, look at this AMD. I mean, the problem is I took, I told you about Nvidia being one of the better stocks. So I was really hitting that one. It might have been AMD, not Apple. The other name that I was talking about was the top ones. But right there, 137.60, we missed that. Like that, we were too busy just cashing out of our out of our Nvidia, to be honest with you, and I missed this trade. So we'll sit back here and see if we can get something else closer to the 50-period moving average for sure there in AMD. Let's hope that we can right into this area. So I'm now bidding AMD 137.70. Hopefully that will come in. I'm also bidding 137.47, which must have got missed here. So I don't know how that didn't fill. And then the other trade I was looking for was Nvidia, which Nvidia is now 40 cents in the money. I mean, again, just climbing up the ladder right here today. There goes Nvidia. Did we just get that bid? Yes, we did. So there it is right there, 50 cents. It's like these trades, again, you got to just trade off something. And I mean, I've really learned the difference between going with the trend, going against the trend, and everything else. So, I mean, I don't, we've really adapted to a different kind of trading style. And I mean, you want to talk about a different kind of trading style. So, we talked about, Neil just mentioned there, it's hard to know what's going to happen, first things and all this kind of stuff. I mean, I agree. You got to find out which way the stock's going to go. But we wrote down Uber right here, right? This is 64.50 short sale breaking down. We wrote this here, 64.50 short sale breaking down here. Look for 63. So look for a $1.50 move today on Uber. Here's 64.50. Here's 62.60. There's our last out, which was a decent one at 63. So there's a $1.50 given to you at 8 o'clock in the morning before the market even opened. Stick with your game plan. Just when you're in a name and it doesn't work out, get out and then keep going. What's up, Juan Velasco? Damn, Daniel. I mean, this is just what it is. Thank you for continuously watching. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. It's just a big day. And I know that I'm always saying it's a big day because honestly, it's like, it's not necessarily because the net is just a function of share size. It's like you're never going to make money if you don't use a lot of shares. That's obvious. So you got to try to figure out what the best opportunities are to get your chips in, and I think you can equate it to poker or anything you want. It's like, when the opportunity's there, you have to put your chips in. Trading smaller amounts of shares are great for, traders that are trying to figure their way out. But once you've figured it out, then that's when you kind of want to go for it, right? And I just think that's the key to becoming that next level. We're losing traders left, right, and behind, left, right, and up and down. And I talked to Brankles about this. Traders that have been here for a while, dig into such huge holes sometimes because they don't adapt and they don't get better. And they sit there and do the same strategies that they've been doing for 10 years, 15 years, and they don't work anymore. And you pile into these things and it's just like, boom, it whacks you. And it's like this market that we've seen now is a completely, right now, different than it was a month ago, different than it was last week, and different than it's going to be next week. So you got to have this ability to continuously adapt, and you can't follow bigger shares into new ideas. You have to let these ideas sort of come to you. And a lot of that is through trial and error, using smaller shares. But once you find it, you have to go, and I think that that's something that's very, very important. You have to adapt. Those of us that don't get run over in all facets of life. So that's just something that you have to stick with and make sure that you're always positive, and continue to have fun with what you're doing. And stick with the trading strategies until they don't work. And make sure you hit the like and the subscribe. And we're definitely having a lot of fun today. Congratulations to both Adara and Sharif today with positive trading days. That's what it's all about. You want to put together a streak of good runs, and I feel like we're starting to do that. So let's see what happens here with the NASDAQ heading into the close. I'm just calling up Starbucks because I'm going to follow the same rules that got us to where we are. And that's getting out here at 75.64, being a risk manager less than a trader, right? Brian Shannon mentions that all the time, and we mention it. We've been mentioning this since we started the show. Manage risk. And if you can manage risk, then the rest will happen. I just canceled my Starbucks out. You know where it was? 10 cents lower than where we took this trade. So that was where my stop was 10 cents lower than this. It's now 90 cents in the money. So it's like, sometimes you got to put in the work to find the right solutions and the right answers. And I think we've done that. So thanks for watching, and keep coming back as we get lighter and lighter on some of these trades and wonder what's going to happen here the day before Fed.
Yeah, the day before Fed rate decision, obviously. Fed's on right now, obviously. But VWAP just got taken out and on mass there on Nvidia. So I jumped out of it. I'll get to Pfizer in a quick little second there. But there was I like the quote where you want to be like water filling the cup. One of the things, and just from my experience, a lot of traders, they don't have in a poker table, you got to have multiple gears, which is always important. What kind of a table are you sitting at? Right? You can be that guy that likes to raise everything. You raise deuce 7, you raise 4-5, you raise ace 8-10. You like playing in a bunch of hands. But if you're at the wrong table, with a bunch of players that are excellent with pot odds and playing tight and knowing how to trap, you're just going to find yourself getting bled out. And there are times you want to play fast, times you want to play. So observe the market you're in. But we're in one now where Nvidia seems to want to be above VWAP. So this might not be the one. If it holds back above 106, I'm out. If it gets back underneath, I might observe an opportunity to get back into the downside. But it's not the only chip name out there. I have eyes on two. One, Micron, which is, it's not having a good day either. Why Micron is standing out to me is if you get to 105, one of the things I like is support and resistance, previous support turning into resistance. That's already happened once at $105 on Micron. So just looking for that to happen again this afternoon, right at VWAP, is a simplistic setup for me. So 105, we're about 50 cents away from getting into that level, but that's starting to look a little bit good here on Micron. Of course, you got some earnings names after the bell. Not on the bit of PayPal, but we're starting to get back in on a dip in Pfizer. PayPal, I'm more looking at VWAP, if you can get down there. But starting to come right back in. This is support level. The first support that I liked here on Pfizer kind of held the 30s. 20s was that last stop. If it breaks it down to evens or maybe VWAP, so I won't only give this to the 20 level there. And, shout out to you. Thank you for the super chat, Jorge. Go Canada. Congratulations for swimming gold. Well, apparently we also won a silver in the rugby sevens as well. And shout out to all those that are enjoying the Olympics. I really just watch swimming, gymnastics, and track, and whatever happens to be on in the moment. I can't wait for track and field to begin. That's where it's at for me. Canada will win a couple of medals there, but probably not going to run it like the States did.
We were watching that with my daughter because we are fans of Summer McIntosh. We've seen her in person. She's 17 years old, and she trains out of a pool right by our house. So shout out to that. She now lives in Florida, though, and trains out of there. So shout out to Summer McIntosh, 17-year-old gold medal winner in the 400 IM. I'm just saying all that because I'm practicing for my next gig, you know, where we'll be working for like, you know, broadcasting. We'll be talking about sports and going over through all this, working for the Olympics and stuff like that. And so that should be a lot of fun as we get older here. I can't just keep trading forever, can I?
My dad was like, how long are you going to give it? And I remember it was like, you know, see how it works in a year. And then the 5 years. And then it just kind of worked out that way. It is what it is. I mean, everybody's going to be a little different. I've been on the floor for 20 years and on the floor, like the floor. You know, we've had our own floor, but it's been on the trading floor the entire time. And it's ups and downs and round and round. And after a while, you're like, okay, one slump out, one slump out. Like it happens. Trust me, you're going to go into them. But have the ability to sort of know to not make it spiral. Because a lot of traders will put a lot of put capital into things that aren't working for them until they get something which is truly working. And patience is required to adjust to the markets at all times. Because those big times when the market's giving like meme days or Greek credit crunch weirdly was huge for us. 2008 obviously was ridiculous. When with the marijuana stocks a few years back, when those things happen, you just want to be there. You want to have a chip in a chair. You got to be at the table to take advantage of it. So Micron's starting to press into resistance as we get to that 105 level. We just got to 104 and a half-ish. Not quite there yet. And the other name that I'm keeping an eye on is looking for this bounce. It's like 3 or 4 times off VWAP here on PayPal. If it can do that and take out the top, maybe a run at the high of the day is going to be in play for PYPL. Zoila Gonzalez in the chat saying, Disney, the only one great today. There's a lot of up stocks today. I mean, yeah, there's a bunch of names. I know it's a down day in a general sense, but there were like a bunch of names that are actually looking good to the upside. Randy was talking about energy. Energy's having a good day, but Disney taking out the top as we speak. So yeah, we like trending stocks. I'm going to regret not buying this one at 88. Said last week that I was looking at it, just didn't pull the trigger on that. But that happens every now and then. Don't really see any opportunities here on Disney outside of, yeah, maybe you could join the trend. I don't want to be punching in the high when the futures are literally at resistance. You know, like Disney's at a top, futures are at a top. No, I like a dip buy in that situation, not trying to buy the breakout when the market's at a tipping point.
We have a new position. We're just going to see what happens here with Texas Instruments. So we'll see right now. We're going to average it into 203. Let's just see if it wants to take that level out or not. You're starting to break a little bit higher. Texas Instruments does go positive today. So we're going to have to wait. We are short right now. We're short at the bids. We're short at 42s. That's where it is right now. Obviously, you have to look at the spread, 17 cents. You got to be careful. So I will use less shares on a Texas Instrument just because of the spread than I would on an Nvidia or an AMD. We did get stopped out of our AMD trade right there, but that's because it broke VWAP, and we're completely fine with that. We, of course, are not stopped out of our Nvidia trade as we had a little bit of a higher target there just because the way it moves. And again, we've looked at it, man. Nvidia is my number 2 stock. So if I, number 1 today and number 1 on the floor and blah, blah, blah. But as you go, you know, you got to trust it. That's why I did that work. And we talked about always making sure that you change up your game, right? And I think it's like, that's why I looked it up for the month. It's like, what stock is my number 1 stock? What stock is my number 2 stock? Which ones am I getting good reads on? You know, I haven't traded Amazon in a while. And now I know why. It's my worst stock. So, you know, you got to be able to go over and figure out what names you like to trade and where that money is, right? And so there's Nvidia. We do have Starbucks now is $1. I mean, it's just trying to break through this high. I'm going to change my stop again. So my stop was at 60s. Now we can just move it up to 70s right there because that is where it should go, right? So, I mean, you're just looking here. Here's the 50-period moving average. Boom goes the dynamite. Let's see what happens here. 75.70. I mean, let's just put our stop. If it triggers, let's go. Well, 70, give it a little bit more love. Let's go to 64 right now. There it is. We'll put the offer out there. If it breaks lower, then we will get out of that one and then just move off of that. So, yeah, Texas Instruments coming back in a little bit. We could probably take, I was going to say, let's see what the bid is doing, but the bid needs to come back in. I do have a bid, though, at 202.22. So let's see if that comes back in a little bit right there as we have the 50-period moving average is at 202. So if that comes in, I do. So I have a 202.01 bid and then a bid in the 20s to see if we can make that work out for us. So that's so far, you know, what we're doing here. I have Nvidia short, which we just took some profit, pretty good opportunity to do that in 95 or so, off of a short at 20. Let's see if it falls back in. If it takes this 106.50, we're out. The 106.50, we're out on Nvidia. As the NASDAQ's trending higher, right? I mean, to get to VWAP would be incredible. We had talked about that. The SPY already did and faded off of it. So we'll be able to see here if the NASDAQ can get going as well. But for right now, we're underneath 19,000. Let's see if that winds up holding. 19,000 on the NASDAQ is what we're looking for right now. Texas Instruments is 3 times the shares I have on Texas Instruments than I have on Nvidia right now. So just letting you guys know, as I try to be as honest with you as possible by telling you what kind of month we're having, kind of day we're having, stocks, everything. Because like I said, when I was watching the show on Monday, I felt like that was the one thing that I felt like I wanted to do more of as an observer of the show, was to give you guys more information on how the day's going, how trading's going in general. So I think I already do a good job of it, but I'm going to try to do even better to improve for you guys. You know, we need these subscriptions. We need everything to get a little bit higher. We're really starting to stagnate with the amount of subscribers. So
yeah, I think it's all about, you know, like keeping it real. Every individual decision. Like I like decisions. Like one of my favorite trading book is in the trading book. It's Thinking in Bets, and Annie Duke only talks about evaluate the decision. Like if you don't have to make a decision at a point, then there's nothing to do. But when you get to that decision point, like your turn on the pod or you get to a key price level, what are you doing at that level? So, you know, just like give you an example here with Pfizer, and I'll get to Micron, which we just jumped into. We're looking for the short. So Pfizer, upward trend, so I want to be long. Right? General sense. Easy sort of thought there. It's going up. I want to go for the long. The first place I like it is in this 30 level, giving it to here. It breaks there, we get out. Right? So that's the idea. When it was the same thing to the upside and it broke it out, we took a long break, scalping into this resistance area here from the open, and then holding it to the pre-market, like this pre-market top in here, like 31.40. It just happened to take the top and then pull back. But then there, you know, we're going to take a hit on the way back in, anticipating if it loses this level, we look for that one, or that we look for that one back in, but not holding it all the way through. And then a similar story here on Micron. So Micron trying to get into VWAP, goes right into this lower high, 104.5, can't get to 105, starts the curl at that level, so we short that pop into previous resistance, make decision at 104. So it's an upward trending stock that gets to resistance and then look for that scalp trade into the downside. If it breaks this local high, I'm out. And then I'm waiting for VWAP to take another trade over there in MU. James Choi, hopefully, I hope Microsoft does well. Just saying Microsoft will lift the tech market tomorrow. I think, you know, it's good to have a bias. Sometimes you want to, especially during earnings season, try not to worry about what the earnings are. Play the price action, because it's so easy to say, oh, this beat, and it was good earnings, the stock should go up. But if it starts going down and you're like, the earnings were good, the market's not going to care that you think the earnings are good. Sometimes they're just going to sell it off no matter what, and you don't want to get wrapped up in that. I do know a trader, if he liked an earnings report and he owned the stock, he couldn't go short, and he would just go long, because he personally liked that stock. So be careful with that. Trading your own book is a dangerous thing in a general sense. But we're just in one name. I was looking at that Lumen as a small cap potential breakout. Volume starts to come into this. It's got a double top at VWAP at 265. And if you look at 265, it's right at that previous resistance on the daily and trying to punch back through. So if it can start to go, if it can get above VWAP, I haven't traded this today, but if it can get above VWAP and the volume comes back into this name, I do favor a potential breakout there. But we'll see what happens. I have my eyes on it. I'm going to keep it on the radar. LUMN. Early runner. It gave it up. Holding a bit of a bottom. Trying to break through VWAP. If it can get through, I'll be interested.
All right. I don't know. This is why trading, you really just compete with yourself and with the market, because like there's Texas Instruments. You know, we're now 50 cents. I mean, it's just starting to get to the downside right now. We just shorted this. We just talked about it. I mean, we wish we got more shares. I was waiting for more shares. I was waiting at 202.75. I mean, don't even, where is this? Where does this go to? That's, wow, that's 202.73. I wish I didn't even notice that. Anyways, nice downside move right now. About 60 cents in the money is Texas Instruments. I don't know, guys. Look what's happening, Neil, with Nvidia.
You seem upset.
No, it's just like, I mean, this is what trading's all about. I'm sitting here, we're putting in the work, we're putting in the effort. There's a dollar winner right there for all of you. You know, we got out of Starbucks, which was a dollar winner right there. We just put on Texas Instruments, which is printing right there. You know, it's just not upset at all. It's like, if anything, like I said, it doesn't matter. Like, this is why we squashed the leaderboard. It doesn't matter, right? It's like, it's just, you got to sit here and put on, right? It's like trying to show these things and then sort of, you know, it's one thing when you're, you know, and we use analogies of like sports and things like that all the time. And I even heard Neil say like nothing, like this matches sports.
It's
and, like,
the closest thing
competition.
without being sports.
Right, but the thing about sports is like when people are hitting bombs, you can see that. And I just want all of you guys to see what's happening. And it's making the calls, it's putting the trades on, and at the end of the day, it's being successful enough that, you know, we get you guys to not only subscribe, but hopefully change. And we always hear all the time. And that's why when I look over at Adair and everything like that, and I see that she's slowly becoming, you know, one of the better traders. I mean, quite frankly, I mean, that is what it is. We'll see what happens moving forward. But it's really nice to see that kind of stuff. The NASDAQ has pulled back 10% from all-time highs.
Yes.
Yeah, that makes sense. We talked about Nvidia being 35% from all-time highs. The NASDAQ will probably go into bear territory, which will be 20%. So do the math. I already talked about where we're buying the Qs. Not even close yet for me. But some of these individual names, yeah, we're buying them. You know, I mean, this Nvidia. And again, it's different. Neil says this all the time. Different strokes for different folks. I know Neil was in Nvidia and got out here, but then you moved to something else.
Well, Micron was weaker to me. I got out of it.
Exactly. You moved to something else.
And actually, I look back. We're going to get to there in a quick second, guys. I want to acknowledge Hey Davis. Thank you for the gifted membership. So appreciate you, Hey Davis. We love and value our community a ton, and you guys contribute as much every single day. We don't say that enough. I see lots of great trade ideas. Or look at that stock and I wasn't paying attention to. It happens all the time, right? Like you never really know. Maybe Mullen was a great trade when someone brought it up. That happened once where I hadn't looked at a stock like Mullen and all of a sudden it was a great opportunity. But shout out to you, Hey Davis. And if you want to get the memberships, when you log into the chat, you have to enable gifts. And if you want to be in the chat and talk to us and ask questions and join the community in that fashion, make sure you hit that subscribe button because it is a subs only chat. So appreciate you, Hey Davis. Let's get on to Adair at the desk and take care of business.
Pro. If you feel lost in the noise of the market, then you need Benzinga Pro. Benzinga Pro cuts through the clutter and gives you the insights you need to make smarter, faster trades. From real-time news to unusual options activity, we'll show you exactly what's moving the market and why. Don't miss out on your chance to trade like a pro. Visit benzinga.com/pro to start your free trial today.
They're not really saying anything.
Benzinga Pro. I mean, a perfect example of what we just talked about giving different trades.
That
I mean, me and Neil are sitting right here, right? I mean, I heard him put on the Micron trade. He heard me put on the Texas Instruments trade. And it's just like we make our own decisions, you know? And that was another example there when we talked about Nvidia. One person's looking at something else, someone's looking at something else. And it's like there's a lot of different things that we can choose to trade every single day. And that's why, I mean, I'm posting up on the stick. You know, we're going to have more about this to come later, but you know, so far so good on the sticky note today. And when you're wrong, you got to get the heck out of Dodge. I do not think there's anything more important than trading than risk managing. It has nothing to do with the mental game, has nothing to do with reading, has nothing to do with studying, has nothing to do with journaling, has nothing to do with anything like that. It's all about once you're sitting here trying to make money is that you have to have, first of all, you do have to have confidence, but you have to have your trade ideas, then you have to go for them. And I mean, that's what it's all about. Right? Well, we'll have Obi back on here and let's talk to him. I mean, let's talk to some of these traders that do a lot of this stuff. And then you look down and at the end of the day, you have to hit the keys. You know, we talk about that. You could journal all you want. If you still make that wrong trade that next day, that will blow up in front of you. You know, we encourage everybody behind us to journal, to do this. They have meetings every single day. Still 5% make money. You know, this is what it is at some point with this job. You know, this is why I try to talk from the heart and I try to tell everybody that, you know, some of these trades that we're putting on, it's like, you know, you got to sort of have that, sometimes that spidey sense a little bit about some of the trades. And when your spidey sense is off, you'll get run over. I mean, there's no doubt about that. And it's just like you got to play your good days with your bad days. Not only will I have, obviously, the highest P&L days, but also the lowest, well, that's not necessarily true, but also off sometimes the lowest P&L days on a day, right? And so you got to take all of that into consideration. It hasn't happened this month. It hasn't happened for a minute, but so far so good here today as we really battle back. And I want to thank you to everybody because you guys said it is tough sometimes to go from red to green. And when we did that, and you know, we're trying every day. But my whole day, really, if you add up everything, I've lost the same amount on Tesla that I've now officially made on, actually, I'm now up more on Nvidia than I am on AMD. So my whole day then rests on AMD, which is a win, Amazon, which is a win, Starbucks, which is a win, Texas Instruments, we're now out of half of it, which is a win, and then Uber. Come on, right there. So we cover up our lowest stock today with Tesla, net P&L wise, with our highest P&L, and they're almost neck and neck with what they are net wise. So, and then we just sort of add in all the rest, right? But I think that, again, everybody's trading style is a little different, and you just have to make sure that you either trade a lot of stock or trade a few stocks, but definitely make sure that you have the right ideas behind it. That Micron, you're in Micron, right? That Micron on the daily, by the way.
It's ugly. That's one of the reasons why.
I was looking at that trade.
So, look, obviously, I don't mind. VWAP retracements in the afternoon on weak stocks have been fantastic. There is no question about that. And anybody that watches this show in the afternoon, I think if you see that work on a consistent basis 7, 8 times out of 10 on a good stock that's moving that day, that does have a clear defined trend, there's no question about it that that's looking good. Now, why possibly hindsight's 2020? But the things that I like CrowdStrike losing 250 is a big deal. That's part of the reason why it's probably so weak, in addition to the bad news. But look at what Micron's losing right now. I know we talk about other names, but Micron, this is a huge level of support at $105, which it took out. Like, you go all the way back to 2020, April of 2024, and then right back into, what is that? Like, that's May, like the month before, March, sorry. Double bottom, 105, and then the rally to 150. It's giving it all back, bleeding like nobody's business. And now you're underneath that, and it comes right back into under VWAP, under that same price. So yeah, that's a significant price level. There's sellers underneath 105 on Micron. And I feel like that was a missed opportunity. So you can go to the stock late. You don't have to, you can miss that trade and cry about it. I do that all the time. Like, I cried for days about, oh, I missed that ARM dip buy in my personal account. But the next thing I thought about is, where am I going to buy this stock again? And we'll see what happens after the earnings. I'm looking to buy it after earnings. But Micron bleeding under 105, and that's trouble, I think. NVAX, just very quickly, NVAX is another name that I have eyeballs on, but I don't know. Like Sean just said, spider sense.
Don't be quick.
It feels like it could be a trap. It's already bounced once. It's down 30%. But SSR bounced once off this exact level at 75s and couldn't get past 1225. These are really shallow bounces for a stock that's down this much. Usually, when something is giving you buyers and it's down a lot, you're going to get a real press to the upside. And it's been struggling, NVAX. I don't wonder if it has to run some stops, break that low, actually test maybe $11.50, and then go. I know for sure a continuation play tomorrow. I'm going to be on this stock, but yeah, I'm not liking it at the price I bought it before. Usually it'd be an automatic go zone for me, but I'm just not feeling it here on Novavax. And that's a trade that I think has worked pretty well, especially during earnings season. You find a stock that is super depressed, down 10, 20, 30%. It gets to a key price level, look for a scalp bounce, try to risk 5, 10 cents to make 20 or 30 or more. As long as the risk to reward is good, I think you can be absolutely fine. Some buying stepping into 103.80 here on Micron. If we get a reload, it's going to be at that, in and around that $0.50 for sure here. So let us know what you guys are looking at. I have eyeballs in that Lumen stock, but it's still not breaking out. Right? It's at the same high, no breakout. No breakout, no trade.
All right. Thank you so much, Hey Davis, for that. Yeah, I mean, people, you just got to subscribe. You got to get into the chat. You got to subscribe, or you can get a membership for $5. Just help support the show here. Look, one of the original I know there's some names that stocks that get called names, obviously on the midday show. But the original one we have here, Donkey Kong, was DraftKings. Then we had Microsoft, which was Mr. Softy. I don't know if there's any names that you used to call stocks. But Donkey Kong right here, DraftKings. They're going to come reporting August 1st. That's a couple days. And oops, I was looking at it on another chart. So let me call it up right here. I mean, look at this name. This is a name that I'd said that we'd sort of potentially. Come on, Texas Sisters. I'm bidding here 85s. Did we get filled yet? Not yet. Okay, so let's wait to see if that comes through. We need a downside push on Texas Instruments. But what I want to talk about here was DraftKings really quickly. I mean, look at the area that we're at right now heading into earnings. Underneath the 50 period, underneath the 200 period moving average, and not look like this is a name here that I wonder about it possibly getting pretty clocked into earnings. If some of the consumers running dry a little bit right now, there's definitely not those like sort of COVID payments coming through anymore. Gambling is a losing proposition, just like day trading. You have to make sure, right, that you watch out for your stock. DraftKings right now, I'm not in this name. I got out actually at these levels. I did not have this. I thought DraftKings was an amazing buy, and it was basing down here at $14 or $15. And we had talked about it then. We wanted to get, first, Texas Instruments just filled there for 70 cents. So that is another one. It's not $1. Get out of there, dollar. Let's go hot dog cannon. But anyways, DraftKings, I just want to say August 1st coming a little quicker than we thought in 2 days. So watch out there for DraftKings. I could see this one being missed just a little bit. I don't know. We'll see a lot of these tech names starting to go to the downside, and DraftKings right here with just a 5% short float. So it's not like the huge short float is going to create this thing to pop back up. So get ready.
It doesn't hurt.
1 point. Yeah, that's great.
It doesn't hurt when they start going. I'll tell you that.
Estimated quarterly EPS growth minus 32.71. Okay, I don't know about that, but right there, minus $6. I mean, what are these guys doing? How much is their acquisition cost? We're going to find that all out. The more expensive they get, the more expensive they get. And we're just sitting here, by the way.
I like a business where, like, you're the house. I like the house.
Right, that's why I said day trading is a losing proposition. Every single time you enter a trade, they're taking that commission off of you. They're running stops. They're doing all of that. But that's why you have to be specific with your entries and your exits. And I mean, look at this Nvidia. Like, again, no joke. This is since we've been back on. Now there it is, man. We have 70 cents in the money on Texas Instruments and $1.40 in the money on Nvidia. And again, today, not the easiest day, man. 5 positive traders, Neil, myself, Adara, and Sharif. And that's that, right? It looks like Jose. So there we go. So some nice days there, but little rough. We'll see what's going on now moving forward. So Nvidia, 105 and still going to the downside. Texas Instruments, we're now out of 2/3 of this. So let's wait to see what happens here. At Texas Instruments, we did get that 201.85. So yeah, hopefully the market will come back in and we'll see what happens. We'll probably hold these into the close. Power hour is now upon us. Roblox holding up fine.
So
I don't know.
I just noticed something on Mullen. So in this, again, I wasn't even looking at this stock until today. Did you realize most people probably wouldn't realize how many down days it's had in a row. And I'm not even going to bother counting it. But this is one of the worst, it's one of the worst companies from top to bottom, or stocks in the history of the market. CEI is near the top of the list in terms of like how much things have bled from the top. Look at every single day this has come down. Now, if you happen to catch a stock when it has its first green day after doing this, yeah, that's a good look and probably worth it tomorrow. It's 24% short float. Not that that matters, but this is starting to go. Worthy of a day 2 look. We had this for the lesson of the day. Like, look at some things that were day 2 plays. I'm going to kick myself because Adair and I were going nuts about Dexcom, right? Like anyone that remembers in the aftermarket showed DXCM that was down like 40% after its earnings. And then what did it proceed to do on day 2? So day 1, it just tanked all day. On day 2, it double bottomed and broke out. And it was short sell restricted. And that should have been one I like SSR plays. I didn't trade this one, so I slapped a fail on myself for that. Only reason I didn't trade it is because it's a stock I didn't even know who the company was, to be honest with you. It turns out that they do like diabetes diagnosis.
Yeah, I know who they are.
Which is like really, that's at the time, well, after the earnings, it's a fantastic Look, it's fantastic, the technology. When you think of the GLP and some of the solutions that are coming that way, probably under pressure. But it doesn't really matter. It just bounced off the same low and broke out. Like, look at that. Bounced off the same low in the pre-market and then broke at a very clean top once it went to green. So it closed here, consolidated, and then broke out that top and just simply rallied $4. Textbook SSR bounce play on day 2. That's why the lesson of the day was look at day 2 play. So Mullen, I think it's worth it. We'll take a shot at it. Lumen defying any opportunity to go higher. So I have a breakout if that can get above VWAP, but I might cancel it if it doesn't start to pick up some volume. Looking for this to break down here on Micron as a next opportunity to said downside and maybe find something else that might be moving to the upside. I thought Lumen was a good chance for a breakout to the top, just not seeing it. And I do have my eyes on something here for Disney. Just a little possible trend break. So since it got above VWAP, it's been observing the same trend gliding to the upside. So like here, like the same higher low, wicking it, holding, hasn't broken out the top. If the market does end up flushing, you get like a little bit of a late break. Look for like a breakdown, pull back into VWAP kind of idea. So every now and then I do like those mean reversion trades. If it can't take the top, if this thing is breaking out the top again, forget it. No, I don't want it. But if it's holding the top and breaking the trend, yeah, I like a little swing at it. And that's a specific style of setup for a stock that is going strong to the upside, like Disney is. And I still have to check out Deadpool and Wolverine. Looks fantastic. I love Deadpool. Fabian says, am I going to watch it? The answer is yes, but the next time I go to the theater, I'm going to be real about this. I'm probably going to end up watching, it's a, Despicable Me.
No, Inside Out 2 is much.
Inside Out 2, okay, fine. We're one of those two. My daughter wants to watch one of those two. I'm not sneaking out of the theater, Remain, and going to watch something else. If I go to the movies with my daughter, I'm hanging out with her. Yeah, or we'll do a date night with my daughter. Yeah, I'm not going to go with my daughter and sneak out. Who does that? Come on.
I was saying go without your daughter and watch Deadpool.
Yeah, but my wife is like, she kind of likes Deadpool.
Yeah.
I don't think she's like over the top about it. So.
Man, okay. I've never seen Deadpool, so.
Not even the first one?
No.
I think you like it. I think you would.
I'm getting closer to The Bear. The Bear is season 3, episode 2 or 3 or something like that. So that's been so far so good.
Everyone keeps telling me to watch that.
I cannot wait till I can unsubscribe from Disney. But
Never.
Again, it's like, oh my God, we just subscribed back again. You can hit fail all you want. I mean, there's nothing on Disney. I don't know what to tell you guys, honestly.
It's for kids.
I mean, exactly.
It's for Star Wars fans.
But the Star Wars,
kids.
What's been good on Star Wars recently? I don't know.
Okay,
I don't hear anything.
No, I'll keep it as real as possible.
Yeah.
I'm watching The Acolyte, and I'm dedicated to.
that?
I'm trying to finish it. I really am.
Right,
And it
exactly.
stinks, but I watch everything.
And you're a fan. This is why. I mean, why am I getting shade thrown at me for like fans of Star Wars don't like the content? I don't know. Anyway, okay.
They're trying.
And look, as a shareholder in Disney, I mean, I'm great that I subscribe to it again, but I mean, I'm just throwing money away, I feel like. But anyways, the kids like it. And yeah, that's that. All right, let's check out Palantir. We'll check out another name. I was looking at Texas Instruments. We're already out at 2/3. We told you that. Let's see if it goes. Nvidia is really cranking. We bought some more Nvidia at lunchtime in and around this area, I believe. Probably a little bit lower, but definitely wasn't down at 103. We're in here somewhere. So I feel like it's not even worth discussing, but I think this might be worth something to look at that. Again, I just feel like coming out to, do we have the earnings board? Let's throw the earnings board up. We have 50 more minutes left. With Microsoft coming and some of the other AI names later on this week, I just wonder if Microsoft sort of sings a good tune here today. What will, Nvidia could catch some of that drift back up to the upside. I'm just getting into these names. Again, I told you the other day.
Oh, no.
This is the thing. Remember I told you about dollar cost averaging into the NASDAQ and why I don't do that and into stocks? It's like I look down and we all have these stories, right? I mean, I have a lot of stocks that go to zero and the NASDAQ isn't going to zero. So it works on both ways. But I had a 650% gain there on Nvidia. I mean, you had to buy the NASDAQ almost, 30 years ago, maybe to be up 600%. You just buy Nvidia last year or 2 years ago to get that kind of return. So you gotta sort of have a balanced portfolio. There's no doubt about that. No, not financial advice. Let's go back to that board here and see what's earning and see what we can, what's reporting and see if there's a play on here that potentially we like. Why do I always? What is up with EA Sports? Like I thought they were gone.
Not much.
The stock still exists. Did that buyout not happen or what? Like I don't know what happened there. Do you know what happened?
I was completely convinced that there would be. Who did I say that? It was Sharif when the Activision deal happened, I turned when they finally closed because it took forever. I turned to Freeman and I go, man, there's going to be a bunch of consolidation in gaming because they're going to have to try to compete, and then there just wasn't any.
Yeah, and now EA Sports is huge. It's $150 and still ripping up. So I think that'll be good. What else is on there? Microsoft, so Starbucks, we know that. Live Nation.
If Lemonade tanks, that's an SSR play.
So that was my bad. It was AMD. So that was the sort of part of the reason there. Let's see if AMD can put up a number. I mean, and then we'll see. Like buying Nvidia today is really not like a great idea for a swing trade because I feel like if you're looking at that board right there with Microsoft, with AMD, and then coming out later on this week, Amazon and Apple and all of these names.
ARM.
It's like ARM. Yeah, I mean, ARM's just in everything, but yeah, you're right about ARM. We had, see, the thing is that we had ON Semi come yesterday, or 2 days ago, was up 11%. So there are possibilities to come through, but Taiwan Semi was not great. ASML, AMAT, there's been a lot of sort of falling down. Let's just see if some of the big guys right now can actually come up with some numbers, right? And if they can do that, then I feel like we could be.
Oh, speaking of which, I did buy some ASML for the finally.
Oh, ASML, yeah.
ASML bounced off the 200-period moving average, and I kept saying I was going to put some money back into chip names, which I just have not done. And I haven't bought any Nvidia in this dip. I haven't bought any AMD in this. It's just all. I was like, yeah, let's do that one. But Lemonade is here, and I keep saying short float names can be catalyst. Let me just pull it up.
ASML is also in bear territory.
It is in bear territory. Like it's and they're like you cannot make advanced chips without their advanced lithography machine. You can't. So they're not going anywhere. They're going to be in some trouble when it comes to China, but they're not going anywhere. Lemonade, 32% short float, and it's got some serious. It's got potential. Let's just potential, but all things. If it doesn't break 26, it's probably going to stink. I don't know. Like, I don't care what the earnings are. With a 33% short flow, if it can get past $26, yippee-ki-yay, or whatever he says in that movie, one of the greatest Christmas movies of all time. So I have my eyeballs on Lemonade, and we never look at or talk about this stock unless meme names are going or they report earnings. Ideally, it would break out. If it dips, then maybe there's an SSR bounce play. But you anticipate these things too much. If it doesn't happen, like I'm not going long unless it breaks out that top or we get some kind of a key bottom in there. No, I wanted to go to. I just typed AMD when I meant to go to Micron again. It's so weird.
Yeah, how is that Micron working out? The market's tanking here.
It's about to flat bottom break, and when it does, you'll see this. So a flat bottom break doesn't have to be like 5 points on a daily chart. It's just any level of consolidation, right? And it should be, ideally, it should be obvious when it's at a level of consolidation. And then if it breaks down from there, you're looking for two things. You can be a cover spot, false break, you get out. It could be a spot to add, which I think it's a spot to add here if it breaks down, because I think you get down into the 132.5. And if I add here, I stop there instead of there. So that's the idea. It's trying to go. It's just, taking its time for now. Yeah, that's right, Freddie the Friendly Guy. McLean, like everything else, they made one too many of those movies.
Yeah,
although they had
after two is fine.
No, they had the one with Samuel. It had some moments in it. There was some scenes that I liked about it. Like when he has to wear the sign in the hood, I thought that was freaking hilarious. Yeah. But I find stuff like that funny. Yeah, you seen the third one?
The third one, probably. But I mean, it's always one or two is always the ones on TV. So probably watch three. But I don't have the memory that you do. So, all right. So right there, I just want to say, just because Neil was talking about ASML, because I just looked at the chart for the first time. That's why I was like, so this is at the 200 period right now. Obviously, it's down from 1,100 down to 850 or 860. So, and I just want to show everybody a couple things. So first of all, Neil chose Micron, great trade there. We're now $2 in the money on Nvidia. So again, same price stock, Nvidia and Micron, one moving like 4 times quicker. So you got to watch all of these out, right? Texas Instruments now coming back in as well. The reason why I call this up is because, I know I bought some more Nvidia today, but you want to talk about a stock that's not even anywhere near its 200. Like, remember that's what I was talking about like buying a stock last year, $41 going to $140. Like, this has a lot of air up here. It could pull all the way back. There's some names in the chip space that are at the 200 period, if not below. And Nvidia is like, no, man, we're cool. Shout out to Gunjan in the chat because right there, you mentioned that AMD was now negative for the year. Isn't that sad? It is negative for the year.
Wow,
You went
it
from
is.
130 all the way up to 230, basically. I mean, I think it was 227 high, and then now down $100 from its top, going red for the year. So year of AI, right? Year of innovation, year of stock picking. And Neil mentioned about we're going through, you're here for some of the greatest times. I feel like this is one of the greatest 6 months, 7 months to trade that I've been a part of in 24 years. AMD, and then we talked about Nvidia, where it's not even anywhere close on the daily to being anywhere near any of these names. Neil's on Micron right now, so that was another one that is at the 200 period moving average as well right here. So it's like, you might think that this is a big drawdown for Nvidia. It's not. So get ready to rock and roll.
Look at SMCI.
Yeah, I mean, we can look at them all.
$664 SMCI is at right now.
What I want to look at was MSTR.
No,
it's not that bad.
It's actually, because Bitcoin's been having that rally. But
yeah, I just want to see how far it was down. It's not even, that's
no, I wanted to get to the reason I was mentioning super load. There we go. So I've been, you look at this one, this one is I don't swing trade short. I go long my personal account. And this is, I wish I could go back in time. And when this broke the channel to the downside, look at this. It's a very clean channel since this earnings bottom right here in April. Whatever. The trend line was there a second ago, and now it's disappeared. But when it broke it, right down into the 200 period moving average, just consolidated and then flopped right into $650. The way I see it is I'm only buying stock that I wanted it, I like it, I want to hold it for 5 or 10 years. And that's where, to me, you get in. If you love SMCI, then, it's usually a pretty decent spot. But yeah, these are starting to get a little bit nasty. That was $1,200. And that's not at the beginning of the year. It was actually in March. In January, this is now, this isn't going to go, well, I mean, I shouldn't say that. This is very, very unlikely to go red. Anything is possible, but it's still a double up from January. But it's pulled back $550 from the top, almost cut in half. Think about that for a second. It's still almost a double up, even though it's been almost cut in half, because that's what SMCI was doing. So it's not just, we always talk about Nvidia. SMCI is a pretty impressive name in its own right, but not looking very good at all. So we did add on that flat bottom breakdown. Now out of the shares from 104 change, it was actually 30 in front of the quarters. And now we're short at this breakdown here. When it broke the 70s, we got short. Maybe look to add if it plays the same level again, and then back into 103. I've canceled that LUMN breakout trade. It got right to VWAP and then said nope and pulled back. Volume light, nothing doing. If it's not going to break it out, then I'm not interested in this one. And only 20 minutes of the imbalances come out. If a low float runner is going to make its move, by now it usually would have. I don't mind jumping back to it if it's 330, but at 340, 350, I'll definitely stop keeping this one up. But the breakout order is not in. I don't want to be staring at this thing, which is not going anywhere. The market, seeming like it wants to pull back, going to look for some other things to short the pops. And Disney, very specific thing I was looking for. Don't break the high, break the trend back down. It broke the high, so I don't short it. Simple.
I was just looking at my stop order here, and it's funny because we talked about this when it happened. We are pennies away from getting stopped out of Nvidia here. So we talk about having the trade on and trading this and trading that. But at the end of the day, you're going to need a little bit of luck too. This stock just absolutely tanked right there. Well, we knew we wanted the short. So, first things first, be the right way. But at the end of the day, you're still mother market is your boss. And that's something where we were very, very close, within pennies, 5 or 6 pennies from getting shut down. So we are short right now, not shut down, just close the trade. Anyways. Stopped out. 106, I was just going to say, we're never really near our shutdown, but 106.50 right there was close. And I was just going to say it's 30 cents worth of a risk there for that trade, which is now in the money at $1.70. So 30 cents worth of risk for $1.70, and we still have about 15% left. I'm trying to do better on holding more, but so far so good. But that was, the reason why I'm talking about this is I'm going to stop out if it breaks 105. Not only is that the 200 period moving average, generally speaking, I will use these levels as either shorting into it. The best trade for me, I don't know, man, maybe I have no damn time, but if I ever did time, I was thinking about writing like a little book or something like that, like a trading manifesto or something, because this for me is one of the better plays. And it's just coming back up into VWAP off of a huge flush into a still relatively red name. We talked about that. I'm trying to implement it with earnings and stuff like that to see how that all plays. But I really like this trade, so that's a good. I mean, I like it so much. This is what we were doing to get into it. We were like willing to take it early. And it did break VWAP there. We did talk about that, but I don't, you gotta, and like me and Neil has just talked about, right, in all honesty in the show, got stopped out. Neil got stopped out, looked for a better opportunity, hit it with Micron, made more money on Micron than lost on the stop out, I assume. So that's what's right.
You know what I'm mad about?
It's risk management, right? I mean, anyways, just real quick, I just want to, yeah, as a trader, you're always mad at something, I feel like. And that's why I posted that in the chat on my Twitter. It's like, I'm not trying to get mad anymore. But right here, I do want to get out at 105. So I'm just going to follow my own rules here, get out if it breaks through 105. So if you wanted to follow me, this is what I do. We have an order here where you can choose. I don't know if you can see this, probably not. It says flatten position 100%. So you can change this to, it's not that creative. Like, it'd be nice if it was every 10%, something like that. Like, flatten out 90%,
I think I asked,
80%.
like, why don't we have, for a ticket, it's like,
why don't we do that?
Why isn't it 10, 15,
let's just
20,
do that.
25?
Let's put in
I'm
a
pretty
ticket.
sure I already asked Wayne. I think we did one.
Wayne? No. I'm going right to the top. I'm going right.
Oh, I haven't put the tickets in for me.
I'm not even putting a ticket. I'm just going to mention.
So if you guys just, while Sean does it, just so you know, when we say put in a ticket, there's like Real Trading has trading offices all over the place. So they have a system.
And this shit.
The platform P Pro 8 is built for traders by traders. If you want a feature in it, you ask your trading floor manager, or trading floor manager goes into the back office system and puts in a request. They go over them, and the good ones, the popular ones, try to get implemented. And so I think it makes some sense. It's a cool key, but it's like 25, 50, 75%, 100. The other thing that would be cool is you can't put out multiple. I would love to be able to have I want to stop out this level 50%, and then at the next level up, if I so decide, I want 100% at that level. So I can have.
They do have those bracket orders.
I know, there are bracket orders in there. I will perfectly admit that, I like it to be a little more simple. You can use bracket orders in that fashion as well, but I wanted to quickly say something about SoFi, because I'm going to slap a fail myself. SoFi, for whatever reason, I think I was only interested in if it was breaking out and going 10%. And when it didn't, there was a very obvious short trade in SoFi. And look at this is $8, $8, $8 rejection, $8 rejection. Any guesses when it wasn't doing anything today, what it tried to do? Yeah, so it was doing nothing in the pre-market after earnings, up only a couple of points. It tried to run $8. And then it just spent the entire morning retracing right into noon. And it gave you, here's the thing, whether you get $8, who cares? You could have shorted it at VWAP on the way back in. Bounce, short at VWAP. Then it just trends right down from 755 to 710. And if 755 to 710 on a VWAP retracement trade isn't any good for a day trader, then don't day trade. And it's done 77 million shares of volume. And so SoFi, I think it was a disappointment name. But you could take that disappointment and just short that crap when everyone thinks it's about to run. You can go either direction for sure. That would make a lot of sense. Mr. Long Shorts, add the halt bar to the stock window. That's a good suggestion. I think you mean the halt bands, I would assume. Right? So when stocks go past a certain point, X% in X amount of time, depending on the price of the stock, it's different for penny stocks than it is for like $100 stocks. And then you would show like the halt bands when something is moving. That can be useful. When something is going into a halt, it's usually pretty easy for us to see. But every now and then, the problem with that is every now and then I've seen stocks go to the level, they should be halting, and then for whatever reason they don't, and then it goes the other direction, that same amount, hits the band, and goes into a halt. Yeah. Explain that one to me, NASDAQ.
We need to get halt bands on our system.
No, I 100% agree. They used to have, remember the liquidity replenishment points? There used to be a thing called the LPP or whatever. Oh, LRP, right? So essentially what it meant was if a stock moved too far, instead of a halt band, they had these places where like designated market makers were obliged to start making a quote. That was pretty valuable. They don't do it anymore, but like that was pretty valuable back in the day because they didn't have the halt bands at that point. Like on individual stocks, this is where the market maker might step in. And if you saw it bounce off that level, give it a little join, and it would be a good one.
I'm starting to feel some kind of ways. So, and the thing is, I don't know, maybe there's a rally coming here into the end of the day. I don't know. Let's just wait to
ES
see.
is trying to go.
Yeah, like we still have Microsoft. We know there's a lot of love for
Disney's
that name.
flying.
Yeah, there's a lot of love for Disney, of course, with all that great content over there. We just sort of talked about that.
What else they have? They got
Don't think too hard about what else they have.
Yeah,
Okay, so there it is. We'll punch a little bit out here at 08s or 10s. I think we got 10s there on the punch out. So we'll take another level here on Texas Instruments. Oh, there, we're out. All right, so we got double filled. We got some O's, and I forgot to cancel it. So there it goes. Now it's to the downside in Texas Instruments. Because we missed that, let me see if we can take a little bit more. There we go. We punch. Okay, you might have just saw that. We punched 88s there. Where is it? All into here. So now you're going to have to wait to see what happens as we do. We ran right into a dark pool there. That's never a good sign. So I am supposed to be short up here. I got double filled there. I forgot to cancel the other one, so I wanted to hold a little bit short. So I just punching back into the short. So let's wait to now see where Texas Instrument goes. I was going to adjust the stop into this wick area, so 202.30. So let's just do this right now. That is a reload, punched into a dark pool. That's never a good thing, but that's okay. Let's just see. There it is. There's this 88 again. So let's see if it goes down. I have enough shares now.
Crazy 88.
Yeah, I like that game. Crazy Eights.
Oh, I was thinking about the from
Japanese.
Kill Bill.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I was saying. The Japanese. They're those. That's the group, aren't they? They're called the Crazy 88s there.
Yeah, I think so.
Can't wait till my kids are old enough to watch that. That's pretty. Oh yeah. There it is. Yeah, I gotta start defending myself. Where these guys?
What? Bear? How old you got to be to watch
12.
that?
I have a 12 and a 9.
12 years old. You can watch Kill Bill.
You know what we watched with them the other day?
Watch
Under
Kill
Paris. We watched with them there. It's okay. It's a pretty fun movie about where the sharks.
I'm dying. The fact that they put out that Under Paris movie right before they actually have to do a triathlon. If you've never seen it, there's a big shark in the Seine. Spoiler alert.
There's multiple sharks.
Spoiler alert, shark kills people. Like, that's how these movies work. But now they're actually doing the triathlon, and the Seine is so nasty that they had I think there was like a training session they had to call. Dude, the Seine it's a little bit.
They just had all that crazy rain, too.
It's dirty, and they had all that rain, so like the athletes are like, we can't be in that water. It's disgusting. But I love the Olympics. But that movie was entertaining. I love a good horror / film. It's better than a horror stock, right? Like, I'd rather watch a film or like enjoy a roller coaster. Like, I love that kind of stuff where I can be thrilled and it's exciting and you don't have to worry about it, right? Like, it's not like sitting there buying the dip in Silvergate or something.
I don't know, man. I went to Wonderland.
That's a scare you don't need. Like, to me, buying a dip in Silvergate would be the same thing as jumping out of an airplane. I can simulate that thrill without any risk or with almost no risk. I only say SI because, no word of a lie, I owned Silvergate shares. I sold a bunch near the top, actually like 40% from the high, but I thought it was a good return. Held on to 10% like an idiot. And I was bag holding that 10%. I was like, why am I even in this? Sold it, put it into Coinbase. A couple of months later, Silvergate didn't exist anymore. Do not bag hold just because you have a small amount of shares in a position. It's nonsensical. Especially when you could just put that small amount. You do it once, you do it twice, you do it 3 times. That small amount, add it up and buy something good. And hold it for 10 years, and you see what actually ends up happening to you. It does matter. Like Chipotle, for example, up 3% today. Go Chipotle. I didn't dip buy this one. I said I was going to, and it didn't give me 50.
Yeah,
I actually had the bid today. I was gonna, if it came back into 50, I was gonna buy this stock.
Yeah, that stock's up nicely. We also have that Kava you could start to buy there as well.
I like Chipotle.
There's going to be a lot, man. There's going to be a lot. We were able to do really well. I mean, this is the other thing about getting out, right? We talk about, and I went on that little rant again, like, welcome to the club, but I was talking about risk management being the most important. I think that's true because, like, you can make these calls down here and grab it and everything is all groovy. But then, like, if you hold it, like Neil was just mentioning, that's what made me think about it with the Silvergate example. It's like, it's the same thing for trading. It's like, if I just hold this all the way back down, then you can't enjoy the fruits of the labor. Like, it took me a minute to get this trade. And I only have like I said, today I said we'd have 5 or 6 different trades. We don't have that many different ones. We just shorted Nvidia was a good one. We shorted AMD once today, which has been fine. I mean, it's twice, but it's the same kind of trade at the same level there. So that's kind of how I judge that. And it's just like looking at these kind of trades, you got to be specific. Like this was one trade as now it's starting to come back down. We should still be in it from all the way up here, but we we talked about why we missed that one on Texas Instruments. So this one's coming back in. So this should be now almost $1 in the money as that comes back in as well. The Tesla trade, we're in and out. The Uber trade is one trade as well. That's that sort of that sticky note trade that we talked about, 64.50 to the downside. Amazon, it's funny that we're still up. It's not funny we're up on this name because, we like that. But this, again, talk about thinking about reversing it. This 183 break. So we bought Amazon long into the pre-market low, and then it broke it, and we got out, which thankfully saved us about $4 or $5 to the downside. So it's like, have that risk plan always in the back of your mind, because it's like the one day that you take a 20% drawdown or something on your account, it's going to completely mentally ruin you, and then also like damage your account, obviously, and set you back. So all those good days that you've had become squashed a little bit by a couple bad decisions. We don't have too many bad decisions, right? Oh my. So see, this is another example. Have the confidence in the Kool-Aid guy. Oh my. Is that what he says when he breaks through?
No.
What does he say?
Oh, Sulu. I was doing Sulu. The guy from Star Trek. Oh my.
No, man, I don't know anybody from Star Trek. But there you go. There's the move to the downside right there. So there it goes, right? We accidentally got overfilled and got back in. So look at that, man. We call basically the top of Texas Instruments right into the 200 period again. So all right, here it's going even lower, baby. $1.70 in the money on Nvidia. Now $1. I mean, I'll hit the dollar club. $1 club on Texas Instruments. So far today, what we've showed you, the trades that we've taken on here in the afternoon. Texas Instruments is $1. AMD, we did get stopped out. That's actually not doing anything. I'm actually not happy, but that one's fine. And then Nvidia right now, $2 in the money. But everybody, they like us. We're fine. But it's Adara over at the screen that is going to talk about, I'm going to go with Sector Watch.
Go Energy.
Pretty much, we're going to take a look at some outsized moves here in the S&P 500. Some names making larger moves that maybe we haven't discussed or discussed as much. And today we're going to take a look at some of the reactions to earnings plays, starting with Procter & Gamble here. This went down in the day, but trying to recover a little bit. They beat earnings per share and missed for sales in the lower ends of their fiscal 2024 EPS and revenue estimates came in below expectations. So slightly lower than expected estimates and a sales miss, sending PG to the downside. Merck is up next year. This went down almost 10% on the day. They did have a lower than expected here adjusted EPS guidance for 2024 and also had a one-time charge for 77 cents per share for some of its acquisitions. So MRK heading to the downside despite a beat across the board. Last but not least, we have this name up here. This is Howmet, HWM. They had earnings, positive earnings here and also higher than expected expectations. HWM currently chopping and churning, but up about 12% on the day, guys.
Howmet. That's an interesting name. Yeah, aerospace name. The chart of HWM, and again, I don't know this company. It has one of the best looking charts of a thing I've never heard of in quite some time. I just I'll give Mike in a second, but this is that Howmet that she's mentioning. There's all kinds of stocks that look like this if you know them and you find them. You don't know it, or I don't know it. I shouldn't speak for anybody else, but a pretty looking chart. I did not get this reload at our breakdown price. So I took the L at VWAP on Nvidia, came to Micron just because I liked the level, the lower high. So we shorted 104.30. It then broke down here 103.70. So we added in there, took out actually the rest of those shares, and then it just bounced off our target 103. So the target was here. It bounced off that level, gets me out, going into 330. At that time, I still like another pullback, but maybe not into the same level if we're going to trend down. So I'm going to play it by ear. The previous support can always turn into resistance, 103.40. They're on Micron. So top to bottom, it ends up being about $1.30, but that's a couple of trades on it. And easy flat bottom break. And I don't say easy in that, like, whatever. If it goes up another, if it breaks that and immediately rejects it, you get stopped out for a 20 or 30 cent hit pretty easily as well. What I mean by that is it's easy to see that it was a flat bottom. That's the way that I should say it. It's easy to tell that there's a buyer at this level that if they lose, maybe it's going to continue to the downside. But that's a good-looking stock that Howmet Aerospace. I'm curious to see how GE Healthcare tomorrow, but I'm interested to see how their aerospace does when they report. GE Healthcare, I think that's been a disappointment. I think there's been some other better places to put money in the healthcare sector. But at 3:30, I anticipated there might be not that much in terms of imbalances. Early look, Pfizer is a 1.2 million to the buy side, and worth keeping an eye on TD. Yesterday, TD had an imbalance, and it was the same direction for decent size in both here and Toronto, which usually means it's not that bad of a trade. If it's a buy in New York and a sell in Toronto, you don't want to touch it. But if it's a buy in both markets, there might be a trade there in TD. I'll keep eyes on that. Maybe Pfizer. We'll see what that does. 1.2 million is nothing for Pfizer.
Did I do this today already? Show this? Yeah, because I just wanted to show it to you because
Toronto.
Yeah, it was Toronto.
It
That's
might have
okay.
been that.
It was today. Okay, so anyway, it was today. I showed it. I just wanted to show you, and I was talking with Brankles about this as well. Wow, now Texas Instruments on the reload is $1 in the money. So let's see if Canada could do another one today, DJ, because right there, 7,000 yesterday, top markets. This is top 10 traders at Real Trading. Pretty quiet here in the summer. Like I said, it's been a good month for some, but it has been rough for sure as it goes. And I'm just saying, like, it's not like it's been a crazy month. It's just sometimes it's up and down. And I can sort of see that right here by noticing some of these numbers a little weaker than normal, and then some pretty new exchanges in here as well. CBOE Canada, CSE Vienna, you know what I mean? So there's a lot of opportunity there. I'm going to try to do this every single day to show you guys that, Europe is back, baby.
For the record, man, I'll tell you, there was a point, and I'm dating myself here, but the trading company got the European markets. And I think the first market that was good was like London. And I remember, like, obviously, if you want to trade the US, you want to trade London. At the open, there's a lot of action, right? Well, that's in the middle of the night. So I remember the first week, Sean, myself, and our other partner were like, well, let's try it out, man. We were coming, we'd trade the market, go home, eat, try to get some sleep, and then we'd come back to the trading floor. It was like 2 a.m. or something, and we would to trade the open. And what was interesting about it is it was profitable. But the problem was, like I at least for myself, I can definitely speak for myself. The morning would come to trade the U.S. markets. You'd trade like an hour and a half of the open, go back home and try to sleep, and then wake up to trade the open. After 1 week of it, I was like, I can't, even if it's making money, can't do this. Not going to be able to trade the U.S. markets and pull that off. It was just a little bit too difficult. I think you stuck it out for a couple of weeks. I was done after like 5 days. I think you stuck it out a little bit longer than I was, but it wouldn't work because it was not doable. But you can trade 24/7 at Real Trading. The Toronto markets, look at TD Bank, man. It did like a huge volume spike at the end of the day yesterday. I'm only pointing out the daily chart because it's been absolute crap, but then 74 has been a godsend for this stock. But yesterday, it did a huge volume spike, and then the volume spike at the close broke it out. I know everyone looks at, so if you're at Real Trading and you can't find something, I'll look at a 15-minute chart to show you. This is TD Bank the last week. This is TD Bank today when it broke this channel to the upside. There are opportunities everywhere. I know we don't talk about Canadian stocks, but that did a consolidation, rally 4 days in a row, consolidate for a week. Now it's rallying again. And it's right at a pretty big level at like 82, 83, that if it breaks that out, ayo, why not? It's already made this nice press. That setup looks just as good as any other stock, that you're going to find out there for trading opportunities. So shout out to Real Trading. Toronto markets, we're in there sometimes. But with only maybe 10 minutes to go in here, we might get one more pop at that MU. We'll see if we get a chance to do it. Adam DeLuze, move to London, and then you can do both just like you. Hey, congratulations if you can pull it off. I'm the first to admit, like that whole getting up and then doing work, going back, trying to get sleep and breaking it up like that, it just wasn't for me. And a bunch of traders did it for a while, and kudos to them. And we've had traders trade the open, the close in the European markets, traders that trade Asia. The floor used to trade the Asian markets at one point overnight.
104.80. Okay. We're now $2. And we said that, like I said before, man. And I talked about this with Brendan as well. It's like the show has a different view if you're watching it rather than being on it. So I spent some time there on Monday. And that was why I had the suggestion of like sirening up when we're into new trades, when trades are moving, when trades are happening, and especially when we have a couple positions, because it's hard for all of us to pay attention to what's happening. But right now, let's hit it one more time. It is now, and I don't know what's happening with Micron right now, but I'm glad we stuck out with Nvidia. We are now $250 in the money on Nvidia for another one. We've had multiple dollars today come in for us, and here goes it just again right now into the close, man. It's only 340. We just wicked that bottom. I'm now thinking, honestly, I'm going to tighten up this stop. Problem is I got to cancel I would just stopped at 104. Remember, our stop on this was 30 cents. We're now 250 in the money. So let's go. Like hashtag real trading, man. I hope that you guys, what I've learned more and more again is that, like I said, I feel like this is one of the best markets we've had in a very, very long time. And I'm talking about for months and months and months. And it's like, you don't need to use, like, sometimes I'll get hit because I'll use whatever. Like, the idea is like, if I use a couple thousand shares on Nvidia per trade or something like that, like I've held those before, right? Even when it was a more expensive stock, but it's just like, then your stop tends to be a little bit tighter because you don't want to lose, like, you don't want to, like, you don't have 2,000 shares and lose $1.50 or something on Nvidia. But sometimes it's like, if you use a little bit either tighter stops, right, when stuff comes up and you don't mess with it when there's no levels, that's one thing. Or maybe you can use a little bit less shares and then try to hold on for these big days, because then when you look back over, it's like, holy crap. Like, I cannot believe that just 2 hours ago, trading wise, right? Like, I didn't trade that much during lunch. And we were having not a great day. And then right now, all of a sudden, we go from basically, we weren't near the bottom, but we were there. And now all of a sudden, from sitting here, from being patient, from looking at stocks, from talking about the different plays that we like, so on and so forth, we're able to have the P&L that we're looking for today. And it was not like that, man. It was not like that early on, but it came through late. So again, we stay away, and it might be, actually, I got to put my stop in. I don't know what I'm doing here. But Tesla, again, we were long and then we reversed into the short and we lost it. The short obviously is great. I mean, look at the market down 1.5. But again, stay away from stocks you're uncertain of and put your money where your mouth is and trade the right name. So, okay, just on that note, where is this? 104.10. 104.21. You guys can join me if you want. We're 250 in the money on this trade. Bingo, bango, bongo. Now set up, ready to go. And boom, we're now $1 in the money on Texas Instruments. We are now $1 in the money there on our boy Nvidia. $3 almost in right there. So all is good here. Let's just make sure that we keep the momentum going. We'll put the glasses on so we can see clearer now at what we're doing into this close. We got these early, but I know it's Neil's thing with these glasses.
Well, no, it's not my thing. You got yours before I got mine.
Way long ago because I was getting headaches. These are gunners.
100%. Straight up, I was getting headaches by the end of the day. I don't think it was the screen so much as it was the combination between the screens and then the lights we have because of the show. So in the middle of the day, I try to wear them in the middle of the day. The problem with wearing it when I'm doing more active trading is I love my layout, but when it's blue light glasses, the level 2.
That's why I keep changing them.
Okay, so the level 2 has one of the levels. Can we come to my level 2 for a second? Ramin's like, no, you can. So you have like one of the deep blue levels in there, which if I'm looking at it on a smaller level 2, which I have other ones up, it's really hard to read the size. So it's fine. It's not the end of the world. It's just a little bit of a pain in the butt, but it's really great because I don't get the headaches in the afternoon anymore, which is pretty much all I care about. So I'm pretty... Ramin says she has blue light glasses. I don't care. I'm sure they look very cool for you, Ramin. But I wanted to get at something. Like the middle of the day actually wasn't that great. Like the morning worked out well. Like I had only Tesla that was bad, but the middle of the day was like, one win, one loss, and then we had a little bit of LT. Was able to get it back here, but with 15 minutes to go, there was multiple questions in the chat today about Carvana. Or comments and what do you think about Carvana? Carvana's going to tank. And I haven't traded Carvana probably since the last time they had earnings or like the day after it, something along those lines. Not usually the kind of name that I would think for this kind of a move. But here's what I'm looking at for Carvana. Clearly you can see the 50-period moving average on Carvana. You can see it holding. You can see the trend to the upside. But all of a sudden... Remember we talked about for flat bottom breaks, why am I using a non-straight line? There. If you can't tell that you've got a clear support around 120 and the 50-period moving average, Carvana loses this. I think there's a short opportunity. It's dancing around, it's got resistance and all that kind of good stuff. You could probably day trade it short 135. Do that for the last week, you're probably banking on Carvana. But I'm looking for it to lose that $120 level. That's what would be, that day it does that, I want to look short. And if it's under that the next day, I want to look short that day too. So that's what I'm seeing here on CVNA. Fundamentally, you can say whatever you want about that stock. They've done some great things to turn it around. Some people would say they probably still are not going to exist in a while, but I don't care about all that. I just see a flat bottom break at $120. And if it happens, I want to be looking for the short. The good thing about trading is patterns show up on all time frames. Something that shows up on a daily or weekly can be valid in a 5-minute chart or a 3-minute chart, and maybe you like the trade, maybe you don't. We got about 5 minutes till the imbalances roll in. I'm going to have eyes on TD and maybe like Nvidia's had imbalances every now and then. Those will be the two that I'll be watching. I don't think we'll get it to short the pop there in Micron. But you never really know. Still have a couple of minutes. Maybe it jumps into resistance and we take one last trade on this one.
All right.
Microsoft was another one.
345. We do have,
still strong.
I just tagged Brian Shannon because this is a VWAP trade. He's going to come on. We'll talk all about that anchored VWAP with Brian Shannon. Just making sure that my stops are in. So we did cover some Texas Instruments. It did go down into 200. I was thinking about a little bit lower. Let's see what happens in just 4 minutes. The imbalances will come. Yeah, what's up, Bitcoin trader? To trade $400,000 worth of shares, how long did it take you to not be nervous? Still nervous. So still haven't battled that demon yet. And that's why I talk about it's like, I always get, you always hear me go, oh, like that. It's like, it's like sometimes when you put on those, I had a big position come through on Nvidia earlier today. I had to scramble over there and get out of it really quickly as well, right? So it's like, I feel like I trade differently when I have the bigger positions on, which is not a good thing. So I still got to work around that, and that's part of why we talk about that every single day. And I always go back to the same thing, and I want to thank everybody for looking at this. Over 135,000 views on this pinned tweet from February. So go find out, go have a look there, and it does talk a little bit about getting the space that you need and everything to be able to grow as a trader and so on and so forth. So I feel like there's something there to look at and, something to talk about. So if this comes back into 201, debating just putting a bid out there, taking another dollar on this name. Texas Instruments just kind of climbing up my board, man. Because we're able to reload it, we actually wind up making more money on Texas Instruments than we did even on Starbucks. And Starbucks was this kind of a play. It's just, I don't trade this with as many shares, actually, even though it's a $75 name. I actually put on more shares on Texas Instruments. That is a $200 name. So this is what I'm trying to talk about when I'm trying to say, like, it's pick your levels, know your trade, know the levels that you like. And we found it there on Texas and we went for it. Remember where my stop is on Nvidia? We just came close. Why did that not trigger? And there it does trigger right there. The diamond hand man is now over with right there as we wind up taking $1.50 or whatever that was, more than that, $2. There, yep, on Nvidia. So good little trade there to end that. Hey, if that's the stop out spot and we get stopped out there and then the thing now tanks $5 or something like that, that's completely fine. That's the level we're looking at. If I just keep on taking these profits, I don't have this, right? So yes, it doesn't look as good as getting out at 103.80 where it's probably going right now, but that was a spike up. We could have used the 50-period moving average, but heading into the close, man, mentally everything changes because it is getting later on in the day.
If it was 3 o'clock, I think I'd be punching Nike long if it was 3 o'clock. But it's 3:48 right before the imbalance will come out. It's breaking out the high of the day. It's up 1%. Nike's having a good time the last little bit. I know I said last week with Obi that if during the Olympics it didn't bounce and hold 71, I'd look for the whole, everyone expects Nike to go up on the Olympics. If they don't, that could be an interesting short. Well, it's going up like a lot of people have said they could get that bounce. It's just a little late in the day for a breakout trade. Shout out to Benton C in the chat. If you're in this one, congrats, it's at that high. Still a decent shot that you can break out the 70 eventually. This is $77. So if you can't tell this, that Nike dumped off $100, it dumped off like 97. And then the next day, the high was 77. It still has yet to break out that high. So you're basically making a rounded bottom. And yeah, it's already had 4 up days in a row. But if it breaks 77, I think I said this the next day. Like if it breaks this double top, which it never did, I think you look for the breakout, fill in some of that gap after earnings on Nike. It still hasn't made that break. So it's at 74 now. If it breaks 77, I'm still going to like it. Nothing has changed for me on Nike. We're just like weeks later and it's the same setup. And maybe we get there this week for Nike. I would love that. Less than 1 minute to go on the imbalances. Pfizer can come out if it comes at 1.4 million to buy like it says. I don't care. It's got to be something else. TD was big again yesterday. It might be worth a look in Toronto. And we'll see what Apple or like Nvidia, if they come out with size, they can be worth a shot. So that's what I'm going to be watching. I'm going to put Nike on the radar for that 77 break tomorrow, Thursday, Friday, whenever, if it does happen. That should be a good one at some point. But the eyeballs right now, we're going to be on, I think, Nvidia in the next 10 seconds. We'll see if it has big buy, big sell, and then maybe we can make a trade off it. We'll see.
All right, here we go. We're almost out. We get punched out of everything. So we're out of everything right now. Let's see what happens here into the close. All right, here we go. All right. So yeah, Pfizer does remain a bit. Oh,
5.5
sell right there. So what's up with that? Nvidia with a big sell. We just took that out, right? And then it comes right back in on that sell. That's a big one, man. Like, what is up with that? We'll test a very, very small. I'm gonna get up.
Maybe if AMD was like there, but
back up to the upside right there. We'll take a small little bid here, or offer here. Very, very small. I don't want to throw, like I said, man, we've already done damage here on on Nvidia today, but there is a big sell imbalance coming for that. So it's probably not going to do anything.
Oh, crap.
It could be an L here where I'll definitely, and Nvidia is the #1 stock, so I'm not. So what I put on right now, just for example, is like 5%, not even, of what we had for real trades. So here we go. It looks like it wants to get back up to the upside. I might actually put on a little bit more. Right now, but yeah, Nvidia, we don't want to throw it all away.
Oh my goodness!
Right now, but so far so good here. Let's see what winds up happening with Nvidia. It looks like it's trying to go back.
That's why algos win. That was 104.
That's why day traders lose.
No, like here's the thing. Like sure, it came out 5.5 million to sell. By the time your eyes see 5.5 million to sell, like holy crap, that's really big. 84s. It was at 104.40. That's a 60-cent move. The rest that you were able to get was like another 30 or 40 pennies down there. The algos eat all of that up. All you can do is hope for continuation. There's some selling at 104. It breaks 104, I'm going to get out. It's that simple. But 5.5 million shares is a decent size on Nvidia. It's the only thing out there. Grab is a $3 stock. Pfizer, we said we don't care about Pfizer. Cisco's $1 million. That's a buy of $1 million for Cisco. And Intel, 1 million shares on Intel isn't very significant at all. So yeah, 1 million on Intel to the buy side. But Intel's going to pair off because it always does. The only significant imbalance here is Nvidia. And even with that sell imbalance, apparently the market is 2.4 billion to the buy side, according to Adara. So with that, Nvidia down 7% with a big sell, and yet the market is apparently a buy imbalance. Not that I see a bunch of big names on there.
Yeah, I mean, Nvidia is one of the only.
It's the only thing.
One of the only sells.
How is it
Nvidia
2.4 to
104? So we'll get out of that one. And yeah, really no damage. Kind of just the same thing happening here as we go. We are going to get ready for some big earnings coming through after hours. So there's Nvidia right there trying to go. Pfizer's a nice little bid. FSLR, Microsoft, all coming through. According to the notes here, we have FSLR rate at 4, pins at 405, Starbucks at 405. Let's just see. Did I see Starbucks on here? I thought I saw Starbucks on here. SPUX. Oops, not Brazil. Why did I do that? NQ right there. Yeah. Oh wow, Starbucks. Okay, $76. That's a nice play right there for Starbucks. Let's go. Let me load this up. See what it's just been doing. There it is. Like nice little move up there. It's too bad that we sold that. But that's okay. Intel, Starbucks for solar. Microsoft 410, AMD 410. Those are the big ones, and we'll talk to Brian Chen about his TGTX trade and Palantir as well. So we'll talk to him about a couple different things there. Starbucks, nice move there to the upside to end the day, it looks like. So yeah, I'm excited for their earnings. We recently bought this.
What was the second?
72.
What was the second name you said with Michael Shannon there? No, with Michael Shannon, not the earnings. It was
TGTX was some therapeutics name. That he's been talking about. That
I think I've heard that name in the chat a few times, but
probably because of that.
Yeah. Okay. There you go. So good look there. Sometimes it's always good to get exposure to ideas and stocks that you might not be interested in, right? Like that aerospace company that I've never heard of that has a gorgeous looking weekly chart. Who knows? Maybe you find something you like. So at 355, if you've never paid attention to the imbalances, at 350, the imbalances come out for the closing auction. At 355, it's usually a major pairing event. So whatever it is, Nvidia is now 7 million to the sell side. At 355, my expectation is that's going to change in a big way. Whether it changes from 7.5 to like 10 or 7.5 to 4, if it drops big, I would want to get out if it starts dropping. If it maintains the same size, I think you want to hold it into the close and give it a shot. So all I'm going to do at 355 is trail it. So I had a stop at 104. I'm just tightening my stop up at 355, which is what I always do. at this particular time of day. Who knows? I would have expected sometimes it would have been another name, like an AMD going into earnings, but Nvidia just so happened to have big imbalances every now and then in the last couple of sessions. I'm going to give it back into the 80 level and then see where we can go. The low of the day is 102.50. It'll be pretty binary at 305. It either grows, shrinks, or stays the same. And only one of those is going to make me want the low of the day, and that is growing.
Yeah, we're short. Same way. Let's just wait to see what winds up happening. It's 3:55. Oh, here we go. Let's show these imbalances to see what does wind up happening. There's Starbucks still.
No
Let's go
update,
over
no
to Nvidia
update.
just to see what happens there. So there it is. Nice move upside there as it just rips.
Yeah, wow.
It didn't even show it. The chart didn't show it up there. There it goes, right? So we actually get that fill down there at 50s before getting stopped out at 104. So it just popped up there. No problems. Really nothing. I mean,
See, 355.
losing on it, but it wasn't. 355 reversed over. I don't even see it.
I don't even see it.
But anyways, so it got paired off. So that's exactly the move there for Nvidia at the end of the day. Nice move back up into 104, 104.20, 104.30. Still going higher there into the close is Nvidia.
Oh, apparently Tesla's pumping too. Tesla's up $4
Look at
from the bottom.
The market is really ripping.
Oh yeah, the market's back to 1%. Okay.
It's still bad, but not as bad.
The ES is almost green. How about that?
Apple's green, so that's good. Apple up 0.62 right now, starting to go as well. Look at this afternoon for Apple. Missed that one. I wish I would have seen this. And someone said, like, why do we have scanners? But I mean, the thing is, I do have scanners.
Apple's overview.
I can't do everything. This was a long all afternoon. Come on, guys. Someone's got to point that out to me. We could have made a lot of money on Apple. I would have put this on. I mean, this is what we're looking for. Anyways, the market's
Apple
red.
221 break.
So I don't want to 221 tomorrow. Yeah, I just wanted to see, like, I don't know. So I changed my mind on, like, going short in up markets and going long in down markets, but we did make some good money today on Starbucks going long. That was the only one that we had long. We had Tesla early, which wound up not working. But in the afternoon, I can play that completely differently, right? It's in the afternoon, the stocks have sort of showed us their hands, and it looks like here with Apple taking VWAP, taking the 50 period, and really supporting it, bouncing off these levels. So that would have been something there to look at. We'll probably be on, the sticky note tomorrow. We'll figure that out right now for Apple. So, pretty good, man. Okay, good. A bunch of you. Thank you, Be Free. Good. And that's good. Yeah. So thank you, Sebastian. We are thankful for what we've achieved. Today's a good day. I'm not. Hey, look. I wasn't even like trophies. Like I was not even looking at that, man. We were like still trying to find our ways earlier on, and then the afternoon brought us to where we needed to be. And not just the afternoon, it's just like, positive thinking, positive trades, not getting down on yourself, and being able to battle back. So that's what wound up turning.
Yeah, you don't want to weigh on yourself like the offer is weighing on Qualcomm.
Has Qualcomm been?
There's always a chart there's always a chart that you haven't looked at today, and then someone puts up the chart that Qualcomm is being taken to the woodshed. You're right, down 6%, but it's not like it's alone. Nvidia's down 7%. There's chip names. There's things in the space that are looking bad. I went to write on my iPad 221 breakout for tomorrow on Apple, and then realized I already wrote that this morning. It just didn't happen. This morning it was true because Apple was going right into better chart here, the 15 minutes. Sorry, guys. Apple was going right into this 221 level, and then look what happened. It just rejected it. Now it looks a heck of a lot stronger. So makes the same low, 216, and trying to break out the 221. So we'll let Sean mosey on over to the desk. I don't want to say in order, but you've got the big names are going to be AMD and Microsoft. But you got First Solar, you've got Pinterest as well. Lemonade's got a big short float. That should be a spicy one aftermarket. You got Brian Shannon going to come on there and drop some knowledge and some ideas that he's going to have, maybe recap some of the other ones. So you're not going anywhere here. If you enjoy the show, it's only going to get better as the earnings season of the week kicks off in earnest tonight. I know we had good earnings this morning and big movers and all that kind of stuff that were okay, but the real volume's coming in and it's going to start tomorrow. Forget about the Fed. The earnings season is going to matter more because they're not going to do anything tomorrow. They're going to leave the rates the same, and then we're going to make a big hoopla about it. Then it's going to be about the names that we're already doing volume before that, which is probably going to be Microsoft, AMD, little First Solar action going into the final minute of the day. Just very quickly, I mentioned that Tesla was ramping into the close. I don't think I showed you guys. Yeah, it just caught resistance at 224. Earlier in the session, come on. Look at that top, look at that resistance, right into 224, and then there is your failure. So double bottom, double top in the afternoon. Thankfully, we're able to find some good ones here today, but Tesla was a miss. I think Apple, I agree with Sean, Apple was a bit of a miss for a long trade. But the shorts were fantastic. You just got to find the trades that work. You can always do better, and you work on that tomorrow, which we're going to do. But you know what time it is. Time to get the camera off me, throw it on over to Adara, because we've got the countdown to big earnings coming through. Adara in 5, 4, 3, 2, you know what to do. All right, there we go. As mentioned, yeah, the ES I jinxed it. The ES actually got close to green. Now it's down 0.5%. The NASDAQ closing down almost 1.5%. Not a very good day. I want to first shout out Fabian and Romain. Shout out the midday as well with Adara and Sharif doing a fantastic job. But I'm pretty sure I just heard First Solar. First Solar is already running to the upside here. I did not hear the numbers in my ear because I'm talking loudly, but First Solar did spike 219 all the way back to 210. So it looks like it's flat. Somebody might have fat fingered that if the numbers aren't out yet. Always be careful when you're trading these names. We have big earnings coming right through. We've got Brian Shannon, we got Sean Adara at the desk, and the Super Bowl of earnings week starts nowish. Let's go.
Microsoft's out right now. Microsoft is out right now reporting. Let's go find out what they're reporting here. Let's get out a 1-minute chart. There it goes. 5-minute chart. Microsoft is tank city right now to the downside. There goes Microsoft 402. We talked about the implied move of 5%. It's Microsoft, and it's a banger if you're short. Nice move to the downside. What is Nvidia doing on this one? We said watch out below if some of these companies start to miss. Nvidia now going down. Microsoft, Adara will have the numbers when she does, but there it is. It's a nice move to the downside. 404 right now for Softy, down 5. Not a good number for Microsoft, obviously, as that comes in. FSLR is what we're looking for. First Solar here on a 1-minute chart. Who cares? Not doing anything. Microsoft. Oh, God, I almost threw up in my mouth. Right now, Microsoft continues to go lower, lower, lower. It's beat EPS 7 out of 8 quarters. It's gapped higher 4 of the last 8 quarters. Let's go find out what's going on here, Adara. Microsoft getting pumped.
I can tell you they missed here for not all the numbers, but some of the specifically sector revenue, a little disappointing. Q4 cloud revenue, 36.8 million versus the estimates here of 36.8 billion versus the estimates of 36.84. So that's going to be a slight miss. They also had intelligent cloud revenue. That was going to be a miss here as well. 28.5 billion versus the estimates of 28.68 billion. So again, slight misses here for intelligent cloud revenue and cloud revenue. They did have a slight beat here for Q4 productivity, and they beat the revenue overall. So overall Q4 revenue, regardless of sectors, coming in through 64.7 billion versus the estimate of 64.38 billion. So they did beat on revenue overall. They just missed on cloud and intelligent cloud revenue. And their EPS here, this looks like this was a beat here as well. As I get more numbers, I'll read them out to you guys.
Okay, good. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, Microsoft's starting to go to the downside. Let's just check out if it's a cloud problem, then it's going to be a problem across a couple different names as well. Look at Google right now getting hit in the after hours. Google closes 170.50 down to 169.79. Amazon, oh God. Amazon right now is getting killed as well. Amazon getting it right now. That's a bad look. Oh man, my wife just got her hair done. She might have to go get that, put that. Can you glue hair back on? No, it costs more money. Okay, nice move to the downside there for Amazon as it goes. Meta right now, it's Flush City. Fail. Wow, the market right now, Adara, everything giving it up. Q's getting to the downside. Microsoft not helping anybody. Down to 390. Again, goes downside for Microsoft. It is all the way below the 200 period moving average. We talked about not DCAing into some names. We did it to Nvidia. That's it. We bought some Google and some Nvidia recently. Microsoft right now, absolutely horrible. Meta getting killed as well to the downside. There goes Meta into 450. 50. Where does that look on the daily for Meta right now? Bad, man. Getting into the 200 period as well for Meta. Those of you that did not buy last earnings dip, get ready to buy the next earnings dip because Meta is dipping, boy, and they didn't even report. Microsoft right now, numbers, GAAP EPS 295 beats 292. Sales 64.7 beats 64. Why is Microsoft down? It was the cloud numbers, as Adara mentioned. There again, everything's green across the board on Benzinga, so we'll figure that out.
Cloud intelligent cloud revenue coming a little bit lower here. That's what I'm seeing.
All right, so cloud numbers, and actually that was the exact example that I gave on the show. Remember, I said, let's find out what's up with the cloud for Microsoft. What's up with AI? Are they able to monetize there? Let's find out the number from anything AI related, right? That's going to be their Copilot is what I'm looking for there. So Microsoft continues to push lower. I'm actually not even logged in yet. I'm going to get logged in so we can have a quick live look. Any other numbers coming out, Adara?
We're waiting. Oh, we got quite a few. We're waiting for Pinterest and Starbucks and Arista Networks coming in at 4:05. We just got Starbucks in, so we're going to take a look at that. Then at 4:15, we have AMD. We did have actually Microsoft coming in earlier than expected. So let me take a look here at the Starbucks numbers. From what I'm seeing, adjusted EPS in line with estimates, 93 cents.
Oh, yeah,
estimates
Starbucks.
Of 93 cents.
Yeah, Starbucks.
They also here had revenue. This is actually going to be a bit of a miss. Revenue, $9.11 billion, which is the estimates of $9.24 billion for fiscal Q2. Their Q3 comparable store sales, Q3, their fiscal Q3. Q3 comparable sales here declining, for store sales declining about 3%. That's more than the estimated decline of 2.35%. So these are not great numbers, guys.
For Starbucks?
Yes.
Complete opposite, man. Starbucks up 7%. Starbucks moving. No, it's not good numbers, but it's complete opposite day right there. Starbucks ripping up. Guys, live level 2 look is on right now. Nvidia is at a hundy clean. Will it hold it or not? There's Nvidia right now. This is all before AMD. We don't have AMD yet, right? So right now, or do we? Don't have AMD, right?
I'm not seeing
AMD right now, $100 for Nvidia. Man, oh man, down now 10% on the day goes Nvidia. A quick live look. Thank you for that update on Starbucks, Adara. I mean, it had to move up. Now it's starting to pull back. Live level 2 right now for Starbucks, but it's Microsoft. Oh man, this has been like, you look at your account and you're like, yay, we're doing so well. And then all of a sudden reality spikes in. Microsoft down 9% and still going down is Microsoft at its lows right now, 389 and change, man. There's Starbucks trying to pull back just a little bit. You know what? Trade Ideas, I love you, but whatever. I'm going to use these charts. Nvidia,
Pinterest too.
Pinterest, yeah, that's nice. Nvidia right now, 101. Let's find out what Pinterest is doing though, Adara. Pinterest is now out. You know, this is not a name that I don't think a lot of people will hold, but it's a name to look at here as we'll get a good idea about revenues. Wow, Pinterest. Do not hold this name in your account. You're down 20% for Pinterest. It's down here, down to $30. Pinterest, like, again, look at this daily chart for Pinterest right now. Hey, man, if you have long calls, if you have calls in the market, you ain't a happy person today, and this is only day 2. We don't even have the worst names coming out yet. Look at Starbucks. We don't even have AMD yet. Look at Nvidia, just bounced off 100 as well. That's starting to go to the downside. Microsoft, down, down, down. This is bad. This is bad. Adara, this is bad right now. The Qs as well, down now 2.5% now is the NASDAQ here in the after hours. They're buying up AMD. I did notice that. They're buying AMD here, potentially someone getting ahead of this number. I don't know why, but right now AMD being bought up a little bit off of that 134 dip there. Damn, Daniel, are you invested in Meta right now? Meta is getting clocked. Meta down 5%. They didn't even report yet, guys. Meta getting hit to the downside. Tell me another show that does this.
I don't know. I can't.
Tell me one. Tomorrow you'll find Neil here, which I'm sure will be right back with the same hype. Here we go, man. What is going on with ANET as well? We can check.
Oh, we have ANET. I can give you ANET.
Let me just check out what the reaction is right now to Arista Networks. Oh man, Arista Networks downside as well. Down 10%. for ANET, man. This is not good right now. Microsoft's going to need to hold up. If we go to a daily chart for Softy, you're all the way back, man. You're back to May levels. We talked about names potentially going red on the year. Microsoft, that is now coming into play down there at 370. What is our friend Tesla doing right now on these horrible numbers? Tesla going to the downside 220. Adara, give us those numbers on Arista.
Arista, okay, so they actually did beat here from what I'm seeing. Q2 revenue beat 1.69 billion versus estimates of 1.652 billion. That's going to be a beat. They beat as well for Q2 adjusted earnings per share, $2.10 versus the estimate of $1.95. That will be a beat. I'm not seeing how their outlook compares, but I can give you guys their outlook because their outlook here for revenue for Q3 coming in 1.72 to 1.75 billion dollars. I'm not seeing how this compares though to the expected outlook, but they did beat on revenue and earnings per share. Pinterest as well, they beat on revenue, they beat on earnings per share. However, their revenue outlook was not great. Well below estimates there for PINS.
Yeah, Pinterest is an absolute nightmare. Starbucks as well, guys. Made that move up, man, and we should have gone and got those, get those gift cards going because 79.52 was the top there. Look at Starbucks. The only thing that I thought was going to save this afternoon. Yeah, man, we got to buy some more matcha frappes or whatever. Frappuccinos right there. But you are starting to pull back in right now. What was that?
The Starbucks, yeah, Starbucks.
Yeah, it's bad.
It's bad.
You mentioned that the numbers were bad, and I was like, oh my God, it is coming back to the downside right now for that. We don't even have AMD yet, and honestly, the market is getting timber time right now. But look what just happened there. Wow, we brought this to you live. Who else is going to do this, right? Like, we just showed you, and I was like, Nvidia is pushing $100. Remember we said that? That was $100. It stopped on a dime at $100. Kathy came in, bought, I don't know who came in. Someone came in and bought this name up. It is a roller coaster for Nvidia as that goes down. I want to thank all 4,000 of you watching right now as we get ready to rock and roll. Live quotes here. Live quotes on earnings names. Let's see what's happening with AMD. Imagine we're watching this and it just comes out live. You could see the bid drop $10. Something crazy here on AMD. 410 is the expected release for AMD and the numbers that we're looking for here, and we'll see if it can come through. But right now, the numbers on AMD, we're looking at an EPS. Let me just get it for you here. AMD 67 cents EPS. Revenue was 5.71 billion. This is expected. EPS estimate of 0.67. So we'll wait to hear that number when it does come out. But this is what it looks like. Microsoft right now, the bell of the ball until the ball was dropped. And right now, there it goes back in. It's fumbling itself through 400, back into 390. Let's see if Microsoft can hold the bid. Let me get our trade ideas scanner up here. Let me go find out what's going on with Softy. Where was that 200 period moving average? It was at 402. So if we can get that to come through, that could be something. We're going to have Brian Shannon on up real quick. Where is year to date here on this chart? We'll drop an anchor right here and see what we're dealing with. So we were actually on the year to date anchored VWAP level of 416 right there today. Now it's giving it up. It's Microsoft and it is a downside. Thank you, Alex Diaz. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Tell everybody you've now found the best market recap show available is Trader TV Live. Pleasure to be here with Adara. Pleasure to be here today. This is what we do every day at 4 o'clock. We come in at 8:30. We provide you the best live trading you've ever seen. We're providing you the recap show that you've never seen before. Nothing like this before. Let's go. It's Pins. What is Pins doing right now? I mean, we could keep talking. I could keep selling the business. We don't need to do that. There's the move down for Pinterest. It's ugly and it's nasty. It's down 15% for Pinterest right now. Adara, we don't even have AMD yet.
We don't. I'm waiting.
So, I mean, what is up with that? Arista. Oh, AMD 415.
Yeah, that's why we're waiting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Okay, at 4:15, anything you want to talk about quickly, Adara, because at 4:15, it's about to be heart attack.
It's all over at 4:15. Yeah, I think Starbucks, keep in mind, guys, they did miss China sales, which we know were an issue with their last report. Down down a cool 14% comparable China sales. So just to be clear, Starbucks might have had that balance, but those numbers were pretty rough across the board. Larger than expected decrease in comparable store sales for this quarter. We also, again, had that drop in Starbucks sales. Did they miss revenue? Yes, they did. They had inline earnings per share as well. So this was just not a great report across the board for Starbucks, though they did talk about their efficiency efforts, saying that they're tracking their efficiency efforts, quote, ahead of expectations, and they're partially offsetting these investments associated with the, quote, cautious consumer environment. So consumer concerns for SPUX.
Our main guy over here, Brendan, needs to be buying some more flat whites over there, because right now we are starting to go to the downside for AMD, for Starbucks. I just dropped the anchors on AMD right now, and we'll talk to Brian about this, but the anchor, year-to-date anchor right now, we are well under on AMD. It's actually funny because the same anchor from the top is at this level of 170 here for AMD. Okay, here we go, man. It is checking my watch now. It's getting close to that 415. Let's go over here. Microsoft downside as that continues to bleed. Here we go. AMD is about to drop. You can see no movements right now on the live level 2. We will get AMD imminent right now. If we can get a drop in, I see you in the green room, Brian. Give me a second. If AMD comes out, I want to get to this so I don't interrupt. So here we go. Let's wait to see what happens with AMD. Remember, those anchors are up here at 170, man. They have nothing to do with anything right now. AMD looking for a number it has to put on, man. Nvidia just bounced completely. And Brian, check this out. Nvidia just bounced at $100 flat. That was the pre-market bottom live here on Trader TV Live. You see what's happening with Nvidia right there. But it's AMD that we're waiting for. Let's watch this live right now on the screen. These are live quotes for AMD. It is now past 4:15.
AMD, where are you at?
Hey, Lisa Sue. What are you doing, man? You afraid to show us these numbers?
They should be here, Lisa, soon. They should be here already.
Yeah, they should be at Lisa soon. Yeah, they should be sooner than later.
Yeah.
And right now, we are starting to feel a little bit of pressure. Yeah, tick, tick, tick. Hopefully not. Boom for AMD. Okay, here it is.
Gosh,
so
here.
AMD just moves a little bit. We get a little bit of a spike up. Is that a fat finger? AMD is now out. 69 cents for 67. It's a beat for AMD. Here he comes to save the day. It's AMD is here. Never fear, as AMD goes red on the year, now comes up with a number, putting it out. It's 142. There goes AMD. It is Pump City right now on Advanced Micro Devices. Thank you, Lisa. You did come sooner rather than later, and it looks like it is making a move to the upside right now. 142 and change right there on AMD. Let me call up again, and we're going to get to Adara for the numbers.
Yeah.
Then we're going over to my favorite. It's Brian Shannon. There goes AMD right now, up a couple points. Remember, it was destroyed earlier, up 2.6% now, starting to go 143 and change. What does that look like on the daily chart? We got to get above this 200, which is 153. Adara, drop the lines right now. What did AMD come out with?
Well, they beat here for adjusted earnings per share 69 cents versus the estimate of 68 cents. That would be a beat. We also had here revenue, which was also a beat, $5.835 billion versus the estimate of $5.724 billion, so $5.8 billion versus the estimate of $5.7 billion. That is also going to be a beat for AMD. They guided their Q3 revenue already, $6.7 billion, so we're seeing higher Q3 than what we got here.
Wait a minute, they guided higher?
Well, I don't know if they got it higher than expectation. They got it higher than this quarter. I haven't seen the estimates here yet.
Expectation.
But nice move here. They're also seeing for Q3 of 2024 revenue plus or minus $300 million from this estimate of $6.7 billion. So they're seeing anywhere from $6.4 billion to $7 billion for Q3 2024 from AMD, guys.
All right, Nvidia flies up to 104 on that move. So I just want to give everyone a quick idea of what Nvidia was doing, flying up to 104 and change. And again, who would have thought that AMD could possibly save us here? I'm not sure they will, but we'll wait to see what happens with AMD. Nice move to the upside. But it's Microsoft, again, the biggest and the baddest of them all that reported today. You got a $3 trillion market cap. Or do you anymore? Where is the market cap on here? Oh, there it is. Yeah. Okay. Well, just under there. It's funny that I said, is it still? And it's 295. So after this move, it is now a sub $3 trillion name. Hey, let's go over and find out if 3 trillion means anything. I got someone to ask. Let's go ask him. It's Brian. It's Trader Talk. Oh, man. Mr. Shannon, man, you're joining us on again. This is now Super Bowl week for earnings, and we get Microsoft today. That just came out. I'm not sure if you heard the numbers, but cloud, they beat everywhere, but it was the cloud that was a problem. So it sent some other names down like Meta. We saw Nvidia get hit, now maybe being saved by AMD. Any initial thoughts about any of these plays that we've just seen?
It's some wild action, Sean, and boy, it was fun listening to you cover it so quickly, you and Adara there, because I can't do it that quickly. So great job by you guys. Microsoft is down below the 200-day moving average, right down to the anchor from the September of 2023 low. So this looks like a place it's likely to stabilize because we had been trying to hold that year-to-date anchor VWAP that had been so strong. So now we're down to this level, and I still see a broken stock below a declining 5-day moving average. So I don't want to buy it, but this looks like a place where institutional support is likely to come in and start to stabilize in here, and good day trades around it. But as far as putting money into it for something more than that, that's just not my style.
Just to make sure we're on the same page here, I had the anchor, year-to-date anchor at 416, and I actually drew this before you came on because that's something that I've been talking about. That's the same that you're looking at, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
On my chart, it's that blue one, and right about 416.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so that's the right anchor. And you've taught me a lot to look at those. So year to date is very important. So if we did the same thing for AMD, and I put it on right here, it's the anchored VWAP right here, year to date anchor for AMD in and around this. We're well below there. This name, honestly, looks like something I don't really want to get involved in. We've seen Nvidia today, Brian, make that move just in the after hours down to $100. Now trying to stabilize here as well. But this also looks like we have a ways to go. The interesting thing, and you brought this up, Brian, as well, about the 200 period moving average with Microsoft. Here on Nvidia, we're still well away from that, although we've took it now on AMD. We still have a way to go there on Nvidia. My idea here, do we go into Nvidia on potential AMD strength? If AMD can hold some bids, we have a stronger name here in Nvidia. Do you like that trade? Or from what we've seen here so far, is it better to wait till August 28th? I mean, that's when Nvidia reports. Maybe it's a no-fly zone until that date.
That's 4 weeks or more away, right, Sean? So I think there's going to be a lot of trades set up in between there. Meanwhile, Nvidia came down to the 61.8% retracement of this low to the all-time high. That's also the anchor off of the previous important high over here. So for, if I had to buy one of these, I would absolutely prefer to buy Nvidia over AMD, but I don't have to buy it, not while it's below the declining 5-day moving average, not for more than a day trade. So I think they'll be prior to August 28th. I think it's highly likely that you will see Nvidia do, maybe not perfectly like this, but that you'll start to see it come back down around, find some buyers, and build for a push higher, perhaps up in towards 115, even 120, where we have that 50 and 200-day moving average. So I think that the risk is probably behind for Nvidia. But I'm not a buyer at the same time, not until we see some more structure put in place on the shorter term time frame.
So AMD, I see this. Thanks, Brian. I just see in the chat here, as we'll just interrupt a little bit with AMD here. Their AI business continues accelerating. They're well positioned to deliver strong growth. And thank you to Paul here in the chat, led by a second half 24 bump. So yeah, Nvidia, there's going to be, what, I'm glad that you said that. With 4 weeks away, we don't need to make any calls right now on anything. It's trades are going to set up. And I think that I talked about this on the show today. Our job, and I know we've talked about this all the time, risk managers, right? We don't need to put ourselves into positions where we are vulnerable to not having the right stops, being wrong position size, and then for potential news coming out the way it is. Meta. So Meta right now reports tomorrow, Brian, and I'm sure it's going to be just as exciting of a report. But we just had a nice little dip down in here for Meta. Now, Meta's not the same. They're not Microsoft, obviously, as we worry a little bit about the cloud. I don't know, really, Meta shouldn't be too worried about that, in my opinion. But with sales coming down, we saw YouTube, not a great number from Google as well. Meta on the daily, and I know that, we'll talk more about swing trades and daily charts with you and weekly charts. Meta is also approaching this 200 period. Now, the good thing about Meta, This is that last earnings dip, Brian, that went into 420. So again, thank you so much. And again, Brian never asks me to do anything like this, but this is Maximum Trading with Anchored VWAP. This is the book that's taught us a lot about anchored VWAPs and how to properly position yourselves. That anchor from that last report, we are now underneath that.
Right.
To me, Meta is vulnerable here for another push down as we're below many key technical levels.
I agree. I mean, I think it's a lock that you get the 200-day moving average, and that's also the anchor off of last October's low perfectly. Those two tie together right in here at that, what is this, let's just call it 430. We could be more precise, but
perfect.
Basically 430 level. The easier money for this upward move, over the last couple of years has been made, I think, and you're starting to look at these charts maybe a little bit differently as in terms of maybe this is larger scale distribution and we need to digest these massive moves. This one going from 80 to 520, that's a huge move.
Yeah.
If you put a simple, Fibonacci retracement off of that, a 38.2% retracement will get you down to 360 or so. I'm not calling for that, but I mean, it would be with what's considered in the norm of an uptrend.
Yeah, and I think that sometimes we do get carried away a little bit, and we look at maybe too short time frames, right? And I think you do have to think back, where are we coming from? I mean, that's why I mentioned to you that the Nvidia 200-day moving average is like $78 or something. We still have a ways to go before we get there. You got to realize that trees don't just grow to the sky at some point. They got to come back in. You know what? Now that I look at this trade, UNG, I mean, I want to look at something that was maybe positive today, and we will go over some more earnings plays. We have over 3,500 watching. I want to thank Bears vs. Bulls for dropping your book in the chat as well. Weekly chart for UNG continues to make moves down, but we're at a good level here, potentially. 1340, heading into the fall, heading into winter months. Maybe UNG gets a little bit of a spark there, no pun intended, but what are we thinking about this? Michael Noss has liked some of these plays here, but it looks like it's continuing to go downside. I was just trying to find a name that was up today, and it's natural gas.
Yeah, I don't like the smell of natural gas, and I don't like the way this one looks.
I'll give you a bang for that one.
We hit a new low this week. I mean, today's Tuesday. So the trend is clear. The trend is lower. Look at each time. We've gotten some nice bounces, but they've come right up to the 200-day moving average and gotten rejected hard. I don't see that trend changing. Doesn't mean you can't get a tradable bounce, maybe up into the 18 area, but it's still in a longer term downtrend. It all comes down to time frame, but you look at the long term trend. This is a downtrend.
Hi, Brian. I hope you're doing well today. Thank you so much for being with us. I know TGTX you gave us a while ago, and they report next week. They're supposed to report next week. We also have Groupon, which I know you were talking about with a decent short float. They're reporting tonight. So are either of those you're looking at right now? Any levels you have on these names right now?
Yeah, TGTX, if you recall, I got out of the final balance after it broke out past this high right here. That was my cue to get out because it made that big run. It pulled back where I wanted to see it pull back down towards that 20-day moving average. And yesterday Friday, I got long and day traded it. I went to get long for a swing trade yesterday because I thought I was getting back above the anchor from that high, but ended up getting stopped out in this one yesterday. And that was a beautiful thing to get stopped out. Now it looks like we might see a measured move down towards this 17-ish level. So I'm staying away from TGTX. It's below a declining 5-day moving average. Right now, it's just not set up for continued upside. So I've got to move to the sidelines. I've also gotten out of Groupon. It broke higher yesterday. That move failed. From failed moves come fast moves with earnings due, today. I guess they're out and it's bouncing a little bit, but you've got to listen to this action. It looks like it's going, it fails, you got to get out.
Brian, I'm just going to review quickly here, so give me a second. I just want to get back to the charts here just to give people an idea of what's happening in the market. I'm going to come back to you. I want to talk to you about Coinbase, okay? So, all right, AMD right now, 144. Looks like it wants to try to hold the bid. So that's so far so good. And we'll look at some live quotes right here. There's AMD right now. SBUX. again, we'll change it up here as well. Starbucks trying to hold bids as well, 77.40. Let's just use the charts right there. Starbucks. We'll look at ANET, of course. Arista Networks did have a push down. They're holding 300. Things seem to be settling down a little bit. And Microsoft right now, again, trying to hold. So maybe some of this news is in. We will now wait for the earnings call. All right, Brian, I mean, this right now is the call. What we're talking about for earnings. This is BTC. So again, on a daily chart, Bitcoin was looking pretty good. I thought there on Monday that we did have a great opportunity to take that 70,000. We ticked just slightly above it. But are we a little bit worried about some of these tops here? And we can use Coinbase. I talked about that a little bit. But this 71, 72 area, it doesn't seem like we want to push through. And that's leading me to think about this Coinbase trade because, again, their earnings coming in 2 days. A little bit choppy here, down 4 or 5% today as Bitcoin retraces. And again, Coinbase, similarly to Bitcoin, has these tops. Anything to look at here, either fib levels or anchors that you're looking at for a well-traded name on our show, Coinbase?
Sure, I think Coinbase, you've got the year-to-date anchor down at about 210. And what I'll point out, Sean, I've been telling Alpha Trends members this a lot lately, is that stocks like Coinbase, like Mara, MARA,
yep.
MARA, they're failing. They're failing miserably. CLSK failing miserably, Riot failing miserably, and then Coinbase is holding up a little bit better because they have more earnings. However, these stocks tend to lead Bitcoin. The rally in these stocks occurred prior to Bitcoin. Bitcoin followed them. These stocks started falling apart, and Bitcoin has followed it. So when you see Bitcoin breaking out and these things start to fail, that means raise your stop up in Bitcoin because these tend to lead the price action in Bitcoin itself.
Yeah, okay, interesting look there. I was, for me, the key level there on Mara, and I almost made this trade on Monday. It was $23. I mean, that level was so huge. I actually drew a line right here. I really, really liked that breakout, and it turned out to be the top. So a good resistance level there. We'll look to see if it can hold this 200 period moving average. Interesting. Thanks for that talk there about potentially leading the way to the downside, giving us an idea of a leading indicator, and that's always what we're talking about. All right, man, it's 4:30. Like, that was wild. That was a wild thing. I'd love to have you on for even longer, but I'm not going to throw you away yet, Brian. I want to hear, is there another name? I know Adara mentioned Groupon, but is there anything else that you've been telling Alpha Trends members or anything that maybe you're looking at to hit somewhere, anything that you're holding now that we can sort of check back with you in the next couple weeks?
I'm almost embarrassed to admit my only long holding is in Campbell's Soup, CPB.
Oh, yep.
And I'm embarrassed because it's not really a trading stock. It's a defensive name.
Yep.
Now it's turning into a decent little trade so far. And you've got a great looking weekly chart, but it's Campbell's Soup. It's not going to trade like Nvidia or any of these sexy names.
What?
But it's doing what it's supposed to do so far. So I'm long this one. And I've also got some short in Duolingo, DUOL from 169 today. So those are my only open positions. I was looking at Cube because this one pays a good dividend and it's a low, more of a defensive type REIT name. But truthfully, Sean, I'm just not seeing a whole lot there. I see a lot of risk. I see DKNG looking like it's about to fall off a cliff here on the weekly time frame.
Oh my God, Brian.
There's just a lot, oil service stocks might be getting ready to do something. They're still kind of stuck in a range, but they're getting more interesting, but they're just not ready that yet. So we've got the Fed tomorrow. We've got all these earnings. I'm just, same theme as last week. I think I told you that I'm keeping it pretty tight to the vest here and waiting for some of this to, just picking my spots intraday, and swing opportunities aren't as great right now.
I hit the bang there because that's funny. With about an hour ago, I mentioned on the show that I thought a name that was very vulnerable was DraftKings. And I'm glad that you just brought that up as well. The interesting thing about Campbell's Soup, and I know the name, and it has a 3% dividend. I thought maybe for your style of trading, you don't really, do you look at the dividends? Because a lot of the times you may be out before there's a dividend payment. Is that something that you often look at? It seems a little strange to hear that from you, just because I know sometimes you're in and out pretty quick. Will you ever hold the thing through a dividend payment, or is that ever part of your plan?
No, I think I received a few dividends in my life, but only by accident.
Right. Okay.
I typically, I had this discussion again today as well, saying that we were talking about Cube and that the next dividend in here, I think, is 51 cents, and it's paid out October 31st or October 30th, maybe, 1st, maybe, whatever the date. It's not till October. Well, we have earnings August 1st. And I said, that's 3 months away. There's a lot of trades in between now and 3 months that we can't really buy. That if I'm going to look for dividend income, I might want to look at something that pays a monthly dividend,
Right?
Because that way you have the opportunity to get paid, and then you've got a favorable tax advantage on dividend income versus capital gains as well, and that's a whole different story that I'm not qualified to have.
Brian, before I let you go, great analysis there, great name with Campbell Soup, and I like that DraftKings talk there and the dividends talk as well. I can't let you go without asking you what your favorite soup is.
I would have to say, being from New England originally,
Okay.
that
Clam chowder.
have to be clam chowder. Chowder.
All right, I'm gonna go with Italian wedding soup as well. We'll stay with our with where we're from. Dara, your favorite soup?
I don't know, chicken noodle. I'm basic. I don't eat a lot of soup,
Basic.
but chowder's pretty good too.
See, I like tomato. Tomato's okay for a
fine,
basic
yeah.
soup. Brian, a lot of people are asking us where they can find your book. Where can they?
That's Amazon. That's easy.
There it is, Amazon. It is Maximum Trading Games with Anchored VWAP. Thank you so much to Brian Shannon for coming through again. Go find him at Alpha Trends. Go read this book. Very important, especially in turbulent markets when you're looking for some levels. Thank you so much, Brian. Enjoy the ride, man. I'm sure by the time we meet next week, we'll have completely different levels to discuss. So thank you again, Brian Shannon.
Great work on the earnings, you guys, both of you.
Appreciate it. Thanks,
Thank
Brian.
you.
That's
Take
it.
care.
It's Trader Talk. We don't get feedback too often, but it's great to get it from such a well-respected individual like that. Thank you so much, Brian, for adding to the show. I mean, that's what it's all about, right? Oh, you got a little energy drink going on there? I like that. I like that.
It was a very tired day. We got a little energy drink. This is a Rain. I'm not sponsored by Rain.
Well, you are
but I am
now.
drinking
Get your
Rain,
Rain.
hit me up.
And you know
Rain
what?
on me.
All right, yeah, pound that back. All right, right now, AMD, just a quick little update here as we still have over 3,000 watching. AMD comes just like Superman. Here it comes to save the day. I truly believe it did that. To be honest with you, I'm not just saying that for a joke. If AMD had missed, well, I'm saying it for a joke, but if AMD had missed today, this market would have fallen all over itself tomorrow, and I'm still not sure that doesn't happen. I want to go through the report to get a little bit better news there and figure out what's going on, because look what Nvidia did. Nvidia is now higher than it was all afternoon, and it is ramping the you-know-what up. It stopped at 100, and it just kept going there. And it's so funny because you guys know we had it up right here on the live level 2 as Nvidia was getting cranked. You had to have something special in your blood to buy near 100 before AMD comes out. So congratulations if you did that. Starbucks still upside right now. What a great day. Let me just check out Pinterest. I never owned this stock. I believe Neil could still be in it, but I know he might be out of it as well. This is a name that he always talks about, so we'll get his analysis tomorrow on pins. That's down 15%. Adara, anything else before we wrap?
I mean, there have been so many earnings. Check out the watch list tomorrow where we'll have everything synthesized for you. And also the second channel will have all the news updates. So we'll be able to get all of the essences of all of the earnings, especially after the earnings calls when they come out tonight.
All right, I am back on here on Friday, I believe, this week. But Neil will take it over the next 2 days. Enjoy that show. I'm back here tomorrow at 8:30, where we'll see if we fade or pump the chip names. We'll figure that out very, very soon. It's just one sleep away until this market opens up again. For Sean Katina, that's Adara LePage. And no matter what, you're rocking with Trader TV Live. A big special thank you once again to Brian Shannon. And of course to Ramin. As traders stay late, and we couldn't stay late without her running
roll call.
the board. Oh my, Adara. Oh my, so much happening. As we do roll call, let's get AMD in the background. Yeah, we cannot, thank you, Adara, for that. We almost Wow, could you imagine if we did that? Over 2,800 watching. It's roll call. And thank you, Adrian. Adrian, who super chatted earlier, here he is right here, membership. So thank you so much for that. I believe Hey Davis may have as well. Thank you, Hey Davis and Adrian today. Thank you to Bears vs. Bulls. Thank you to Nathan Williams, the philanthropist Baker. We talked about that the other day as well. Nathan Williams is there. Sebastian. Thank you, Sebastian. You're here every day. We do not forget that. Rivian Millionaire. Hey, if you've made $1 million on Rivian, please send some love over here because I gotta buy my wife that R1T and I ain't got no cash, especially after the last couple of days. All right, Christopher Holcomb's here as well. Donkey Trader's here. Bitcoin Trader, that guy might have some money. Bake R City, Mr. Iren is in there. ND Trade is here. George Brothers, thank you so much to Muhammad's here. Apple and raisin pancakes with powdered sugar. What a name that is right there. He says, Sean and Adara. Man, I'm losing my voice if I do this for too much longer. I already am losing my voice anyways. Thanks for for that water earlier. I don't think I drank it, but thank you for that. B. Davis, in Sue we trust. That is right. We will see more from Lisa
soon.
And the company. We will hear that soon with Lisa Sue on the call. Again, it's Trader TV Live. It's been a blast. We're exhausted, but we're doing it all again tomorrow. Join us at 8:30. Ciao, everybody.